Good morning, everyone. This is Harold Tarpo, speaker and the co-chair. I'm joined by Cedric and Reno, our co-chairs. And we just are a few minutes before the official start. So, of course, we just wanted to drop in and say good morning and draw you all to your computer screens. And I want to thank you all for signing in on the Chime platform. And as a quick reminder, in this context, you've signed in. We'll ask you to, given that we've got Francophone and bilingual co-chairs, if you're watching in English, watch the English Live channel. That way, when they speak French, you will get the translation. And okay, of course, the same for the French channel. Again, as we go through this process, when we get to discussion points, you would then be approaching the assembly mic, and only chiefs and proxies have access to that microphone, and then we would call on you. You would enter the room, you would enter your name and chief or proxy into the chat. Community would help us as well, and then we will be given a speakers list. We will be doing a test vote, of course, this morning, and then walking through that, you will, of course, receive an invitation to that vote. For the first time, you'll have to use the same email and password that you use to get into the Chime site. That should be the only time you need to do that. But in any occasion where you're casting your first formal vote, not the test vote we're going to do, you would need that password for that. But other than that, you should be fine. I'll just look quickly to Lena and Cedric to see if there's anything else we need to add before we look to get ready for our on-time start.
Harold.
Merci, Harold. Bonjour, bon matin, bon matin.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. As Harold said, someone's talking at the same time as the co-chair, sorry. So for choose the channel to listen that corresponds to the language you need, so that you can get the translation. You have three choices. So you'll see in the Chimes app, there is a way to look at the assembly, and it's a bilingual assembly. So it's better than to have an assembly that goes on only in French or only in English. So you can put yourself in the room that corresponds to your language. And later on, we're going to go through the testing process again, and we're going to have a test vote. Just as a reminder for the chiefs and proxies and the steps to take to vote. So we will do the test vote. For now, I'd like to encourage all of the chiefs that Cedric and I are here to understand everything that is being said. If there was no translation at some point, we will be able to help you to express yourself. So I thank all of you, and I wish you a great second day of assembly. So up to you. Take it away, Cedric.
Well, we got through the first day. That was going to be the hardest one. Now that we're getting used to the system, even on our side, and I'm hoping on your side too, day two is going to be a breeze. I am sure of it. Just to give you a heads up that today we'll be having a few presentations, a few more resolutions that will be presented, and as well, we will be going through the results of yesterday's vote, which I will be doing in French. So once again, inviting you to join on the English channel or on the French channel, depending on your language. Hope you all have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. And so I see that we are at 10:46 a.m. And so let us convene the second day of the Assembly of First Nations Annual General Assembly. As we begin to prepare for our agenda that you do have before you, we did want to note that we would like to call Regional Chief Kevin Hart to the Assembly for microphones for an announcement regarding a passing of one of our chiefs in Manitoba. So Regional Chief Hart, if you are available, we'll ask you to please come forward and take a moment for that in memoriam comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Regional Chief.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have connectivity issues, so if I put my camera on, I'll lose you. So I'm going to do it verbally. Ladies and gentlemen, chiefs, elders, wisdom, and our knowledge keepers, I have some sad news to announce that yesterday, Chief David Travers of the Kanunji Shtagon First Nation here in the Manitoba region passed away. So I'd like to request, of course, prayers, condolences going out to Chief David Travers and his family at this time. It's a real struggle for our leadership to lose one of our colleagues and one of our brothers. Chief Travers was the brother of former Regional Chief Bill Travers of the Assembly of First Nations, and that, he has been a long champion of First Nation treaty rights, sovereignty, and jurisdiction, and especially in most recent years, he brought forward issues related to First Nation inland fisheries, as well as what's occurring currently with the child welfare legislation and what he wanted to do in creating laws within his own First Nation in respect to Bill C-92. So if I could, Harold, I'd like to request if we can have a moment of silence at your discretion as the chair, and to ask everybody to send your prayers this morning to the family of Chief David Travers, to my colleagues, the chiefs and the leadership here in the Manitoba region. But, most importantly, there is a nation indeed that's without their chief this morning, and they are indeed in mourning. So let's lift our prayers up and lift our hands up and rise and have a moment of silence for late Dave Travers of the Kanunji Shtagon First Nation.
Thank you, Regional Chief. And yes, let us do that. I do want to let the delegation know that we do have the veteran song coming a bit later. And so hopefully that will also help us to carry all the prayers to you and to his community and to his family. So yes, let us have a moment of silence now, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Regional Chief. And please extend our regards to the family, to the community, and to the region as well. And in particular to the Chief's daughter, who is works for us at the Assembly of First Nations. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And so let us proceed now to Cedric Bray-Lahoy for the update on yesterday's session.
Good morning, Harold.
Morning.
As I'd informed you earlier, I will be doing the next part in French, so I invite our English chiefs to select the English channel and our French chiefs to select the French channel. Appropriate translation will be given in time. If we could have the slides of the results be put up on screen, please. Thank you very much. Et donc, je change en...
So I'm switching to French. So here are the results of yesterday's resolutions, the resolution that passed yesterday. Let's begin with the first, number one, the AFN Knowledge Keepers Council. We have 96.6% in support, 1.1% opposed, and 2.3% abstentions. Motion was carried. If we can continue to the next one. Next, so we have the draft resolution number 2, AFN First Nations Veteran Council. We have 94.7% in support, 1.1% opposed, and 2.1% abstentions, meaning that it's my pleasure to announce you that the draft resolution 02 AFN First Nation Veterans Council is carried. To honor our veterans, here is the Eagle River Singers song in honor for the veterans.
Et nous remercions les Eagle River.
Merci les Eagle Rivers pour. Thank you, Eagle Rivers, for your song. With everything that's happening in the community, this kind of energy is very important to get through. Now I would like to invite the chairman of the Veterans Council, Percy Joe.
Appointed as spokesman for the First Nations Veterans of Canada. It's a pleasure to be able to report to you in this momentous day that we're having. Just address some of the discussions that's been happening, the key activities and accomplishments of First Nations veterans. To date, the primary focus of the First Nations has been to develop a strategy, partnership, and securing the resource to address the needs of First Nations veterans of Canada and their families. The First Nations veterans' aim is to participate in the creation of a historical record of First Nations soldiers who fought in all international wars and conflicts on behalf of Canada. This project would likely entail greater research in order to establish an accurate and all-encompassing list. The identification of the regional membership in the support of First Nations veterans is essential in the order to advance the objectives of the First Nations Veterans of Canada and the needs of First Nations veterans nationwide. Further to the research and annual recognitions needed. Outreach activities established by First Nations Affairs Canada is failing to reach the entire membership, and the flow of information to all those residing in rural areas needed to be improved to ensure that they properly inform to accomplish this fate. The First Nations need to suggest the following course of action. An environmental scan of all First Nations and Aboriginal veterans who have fought in all major world conflicts, World War I, II, Korean, recent conflicts in Afghanistan, Canada's UN peacekeeping efforts worldwide, etc., including many documented First Nations veterans who have fought to pre- and post-Confederation conflicts in behalf of the Dominion of Canada. 2, assessment of the current outreach to all veteran families and First Nations. For former service members, families, and communications. 3, create a dialogue with Veterans Affairs Canada to develop a plan towards ensuring consistent outreach activities on the services and benefits of the First Nations and their families. 4, ensuring First Nations veterans of Canada and families are health, housing, and memorial services, potential access and availability. The First Nations veterans participated in 5 commemorative activities in foreign battlefields, including Vimy Ridge, Juno Beach, Passchendaele, Dieppe, and the Italian campaign. People that are included in that was Tom Burset, Luke Obamswing, Eldon Bernard, Henry Rains, and Ranger Charles Hume. Key meetings. The First Nations veterans had an opportunity to host several meetings over the last year, including joint meeting with the Saskatchewan First Nations veterans in Calgary, Alberta on March 27th to 29th, 2019. During that meeting, started to establish work in relationship with the national veterans organizations such as Veterans Ombudsman, Dominion Command, the Legion Group, Veterans Emergency Transition Services, Veterans Affairs Canada, and the Respect Canada. Okay, key activities and accomplishments, First Nations Veterans of Canada. To date, the primary focus of the First Nations Veterans of Canada has been to develop strategic partnerships and securing the resources to address the needs of First Nations veterans and their families. The First Nations veterans aim to participate in the creation of a historical record for First Nations soldiers who have fought in all international wars and conflicts on behalf of Canada. This project would likely entail a great deal of research in order to establish an accurate and all-encompassing list. The identification of regional membership in support of First Nations veterans is essential in order to advance the objectives of the First Nations veterans and the needs of First Nations veterans nationwide. Further outreach and annual recognition is needed.
Merci, Percy Joe, président du Conseil des vétérans. Alors, nous allons continuer.
So we will continue with the results of the next resolutions, the ones that were adopted yesterday. Resolution number 3, thank you. As we can see, assessing priority concerns and needs of First Nations around COVID-19. So it was 98.9 in support, 0% opposed, 1.1 abstention. So the resolution is adopted, is carried. So number 4, call for a moratorium of the research study to the Indigenous journeys through COVID-19 and national Indigenous seroprevalence cross-sectional. 94.7% in support, 0 opposed, so it is carried. And after that, we had an omnibus bill, number 5, principle for the elimination of racism and discrimination in services provided to First Nations, which was adopted by consensus. Number 8, the joint develop a fully independent specific claims process. That was 7, and 8 was support for advocacy on systemic racism in Canada. Number 9 was also carried by consensus. And finally, number 10, systemic racism in fisheries and oceans, Canada's response to Sipanapagami, also carried by consensus. Our results are based and verified by the legal team of any question. We've got followed all the procedures. I would invite the regional chief of the Quebec Labrador to say a few words to you. Regional Chief, Quebec Labrador, Ghislain Picard. During the last few weeks, several communities of the First Nations in Canada saw the number of COVIDs increase dramatically in their population. And unfortunately, these communities in Quebec were also prey to this. 117 cases last week since the beginning of the pandemic, so more than half since the beginning of the second wave. That's why the Assembly of First Nations of Quebec Labrador and our Commission of Health Services joined our efforts to communicate the importance to follow the health guidelines put in place since the beginning. These measures are important to prevent a wider spread. they are not sufficient. Better coordination with the Quebec government and with the federal government should examine, and this in the ultimate goal to avoid the worst case scenario.
Of demonstrating the undeniable reality of racism throughout the public service, including the justice and policing systems in Canada. Since the pandemic, we have witnessed the excessive use of force by the RCMP in the murders of several members of Indigenous individuals in Canada. While there is no formal AFN Chiefs Committee for Justice and Policing, the portfolio is held by 2 regional chiefs across Canada, myself and my colleague from British Columbia, Regional Chief Terry Teegee. We lobbied Prime Minister Trudeau and his cabinet to work with the chiefs to affirm and implement Indigenous legal orders and reform Canada's justice and policing systems. Furthermore, the AFNQL decided to develop and implement its own plan of action against racism and discrimination, following a survey aimed at measuring the opinion of the Quebec population towards First Nations issues. The action plan is currently underway and the response is very positive. The FNQL recalls that a tragic event darkened the fall season for the Atikamekw Nation and all the First Nations in our territories. The death of Mrs. Joyce Echaquan, a mother of 7, who died in the hospital of Joliette. Mrs. Echaquan, who was living the last moments of her life, had the courage to film them at a time when the hospital staff was making unbearable racist comments, and to place this extremely dramatic testimony on social networks. Mrs. Echaquan's actions had the effect of a thunderbolt. It was not in vain, because it generated an impressive series of demonstrations of sympathy and indignation among the population at large. Such a movement and a series of severe criticisms of his government even led Premier Legault to remove from office the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, who he himself appointed and kept in that position for 2 years, despite numerous and serious criticisms of his government. Moreover, an unacceptable situation has recently been brought to the attention of our chiefs by our Innu brothers in Labrador. And the AFNQL has also vigorously denounced controversial comments from now independent MHA Perry Trimper about homeless people in Happy Valley Goose Bay. His choice of words or the use of terminology was not only shamefully shocking, but points to a fundamental misunderstanding of the core issues faced by the people in Happy Valley Goose Bay. Discrimination and systemic racism require our organization's constant attention and response, in which all of our chiefs actively participate. Discrimination and systemic racism require our organization's constant attention. Sur le plan des relations avec le gouvernement provincial,
Relations with the provincial governments, the APNQL will build build the relationships. The chiefs of AFNQL and Wendake held a meeting with the Prime Minister, and during the 2 following years, the relationship with that government and the Indigenous people of the region have not improved. Since there is a new minister responsible, Mr. Lafrenière, responsible for Indigenous affairs, so following a resolution adopted by our Assembly on the 17th of September of this year, we work with this government to have a policy table to constitute an acting forum of exchange. The goal is to coordinate and to make sure that the political relationship, social and admin between the Government of Quebec and First Nations represented by the AFNQL, our recent exchanges we're on in the shortest delay, a second meeting between the AFNQL and Prime Minister François Legault. This one should take place in mid-December. Several questions will be broached, but one of the priorities will be on the human rights of the Indigenous people at the United Nations. Thank you. Hello. So we are at the next point of the agenda. So the voting test.
So I encourage you to, if you need, to go to the English for translation. I will do this part in English. Alors, nous sommes donc à la question.
So we are now at the voting procedure. I'll explain and go through all the steps with you for the voting process, and then we'll go through a simulation. The first stage, when we're discussing a motion, when the debate is over, we will be at the step of voting. So I'll ask the technician to bring all the chiefs and the proxies. Those are the only ones who have access to the platform of the vote. So I'll ask the technician to bring you to the voting platform. The chiefs, the proxies, you'll see a window that's going to open in Chime that's going to bring you towards the voting platform, which is called Lumi. Since this will be the first time today, since you will enter that Lumi platform, the first time you vote, you'll have to enter your coordinates, your information, so your email and the password, and then you won't have to enter them for the rest of the day. And after that, you'll see the number of the resolution that will be presented. You'll see the number, and then you will be able to vote. You'll have three choices: to vote for, against, or to abstain, just like any other normal meeting of the chiefs. And the test period for the vote, for the simulation of the vote, we foresaw 5 minutes for this. So throughout these 5 minutes, I will let you know how much time is left so that you know how much time is left before you cast your vote, so that the greatest number of chiefs can vote. And when the 5 minutes will be over, I will ask the closing of the vote. The technical team will close the vote, and the window of voting will close, and then you'll be back in Chime, and you'll be able to see at that point the results will be displayed. They won't be final, because those are the first results. Those are the results of the online test, the vote. And a little while later, when we'll compile the results that we get by phone, we will confirm the vote, the results, and then confirm that the resolution number 1 was adopted or was. So this pretty much sums the main elements for the test. So we will now go towards the test platform to see the question for the simulation.
Donc, on a.
So we've got before us, you all see the text of the question before us, that the summer be made the only season, that winter shall never come. You probably saw it in the video that showed you how we use, what is the process. It's the same question, that the summer be the only season and that winter shall never come. Now we can go to Lumi for the vote. So we'll ask the technician to bring us towards the process. to be able to express ourselves. And if we like winter or summer, we'll have an answer. Can you?
J'attends en ce moment là, l'équipe technique parce que la prochaine étape, c'est
Waiting for the technical team. So the next stage is to vote. Yes.
Alors, en ce moment, vous êtes
At the moment, you are voting, and I see there are chiefs and proxies that are voting. So you've entered your information on the platform. Those are the same as the Chime platform the first time. You put in your information. Now it's over. We've got 3 minutes left for this test period. So I don't know if you find it difficult. The question, I like winter, but I love summer also, so it's very hard to make up my mind. You can abstain, but if you abstain, your vote will not be taken into account as to whether the motion is carried or defeated. So for the voting period, you'll be able to vote by phone or online. I see.
This is Chief David Monias, a legal resolution.
Nous avons maintenant 45 votes qui ont été reçus.
We've got 45 votes, 54 votes that were tabulated so far. I encourage you to all vote, that you be as numerous as possible to assess the platform. And since this is the first vote, it allows you to familiarize yourselves to make sure everything works, and also to seek out for us if there are any technical problems. There's a line, a French line, an English line, so the votes are gathered for every one of the phone lines, and on the Lumi, it is in English. It is not as interactive. There's less than 2 minutes left in this simulation period. And the question that we have before us, that the summer be the only season and that winter shall never come. And we'll see what the vote gives us. We've got 60 votes that are in, so I encourage you, if you're on, we would appreciate if you could participate in the simulation of the vote to gather as many of the participants as possible. I'm anxious to see what the result's going to be and how we're going to put it into practice. If we adopt the resolution that the summer will be the only season, it's going to be difficult to get this done, but that's another story. So 45 seconds left for the simulation of the vote, and we've got 63 votes so far. See, the proxies should participate. And if you have technical problems, it's important to know that throughout, when you vote or when you're in the Chime platform, there's always someone who can help you out. There's 15 seconds left. The number is in Chime. And you can communicate with the tech team. 7 seconds left before closing the vote. 3, 2, 1, blast off. So the voting period is now terminated. It is no longer possible to vote. at the time being, the technical team that checks the vote, the application, the app is tabulating the votes to display them on the screen. This will be done. These will the votes, and these are the votes that are done online to give the time to include the votes that are casted by phone. The results are now available and will be presented to you in a mere few seconds. 63 votes all in all that were casted. So we see the results that appeared and disappeared. Could you please display the results? So we see that the motion regarding the summer was carried 53.03%, 1/3 against, and 13.64 abstain. So the motion is carried. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I hope you have a nice assembly. Thank you. And I will now give the microphone to Cédric for the next part of the agenda. Thank you.
So our next section for today is on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and we are having a little panel for you guys. So for our first speaker, I'd like to invite National Chief Perry Bellegarde.
Good morning, and thank you, Cedric, and good morning to all the co-chairs. Good morning to the chiefs and friends and relatives across Canada tuning in to this very important assembly. And the next topic, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Bill C-15, as we now know it. But before going there, I too want to extend my condolences and sympathies and prayers out to the Travers family with the passing of Chief David. He was a solid leader, a solid man. It's going to be a big loss, not only to the community at Jacket, but to Manitoba and to all of Canada. So my prayers for strength and peace at this time. I want to acknowledge you all and lift you up at this very difficult time. So now I also want to thank the elders for the prayers this morning, and to the chiefs of Canada and to all our regional colleagues, regional chiefs and people listening. Last year around this time, the chiefs of Canada passed a resolution to get a government sanctioned bill from this Liberal government that's as strong as and are better than Bill C-262, the former private members bill that was introduced by Romeo Saganash. And to Romeo Saganash, thank you so much for your strong leadership on the UN Declaration and bringing that private members bill forward. As you all know, chiefs, it passed the House of Commons. That private members bill was brought into the Senate, and that's where it died due to some political maneuvering on behalf of some senators at that time. And then our chiefs, realizing and seeing the importance of this UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples to breathe life and give it life in this nation state called Canada, direction was given. And chiefs, we say we followed that mandate. And I've told chiefs and everybody that the only mandate we have at the AFN is to try to get a bill that is as strong as and or better than C-262 to be introduced into the House of Commons for first reading. And we are also given direction from our AFN chiefs executive table to formalize a team, get in place a team, human rights experts, constitutional law experts, people that are experts on treaty and inherent and aboriginal rights and title. And the team that we assembled is second to none. And they're with us today. And I want to acknowledge them all for their hard work, their dedication, determination to get this bill introduced for first reading. So to Dr. Willie Littlechild, who's the chair, he'll be making some comments on behalf of the team. Thank you so much, Willie, for your leadership. Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafon, always, I know we call you heavy metal, and because you're that good, you bring so much soundness and thoroughness to this piece. Paul Joff, always, there's none better on human rights, international human rights than yourself. And of course, ably assisted as always Paul by Jennifer Preston from the Quakers, and Wendy Moss from our AFN team, and other staffers. I wanted to mention those names because they really helped guide this work and help guide the work within Minister Lametti's team on that side to bring C-15 to fruition for first reading. So without any further ado, colleagues and chiefs of Canada, I want to call on Chief Willie Littlechild for the presentation, and there might be questions, comments as we go forward. It's got a precarious journey now towards Royal Assent, but we'll do all we can to improve, make it better, and there'll be something that we all can look back to say we did that together eventually at some point. So, Chief Littlechild.
Keiko.
Tanse dotentik. Kinanaskamp na gahkio semina. Tatamskat na omina. Ego ke kanigano tetskanos kamam skumistik. Egun mina mam tenemano ganos kagiskak. Mai kan mo te on sigas on maskochi sikoche. Ekse we altsmoe anoma kaki petoskata makom we swell. First, let me add my voice to the thanks and the accolades that were given to our national chief, Perry Bellegarde, for his dedication and years of service to us and Indigenous peoples generally. His family, the contributions they made are extensive, and I also want to thank them for sharing him with us. I've been asked to present an update on Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Before I present it into 4 segments, I want to thank my colleagues who I had the pleasure of working with as the legal team. As National Chief mentioned, Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond and Paul Joff, 2 of the most outstanding, hardworking lawyers I was blessed to work with. Others, too many to mention: Wendy Moss, Will David, Jennifer Preston, Bobby Herrera, Lori Buffalo, and all the support staff. You know who you are. Just simply thank you. We could not have done it without you. Allow me to add Mr. Lametti and Dr. Bennett's staff, Lori, Jesse, Marla, and all your fellow workers. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking them and those unmentioned. They literally put their health on the line during these challenging times of COVID-19. You too, chiefs, those presently in office and former chiefs, who did 2 amazing things. First, you believed that we were doing what was the right thing to do for our members, tribes, and nations. Indeed, over the past decade or more, you passed 5 resolutions supporting and endorsing the UN Declaration, mandating the national chief you go get this implementation done. Secondly, all the while, at least since I was regional chief, we were quietly implementing and learning about the UN Declaration by linking relevant articles of the Declaration with every single resolution before it could be considered by the Assembly. You still do it today. not only affirming it, but guiding your actions and directing action by using it as a goal light. More impressively, as many councils are doing that same thing at home locally. Let's look at 4 perspectives among many of Bill C-15. As a former commissioner of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, I see that we have a tremendous opportunity to advance reconciliation. We start with a very positive preambular paragraph, and I quote, "Whereas the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples provides a framework, should be the framework for reconciliation, healing, and peace, as well as harmonious and cooperative relations based on the principles of justice, democracy, respect for human rights, non-discrimination, and good faith. Furthermore, while preambular paragraphs 11, 12, 13, and 14 clearly advance reconciliation, it certainly also provides opportunities to promote Indigenous peoples of the world and their survival, dignity, and well-being. Those are contained in preambular paragraphs 2 and 3. And for us, peaceful coexistence. Canada will be a global leader thanks to the bold leadership of Minister Lametti and Dr. Bennett. Note, for example, the TRC of Canada's 10 Principles of Reconciliation have now been adapted by the UN Human Rights Council as International Principles of Reconciliation in a recent MRIP study report. Note in a summary report, thanks to Prime Minister Trudeau's commitments, and I quote, "This enactment provides that the Government of Canada must take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and must prepare and implement an action plan to achieve the objectives of the Declaration." End of quote. While we started it with 4 technical amendments to Bill C-262, Minister Lametti and frankly myself, my desire was to see a stronger bill to be tabled as soon as possible. We submitted a proposal to Canada's draft. Unfortunately, COVID-19 coronavirus came upon us with a vengeance. While Parliament stopped, so did the legal team, but the support staff continued till we could reconvene months later with a much smaller working group. We came up with an enhanced version based on 3 parameters, 2 of which were only proposals that strengthen or enhance the bill would be accepted, and any that would weaken in any way the text would be rejected. Some of what resulted was as follows. On a personal observation, thanks to colleagues' hard work and sometimes difficult but respectful arguments. There are, on analysis, 24 enhancements. It's important to note Canada's guiding principle number 1 was taken into account, and as Minister Blair said last night, all relations with Indigenous peoples need to be based on the recognition and implementation of their inherent right to self-determination, including the right of self-government. Also, as Minister Lametti reported last night, substantive engagement sessions were held with key stakeholders, and you see a balanced draft bill. It's by no means perfect, as I said about the UN Declaration last Thursday, so there's much more work to be done, but that is now up to you. Ask yourself, what are the problems? What are the causes of those problems? What are the solutions? And very importantly, what is the best solution? So yes, there are areas of concern and areas of potential improvement. An area of concern is that the provinces and territories do not have to make a commitment to implement the UN Declaration, and that's contained in preambular paragraphs 4 and 16. However, Articles 5 and 6.2 are also there when they agree to work with us. For example, by sharing jurisdictions, as it will result in good relations. A few other examples of improvement. The preamble will play an important role for the interpretation of the overall bill, and it contains several new paragraphs that are not found in Bill 262 or the consultative draft. These are advances. Given the scope and depth of discrimination that Indigenous peoples suffer, there is a welcome focus on the government's obligation to address all forms of discrimination, systemic discrimination, and violence against Indigenous peoples, including those imposed on Indigenous elders, youth, women, people with disabilities, and two-spirited people. That's preambular paragraph 8. The preamble affirms that the rights in the Declaration are the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being. This is significant for First Nations, and it's a statement of global leadership by Canada on the status and significance of the Declaration as an international human rights instrument. Another paragraph affirms the Government of Canada is committed to respond to the calls to justice of the National Inquiry into murdered Indigenous women and girls. The preamble has been strengthened by referencing the Government of Canada's commitment to respond to the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. Another paragraph acknowledges the injustices Indigenous peoples have suffered as a result of colonization and dispossession of our lands, territories, and resources. The bill clearly rejects all forms of colonialism and is committed to advancing relations based on the principles of justice, democracy, equality, non-discrimination, and respect for human rights. The preamble states that the Government of Canada recognizes that all relations with Indigenous peoples must be based on the recognition and implementation of our right to self-determination. The preamble emphasizes the urgent need to respect and promote the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples in all our diversity. This includes, for example, our diverse cultures, spiritual traditions, legal systems, and our rights to our lands, territories, and resources. The preamble acknowledges that implementation of the Declaration can contribute to sustainable development and to responses to climate change and the impacts of Indigenous peoples. The Declaration is affirmed as a source for the interpretation of Canadian law. And like C-262, the bill states that nothing in the Act can be construed as delaying the application of the Declaration in Canadian law. The preamble acknowledges that the protection of Aboriginal and treaty rights is an underlying principle and value of the Constitution of Canada. Significantly, the preamble affirms the government's commitment to work with Indigenous peoples on measures for monitoring, oversight, recourse, remedy, and other accountability measures. Purpose Section 4 of the bill contains a detailed description of its purpose. First, to affirm the Declaration as an international human rights instrument with application in Canadian law. Secondly, to provide a framework for the Government of Canada's implementation of the Declaration. Throughout the bill, the emphasis that implementation of the Declaration requires cooperative work with Indigenous peoples, just as the Declaration requires. Also, as Minister Lametti reported last night, substantive engagement sessions were held with key stakeholders, and you see a balanced draft bill. It's by no means perfect, as I said about the UN Declaration last Thursday. So there's more work to be done, but that's now up to you. Ask yourself, what are the problems? What are the causes to the problems? What are the solutions? And importantly, what is the best solution? So yes, there are areas of concern and areas for potential improvement. An area of concern is that the provinces and territories do not have to make a commitment to implement the UN Declaration. That's contained in preambular paragraphs 4 and 16. However, Articles 5 and 6.2 are also there whenever they agree to work with us. For example, by sharing jurisdictions, as it will result in good relations. Guiding principle number 5 states, treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements between Indigenous peoples and the Crown have been and are intended to be acts of reconciliation based on mutual recognition and respect. There are 10 references to treaties which must be studied carefully, along with some potential improvements. Preambular paragraphs 1, 2, 4, 11, 12, 19, 20, 21, and Articles 2, 2, and 4A and 6A are all related or relevant to treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. Allow me please to focus on paragraph 11, which states, whereas the Declaration emphasizes the urgent need to respect and promote the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples of the world, which derive from their political, economic, and social structures, and from their cultures, spiritual traditions, histories, philosophies, and legal systems, especially their rights to their lands, territories, and resources. Preambular paragraph 12 reads, whereas the Government of Canada recognizes that all relations with Indigenous peoples must be based on the recognition and implementation of the inherent right to self-determination, including the right to self-government. Paragraph 19, whereas the protection of Aboriginal and treaty rights recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 is an underlying principle and value of the Constitution of Canada. Preambular paragraph 20 states, whereas there's an urgent need to respect and protect the rights affirmed in treaties, and those treaties can contribute to implement the Declaration. Paragraph 21, whereas respect for human rights and treaty rights are human rights, are also recognized in international law. Article 2.2, with regard to be, and I quote, this act is to be construed by upholding the rights of Indigenous peoples affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act, and not as abrogating or derogating from them. End of quote. On a personal note, this could be revisited as one that can be improved in comparison to the wording in the former Bill C-262. Article 6.2a, and I quote, promote mutual respect and understanding as well as good relations. It is a part of our element of our peace and friendship treaties. Finally, there are some areas for improvement and could be considered. For example, the bill is stronger than 262, but there's room for improvement. We have a concern, as you heard the National Chief, about the 3-year deadline for creating an action plan to implement the Declaration. Canada cannot afford to wait that long to address systemic racism and violence against Indigenous women and girls. Implementation will require a whole of government approach, but we need clarity on what ministry will take the lead on implementation. It just makes sense that along with the commitment to oversight and accountability, there should be provision for periodic review of the legislation. There should be a reference to the enforcement of treaties and their international character. To conclude, after the UN Declaration was adopted in 2008, I sat down to ask myself, okay, now, how do we implement it? And I want to share with you a couple of the 8 steps to implementation. So dream big, as good things will happen. The 4th step to implementation that we dreamt about in 2008 is that at the federal level to consider an implementation act. The 3rd one was to work on having the provincial governments support and endorse the UN Declaration. And yes, there's more work to do on that. 2nd, inclusion of the UN Declaration in First Nations Constitution. And I'm very encouraged that many First Nations are doing that today. Lastly, I would say at the local level, educate our own members and staff in our administrations. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Co-Chair, for giving us the time to give a quick overview of Bill C-15 and the significant advancements that were made. I restate, we started with 4 technical amendments and we ended up with 24 strengthening enhancements and 10 direct references to treaty. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Littlechild. We have a few minutes for questions, and as was mentioned by National Chief, we have Paul Joffre and Marilyn Turpel-Lafont here to answer your questions. I would also invite the chair, the mover and the seconder of Resolution 6 to go to the assembly microphone and state that they are present so that our staff can get you guys ready. And I would also like to mention that a comparison table, which was prepared by our legal team, is available in French and English and was sent out with the packages that were given to you. If you do not have access to that, contact the AFN. They should have it close by. So for anyone who has a question, and I will inform our panel that there is a little delay between what I'm saying and when participants see it. So if anyone has any questions regarding the legislation on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, to go to the assembly mic, and as was yesterday's process, give your name, your community, and state whether you are chief or proxy so that the speaker list can be updated for us, the chairs. We will be looking for our speaker list and then inviting you to the stage as your names come up. As we're waiting for a speaker list, would Paul or Marilyn like to make a statement? Mary Ellen, the stage is yours.
Yes, I would just like to echo the comments that were made by Grand Chief Willie Littlechild about the enhancements to the bill, and in particular to say that 262, based on resolutions and instructions from chiefs, was the floor for the discussion. And I'm certainly satisfied from my analysis that floor has been met. And in the areas that Grand Chief Littlechild indicated has been built upon positively. I would like to say that for the preamble, speaking about the situation across Canada, in British Columbia, it's been a year since the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act was passed unanimously in the BC Legislative Assembly. That has been a very significant shift for chiefs and nations in British Columbia, and the work is ongoing. The British Columbia legislation, because of the way the requirements of that province, does not have a preamble. This bill has a long and important preamble with more than 20 provisions. At the federal level, preambles are very important to interpret the entire legislation, and they bring meaningful context. You can't take a preamble section and seek a remedy with just one preamble, but it does give huge context and meaning to interpreting the law, and also brings a huge context and meaning to the entire area. So because this bill has a section that all the laws of Canada must be aligned and be consistent, that begins immediately. That requirement is important. Some of the norms in the declaration, like the prohibition against genocide, those are customary norms that are in force with or without legislation. They're powerful. They apply immediately. So one of the key points I wanted to make was the addition of a preamble and the new provisions of the preamble add very valuable context that is legally significant for all of federal laws. And that includes all sources, the Constitution, doctrines that may have been relied on in the past that are considered repugnant in the preamble, like doctrines of discovery, and the entire body of law that has been brought to bear in terms of often denying the rights of Indigenous people would need to be reconsidered. This is important, and this is not delayed for 3 years. The action plan has a 3-year window. That was not a position taken in any form by the Assembly of First Nations. That was the government's decision to have a 3-year period. However, I just want to be very clear that the preamble, all of the act, once it has commencement, all the laws of Canada, the policies in place and the practices, including all of the important policies that AFN has been seeking and the chiefs have been addressing through task force and other measures, like spec claims, comp claims, and others, would need to be reconsidered through the lens of the declaration and the consistency clause in the bill. And it's quite important to note that this consistency clause, which is section 5 of Bill C-15, mirrors what was in 262. This is a powerful provision, and it means that it applies immediately, and the Attorney General in Canada would need to align their laws and policies. So for nations, First Nations, that places a very different light on much of the work that you've been engaged with for a long time, and shifts it from a denial of rights to a recognition based on the declaration. So I wanted to just offer those few comments. Thank you for that opportunity to be clear about how this works legally, where it is, and to echo and confirm completely the comments of Grand Chief Willie Littlechild. There are still some procedural steps. There will perhaps be opportunities to enhance and strengthen based on what we hear from chiefs over the next short while, and of course many opportunities for chiefs to be heard with respect to this bill as it goes through the parliamentary process and beyond. So thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you, Mary Ellen. We have a few names coming up, so I would invite our first speaker, Judith Sayers, proxy for Tokwat First Nation, who would like to make a few comments.
Good morning, and thank you for the presentation, Willie and Mary Ellen. Bill C-15 is an interesting piece of work. I know in your presentation, Willie, you relied a lot on preamble, and I heard Mary Ellen trying to add to that, but we all know the preambular paragraphs are not part of the law, and they can be used for interpretation, but only if there is controversy. So I don't think that we should be relying totally upon preambular paragraphs, because the preamble is much, much longer than the bill itself. And so I would prefer that some of those things get either put into the bill itself. I think the lack of the term racism is a critical error in this legislation. Discrimination is fine, but you know, it needs to be inclusive of racism. We've had the Prime Minister, Minister Bill Blair, Brenda Lucki, all talk about racism. Why aren't we talking racism and add discrimination in there? Because we all know that that is the root of the problem. And if we ignore race, then we're ignoring the issues that face Indigenous people. And I also wanted to say that we did not have substantive talks with Lametti. We did have a couple-hour session with him where they went through a presentation and we had a chance to comment. I do not consider that substantive, and we made it clear to the minister's staff that it was not consultation. And, you know, I think this has been ongoing for so many years that there should have been talks ongoing. And I also think that the government's using COVID as an excuse. Is that just that? It's an excuse. And it can't be ignored. And the work, we're doing work now over the computer. We could have been doing this for months, where we could have had the opportunity to speak and to talk about the lack of mechanisms in the law. There's a couple in the BC legislation, but so far we've seen no action on them. So how in these laws do we get the government to act, to carry out what's in the law? There are no enforcement mechanisms. There's no teeth to make them do that. And I think that we also need to be looking at that. And then I just finally wanted to say, there's a lot of things I would love to say, that how is this actually going to make it through the Senate again? Because, you know, Murray Sinclair is now resigning. They lost Bill 262 in the Senate last time. And so what is a guarantee? Is like, what is the action going forward, the political strategy to look at this? So I just wanted to raise those issues and those comments, and I appreciate the time this morning, and we'll continue to work with the Nuu-chah-nulth Tribal Council and trying to make improvements to this law. But that is another failure that we have, is that we don't have a voice. And I think the voice has got to come from First Nations across this country, and having our input into these laws and not just working through a technical working group, because there has to be a way to input. And this is what the whole UNDRIP is about. It's about having the free, prior, and informed consent before any legislative or administrative changes. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks to Proxy Judith Sayers from Tokwat First Nation. Maryland, Paul, or Chief? I have Paul. The storage is yours.
Thank you. I really appreciated Chief Judith Sayers' comments. I would just like to add a little to them. Systemic discrimination is a very broad term. It includes racism. That's certainly a form of systemic discrimination that's occurred in Canada. And there is the possibility at committee stage, which would be the next stage, to seek and hopefully obtain amendments to this bill. So there is that opportunity. Chief Sayers also mentioned there's no enforcement mechanism. Well, the UN Declaration, even without a bill, has been enforced by the courts, by federal courts and provincial courts. And there were some good cases, good results from those cases. So there's nothing stopping enforcement. To be really effective on enforcement, I would echo what Chief Willie Littlechild said, which is it's important to really learn how to use the UN Declaration and this legislation. And that should be a part of ongoing human rights education. I know myself and my colleagues, we continue to learn by studying these aspects. So hopefully there is opportunity at committee. I'll just raise one other point, and that is we're facing a deadline. We know that 6 provinces oppose. They would like nothing better than to see delays. They would love this bill never to see the light of day. And it might be better to use the committee, get amendments, also get the bill through, and then have something that could be a precedent, not only in Canada, but across the world. Thank you.
Okay.
Chief Littlechild, floor is yours.
Yes, I just wanted to also agree with Chief Sayers on her point about racism being mentioned. And actually, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada has 6 calls to action specifically targeting racism. The UN Declaration itself has 7 preambular paragraphs and 5 articles on racism, systemic racism. So in a sense that these instruments work together. For example, for conflict resolution, a cluster of 27, 28, and 40 used together provides a conflict resolution mechanism, which is an enforcement mechanism in a way embedded in the declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Littlechild. And I'd like to remind our participants that right now we are specifically talking about the legislation itself, C-15. Our discussion on the resolution will be coming following this discussion here. I believe we can get at least one other in with our time. And I'd have Chief Dean Sayers from Bechuana First Nation on the line. Chief Sayers.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Chief Sayers from Bechuana First Nation. And I do want to put it on the record that we don't support Canada's legislation that's being discussed on our agenda. And I'm also, I wanted it at least here to be brought to the attention of those that are in this room here right now. And also in regards to the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians, a group of Indigenous leadership in Ontario have also supported and will be opposing the position that I wanted to speak to here real quickly. I did want to make mention that where we see more value is from a position of assertion of sovereignty and jurisdiction from Indigenous peoples across Canada. And as a repercussion of that assertion, providing a delegated authority to Canada to exercise some limited rights, as opposed to the process that we are embarking on. Not so much, I guess it is specific to UNDRIP, but we've also relayed that comment, that insight in regards to Clause 46. And in Clause 46 in the United Nations Declaration, it says, nothing in this declaration may be interpreted as implying for any state, people, group, or person any right to engage in any activity or to perform any act contrary to the Charter of the United Nations, or construed as authorizing or encouraging any action which would dismember or impair totally or in part the territorial integrity of political unity of sovereign and independent states. So right there, you can see that Canada will exercise veto over our determinations and our decisions, which is inherent rights that we have. So I would look forward to more empowering and our assertion of law, and we take the unextinguished position of the first laws on these lands. So those would be the comments that I would make known as well if I have an opportunity to go to the floor. But I also wanted to share right now the collective position as well from the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians. And whereas the member First Nations of the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians affirms their sovereignty founded in the responsibilities provided to their respective nations by the Creator, and whereas First Nations have a right to self-determination and continue to exercise that right, First Nations self-determination pre-exists contact with Crown governments and settler entities and cannot be surrendered. And whereas Canada and the United States have endorsed and voted for the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People after confirming that the international right to self-determination could be different for Indigenous peoples who are now constrained by settler colonial state governments on Turtle Island. And whereas Canada's Minister of Justice is attempting to engage the AIAI member nations and other First Nations across Ontario and Canada in a process to review draft legislation called the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Whereas the Ontario Region AIAI and several First Nations have refused to engage in a process that takes a state subject approach to consulting First Nations in this very important and potentially antagonistic UNDRIP Act. Whereas legal counsel has reviewed the UNDRIP Act and the presentation, legal analysis, and draft letter to oppose UNDRIP Act have been provided to the General Assembly, and whereas the intent of UNDRIP was to bring international human rights and customary law into Canada for Indigenous people, and therefore be it resolved that the General Assembly, that's AIAI's General Assembly, rejects the UNDRIP Act as Section 2.2 of the UNDRIP Act is hostile to Indigenous people's understanding of the role of UNDRIP, renders UNDRIP articles subservient to Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, and is restricted by the common law rules of Section 35 litigation. Further, it resolved that the General Assembly calls for a more formal process of creating legislation to implement priority articles within the declaration as defined through nation-to-nation agreements. Further, be it resolved that the General Assembly at AIAI call on AIAI leadership to ensure that the letters in opposition to UNDRIP Act are shared widely across First Nation leadership in Canada. And further, be it resolved that AIAI demand that Canada focus on the commitments to Indigenous peoples through nation-to-nation relationships in Canada by transferring capacity to our First Nations to engage in undoing settler colonial impacts within their communities and develop our own Indigenous institutions of governance and lawmaking. And finally, be it resolved that the General Assembly call on AIAI leadership and technicians to develop a strategy to ensure that the UNDRIP Act does not receive royal assent, including the following components. First bullet being development of information and analysis documents for circulation. Second bullet, a social media campaign. The third bullet, outreach to First Nations and Indigenous organizations in the Ontario region and across Turtle Island. And the final bullet, establishment of political tables with relevant federal ministries, including the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Crown and Indigenous Relationships and Northern Canada, Northern First Canada. So I wanted to just let it be known that we are not all in favor of this proposed Canadian legislation, and in particular, AIAI will be opposing. Miigwech.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief Sayers. Did any of our panelists want to respond, or do we move on to our next question? Chief Littlechild.
Yes, thank you very much for the very honest statement that was just presented in terms of opposition. But I would like to suggest also in your positioning that you read Article 45. Article 45, as you mentioned Article 46. Article 45 says, nothing in this declaration may be construed as diminishing or extinguishing the rights Indigenous peoples have now or may acquire in the future. And in that, I would read in your argument for sovereignty. Under Article 37, 37.2. This is in relation to treaties. Nothing in this declaration may be interpreted as diminishing or eliminating the rights of Indigenous peoples contained in treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. So clearly, in the declaration itself, there's those two provisions that protect your call for sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Littlechild. We had Mary Ellen who would like to make a comment too. You're on mute, Mary Ellen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, just to note, to confirm what Wilton, Grand Chief Littlechild said, clearly chiefs can take positions and organizations can and will take positions. I think it's important to note that what we are explaining and the material we have provided is to look at Bill 262, which was endorsed by the chiefs, and to understand how Bill C-15 relates. I am aware of the fact that there are some chiefs and organizations that reject Section 35 and reject the full box of Section 35 approach. And there are some chiefs that reject the United Nations and reject the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which for many of us is quite important because it was bravely negotiated by residential school survivors like Willie Littlechild, with the involvement of people like Romeo Saganish and other people who courageously stood up for the rights of Indigenous people globally and in Canada. And I would just say from a legal viewpoint, and as a First Nations person, I would hope we can have a balanced conversation at some point. I understand that there's great mistrust of the Crown, and so there should be great mistrust of the Crown. But there are courageous and important opportunities that are created by respecting and advancing the full box of Section 35, including absolute affirmation of treaties. The fact that there have been some negative decisions that have been based on the doctrine of discovery is something we are trying to repudiate clearly with Bill C-15, like Romeo was doing with Bill 262. So my respectful position is simply to say, I come from a position of honoring and respecting the leadership that worked tirelessly, the residential school survivors that have gone forward to see that the mass denial of rights of Indigenous people be changed and there be remedies for that in the here and now, and remedies that we can build on in the spirit of peace and friendship, like for treaty people who believe strongly in peace and friendship and finding a path together. So I respect the position as well and the honesty, but I would hope we could have a dialogue that is informed and that builds on mandates and resolutions, but also lifts up and honors and respects people who are survivors and who have worked tirelessly to address the genocide, the discrimination, and create real remedies to push back on the denial of sovereignty. Because in my respectful view, the United Nations Declaration does not put anyone into some sort of negative place. It's going to be hard to get full implementation, of course, because we're undoing 140 years of colonialism. But I certainly come from a position of honoring the wisdom of human rights advocates and Indigenous peoples globally who brought together the Declaration more than a decade ago. And I feel that Canada, through C-15, will, if we are able to make perhaps some enhancements and get this through, will be able to lead a process to hear those voices and uphold them and address these very significant human rights issues that we've seen. So I have great respect for the fact that people can disagree, but I have enormous respect as well for residential school survivors and leaders who pushed and fought incredibly hard for us to have this moment to consider whether we can strengthen the human rights of Indigenous people in our Constitution, in our laws, and create clear obligations on Canada to do that in a fulsome way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. As expected, we have quite a bit of interest from our chiefs on this topic. Our next speaker would be Chief David Monias from the Cross Lake Band of Indians. Chief Monias, the stage is yours.
Eu sige na ask about no ga gano ka tayo mo the biggest piano notes. The mitziga magni nan den tu sine uden taskia still. The tamaskat no minaga gana giwatse mit no. Thank you everybody. My name is David Monias. I'm Chief of the Nation for Pemichigama Kukimawan. We declare that we are a sovereign nation, that everything that falls under our nation, including the Cross Lake Band of Indians, which I'm also by default the chief, it's all encompassed under our Pemichigama Kukimawan. It's everything that happens is under the auspices of Pemichigama. I wanted to state also that that this bill is for Canada and the provinces and all of the executive, the legislative, and also the judicial departments that need to follow in how they deal with our people. It's not for Aboriginal people, because we ourselves already have our own laws. We all have our traditions and our customs that we have to implement. And this law would only give rise to government of Canada and the provincial governments, as well as the territories, to recognize what we have always claimed, that we are a sovereign nation, that we govern ourselves, we have our own laws, and that they must follow these rules when it comes to our lands. We have never ceded our lands. We have specific claims. We also have inherent and treaty and Aboriginal claims that they need to ensure that they have to recognize. So this legislative framework that is there, by what they're rating in section 46 or 47, and same thing with 37, they need to, they're already admitting there that, you know, this is not going to address everything that we as First Nations and Indigenous nations and sovereign nations want by their own admissions and through that clause. We have to make sure that in anything that they do with this legislative framework is something that's going to be governing everybody, including the provinces. Under the Constitution, the provinces derive their powers from that Constitution. It's up to Canada to state that our laws are supreme over and above the provinces and the territories and the municipalities and so forth. Nothing short of that can be accepted or should be accepted by First Nations or Indigenous nations or sovereign nations, whichever way you would like to call yourselves. But for us, we've always stated that we are a sovereign nation. We follow our ways. And this legislative framework hopefully will set a climate or an environment where when they come to the table, that they will actually be coming in good faith as they did when they signed the treaties. Because the treaty says that we are a nation. And it should also be to the United Nations that should allow the First Nations or Indigenous nations to be able to sit at their table to state how we are being treated. How is Canada implementing the UNTRIP? Because I've witnessed them presenting that they're doing really good for the Aboriginal Indigenous people at the United Nations. when we had sent word out to 11 nations, the southern countries, the presidents and the prime ministers there, they asked the Canadian delegate, how are they implementing these things? And we provided information to those countries. And they stated that they tried to say, well, we had to get back to you. They did not understand that we had strategized to present to the United Nations through those other nations how they're not treating us properly, and how they're breaking treaties, and how they're breaking our Aboriginal rights and our inherent rights. I just want to say that while it is good work to recognize that the work, and I commend Chief Littlechild for what he's doing. I think you're doing a good job. But at the same time, I want to state that I'm very careful in terms of what I'm going to accept from Canada, because historically they have not treated our people in a very good way, and it's up to them to start cleaning up their acts, and maybe by developing a legislative framework that applies to them, including all the provinces and the judicial systems that are in place. Then yes, then I applaud them for doing that, but not in any way does this change any of our positions as sovereign nations in terms of what we're trying to do. We have a lot of legal claims, land claims, and so forth, and they still come forward denying our rights. And also that we have to be able to set up a team or something like that to watch how they're implementing the United Nations law, and be able to report back to the rest of the United Nations if they're actually indeed doing a good job or not, and not send their own people. Anyways, I'm not taking up too much of your time. I'd like to thank you for listening to me, allow me to speak and to voice my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Nice. As was stated ahead of time, and I have to be the bearer of bad news, it doesn't mean that your name got onto the speaker list that we can give you the microphone due to time constraints. We have a pretty big schedule today. You guys have all seen it. I would still ask our panel if they have any comments in response to Chief Manai's statements. Chief Wilton Littlechild.
Yes, thank you very much. Nigan kinenaskumtin. Ego magachamot stoyak. Kansan magets na tagis paminsok. Kansan magets na tagi hoyo tamasok kigoy. In the UN Declaration, Article 3, the right to self-determination is the source, at least one, of your arguments for sovereignty. When you combine that with Article 52 of the Constitution and 35 together, Article 52 says it's the supreme law of the land. So there's opportunities, I think, in the declaration to use it in its whole integrity and not just the article by article. It took us 8 years to convince the UN we were human beings. 8 years. Today, as we sit here today, they're still fighting us from participating at all levels of the United Nations in our own right as sovereign nations. So the battle is still on. And this is really only step one, the tabling of the legislation. It's the first step. But you're coming in with strength than we did when we started in 1977. At least now you are considered to be a human being. But yet, you're still not allowed to participate fully as a sovereign nation at the UN. And that battle is still on. I just wanted to thank you for reminding us about that. Hi, Tatamskaden.
Thank you, Chief Littlechild. And for our final speaker, like I said, I'm sorry, but as co-chair, we have to do this kind of thing. I would invite Chief Lance Heyman from Keweenaw First Nation and remind everyone that we are speaking on C-15, the legislation, and not on the resolution. Chief Heyman.
Yes, good morning. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for the reminder, Cedric. I mean, not wanting to speak to the resolution yet because the purpose of my intervention now is in that, in all likelihood, the resolution's not even going to hit the floor and it will not be debated. But nonetheless, I felt it was important for me to come forward and express, the concerns that, I as a chief and, other chiefs have in regards to UNDRIP. But before I go there, I want to be crystal clear that, I fully respect the work, that has been done by the many predecessors to get us to this point. I saw mention of Miss Tina Keeper, Romeo Saganash, Wilton Littlechild, Madame Turpel-Lafone, Jennifer Preston, the AFN, Paul Joff, the National Chief and his policy team. And, my comments and my concerns around the legislation do no way, diminish that important contribution that has got us here. So first off, I want to acknowledge and recognize that considerable amount of work. But, as a chief, I have a responsibility to review these legislations and try and understand, how that's going to impact my community and my nation, and in particular in a province who is openly, hostile to First Nations, does not recognize our territorial integrity, and has already, come forward and said they will not support UNDRIP. And in fact, it's the same government that is contesting Bill 92 that allows us to take over care and control of our social services. So, my intent, in speaking today is, there are shortcomings. We've all, recognized that no piece of legislation is perfect. But, as chiefs of this country, we are responsible to get, the best advice we can. And I know that legal opinions, vary across this country. And even on this issue, there seems to be two camps. And, quite respectful of all of that reality. But then as a chief, I have to take all that information, those legal analysis that are done for us, those advisors that provide us advice, the great work that's done by the people of AIAI and the Mohawks of Kahnawake, who've, dealt into great detail in the various elements of the bill. And so, our concerns are twofold. One is simply that, we want, an improved piece of legislation. There are definitely some clarity around Section 2.2 and whether or not, UNDRIP trumps Section 35. And we want to make sure that Section 35 is not trumping UNDRIP. Then, the clear repudiation of the doctrine of discovery, should be in the body of the resolution and not, in the text, and not speak, in the preamble. So because I'm not probably, and the Chiefs of Canada are not going to get an opportunity to debate, this issue, through resolution, I wanted to bring it to the attention of the Chiefs, that it's rather unfortunate that this forum and the mechanisms that are being used to hold this assembly is limiting, a very important debate on a piece of legislation. So, as a chief, I want UNDRIP, but I want the best piece of legislation, as receiving royal assent. So I believe strongly that, we need to do the best work on the front end, because if we don't do good work and have a good front end in this legislation, we're going to be challenged with getting, the best outcomes we have on the back end. And so, that's my intention of, having an opportunity to speak, to my fellow chiefs. And again, it's deplorable that, on such an important issue with such a diversion of opinion on the legislation, that we are not facilitated the time to have, the broader debate and work towards reaching consensus. Because at the end of the day, that is what is going to be required. And like I said, I want AFN and the people who've worked on this bill to this date, to make sure that, when and if there's opportunities to amend, that we should do so and not use, the procedural processes of AFN to limit and stop that debate. Thank you very much for listening. And again, it's rather unfortunate that the resolution that I spoke to, which really speaks to areas of improvement in the bill that we would like to see, is not going to hit the floor. It's a shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Heyman from Gibbon First Nation. I would ask our panel for final comments, and then we will be moving on to the resolution, which will be chaired by Harold. Chief Littlechild, Mary Ellen, or Paul, would you have any final comments to make? Chief Littlechild.
Thank you very much for those comments. As I said earlier, there's still opportunity to improve the bill. And on the point of territorial integrity, I stood up on the floor of the United Nations myself and asked who in this room is protecting the territorial integrity of Treaty Number 6. Who among you is protecting the territorial integrity of Treaty Number 7 and Treaty Number 8? Because we too have territorial integrity, but it's up to us, I think, to enforce that. Even in a treaty clause, where it says to honor and respect treaties, the word enforcement was taken out. And that has to go back in. It's got not only to honor and respect treaty, but to enforce treaty according to the original spirit and intent, and as understood by Indigenous peoples. So there's work to do to improve it. But we too have territorial integrity. So just agreeing with you that it's too bad that we don't have time for a full engagement so that we can build that consensus that we need. We will not get 100% agreement, but that doesn't mean you don't have consensus. Consensus means you agree not to block what others want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Littlechild. And now I think we would have to move on. So I will thank our panel once again for all this information. I know you guys have been extraordinarily busy coming to our regions helping us understand this legislation better. So thank you for all the work you do. As a spokesperson for the youth, it's something that I know one day will make a big difference for us. And thank you for us and for our future 7 generations. Harold, the mic is yours. You're on mute, Harold.
Seems every day I make a rookie mistake. Thank you very much to the panel and to the co-chair for that. Really good to see all of you again. Ladies and gentlemen, let us turn our attention to draft resolution 6, conditions to supporting Bill C-15 legislation regarding the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, moved by Cookby Judy Wilson, seconded by Chief Lance Heyman. It has been confirmed to me that the mover and the seconder are in the room, and I have been advised that the mover does have a statement. Let us call the mover, Cookby Judy Wilson, to the assembly microphone. As noted, we will, there's that transition time. Yes, I think we're having some audio technical problems from Chief Wilson. I don't know if she's on video or phone. Could I ask our phone moderators to check with her? Thank you. Cookby Wilson, if you could say something just to see if we can hear you.
Hi, Harold White. Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you loud and clear.
It worked today. Yesterday it didn't work.
Yes, thank you for your patience.
I have to look at the video though, because I have this statement I would like to make. But can you do the procedural stuff first, Harold? I do understand you have to.
Yeah, we have done the procedural stuff, which is to introduce the title and to confirm that the mover and seconder are there. And then at this point, I understand you had a statement that you wanted to make regarding the status of the resolution, and that is the next step in our procedure.
Okay.
Following that, then we would carry on with the debate.
Okay. Yeah, what I wanted to say was that we did move the resolution originally from BC. We felt it was important in regard to the support to the bill C-15 that it's called now. And then Chief Lance Heyman was the seconder. And then he emailed revisions back, and I did forward them on to our chiefs, and we did talk about it in the BC caucus. We did send revisions back, which I am thinking that weren't accepted, but maybe Chief Heyman can explain that, and then I could do my statement. Thank you.
Please do your statement now. Chief Heyman did have an opportunity to speak earlier.
Okay, I just wanted Chief Heyman to explain the revisions that he made and have the opportunity to do that.
I understand that, but please read your statement.
I have to go off the video to look at my statement though, okay? So just hold on. Hopefully I can find it. I was having issues with my phone. Hold on.
We appreciate that. Cookby Wilson, if you're speaking at this point, we can't hear you, so you may have to stay on your video. I see she's gathering her document. Thank you.
Now? Can you
There, I
hear me
you.
now?
Yes, Cookie, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I had to go, like, it's weird. It takes me right out of the thing and then I have to go back in. So I've been having, I don't know if the other chiefs have been experiencing a lot of the things with this platform with Encore, but
Oh,
the
yes.
screen's up on
We've been
me
hearing about
and
that quite a bit, Chief.
go out and then back in. Oh, okay, but I found it now. But I had to go back into my phone. So, I had to explain, what happened with the resolution, and that's why I wanted Chief Heyman to, say what the revisions were. But I'll explain it anyway. Our BC caucus chiefs talked about it yesterday and today, and I will be withdrawing this resolution at this time. Bill C-15 is in the parliamentary process. And I think that's what the speakers were talking about in the presentations, that the chiefs would have, and the nations would have opportunity to go through that process. Because what Judith Sayers was saying was that in BC was that we didn't get a lot of time to discuss it. We did have a BC Chiefs town hall. But again, a lot of the chiefs are feeling they really haven't had time to see the actual legislation, which we see now, but when we had the town hall, we didn't get to do that. So Judith did identify a number of the issues, as well as our BC chiefs this morning. But the chiefs of BC are going to prepare further internally to advance our concerns regarding Bill C-15. Our inherent rights and titles are our utmost concerns, especially with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, which we've always stood on those positions. And we're going to do important work in BC on the Bill 41, the DRIPA, as it was referenced originally in the resolution you see before you. And we wanted to support the other regions to get what Chief Heyman is talking about and the AIA chiefs to get the proper relations with the governments and rights and title holders affirmed and supported. So I just wanted to say that. However, at this time, we believe like the resolution needs further discussion. I'm hearing that most from a lot of the chiefs that were asking the questions to the panel today as well. But I am withdrawing it, and we need to bring back something to the next chiefs meeting in July for consideration, because I'm hearing from the questions to the panel, there's still a lot of questions to bring forward and a lot of key issues, as Chief Heyman had brought, that do need that full dialogue and debate. I'm not happy with how this potentially is shutting down discussion. The AFN is the Chiefs Assembly, and the chiefs should be allowed to have their discussions and concerns, the same as our chiefs in BC are raising, that we want to be able to ensure that, the Bill 41, the DRIPA work we're doing in the province is supported as well. And I think by saying the statement, we're saying we want to ensure that we're supporting the other regions as well to get the proper relations with the governments and their rights and title affirmed and supported, how that, that their issues are equally important. So I just wanted to be able to say that, but I wanted to ensure the opportunity to Chief Heyman. He graciously stood up to second this resolution when it was originally drafted. And he is saying that, the chiefs are supporting it, but needed to discuss the preconditions, if you will, of understanding of what their issues are. So respectfully, I would like that to be done because I think we need to debate it and discuss it. And I know internally, BC, we said we're going to go back and draft something that we can collectively put forward. Thank you, Harold.
Thank you very much, Cookie Wilson. I understand your position, and I understand, of course, the dilemma that we all face in this situation. The rules are clear in the procedures of the resolutions. In your conference proceedings, the mover may declare intent to withdraw the proposed resolution. In this event, co-chairs will declare the resolution withdrawn and no further debate or comment will be allowed. This resolution 6 being withdrawn by the mover, we then move on to our next agenda item. Again, we extend our apologies. I do want to compliment the chiefs for the diplomacy in the discussion that was had essentially with the panel, but essentially on this resolution and the considerable changes that have been made in efforts to arrive at that consensus. In terms of our agenda, we are turning to a Regional Chief Archibald statement, video statement, and then we will move to Co-Chair Wina Siwi for the specific claims process, at which we will then, following that presentation, turn to draft resolution 7. Thank you very much, Chiefs. We are moving forward.
Ani Buju Seiko Sakole, Wachi Miswe, Roseanne Archibald Natishnakasa, Dakutagamoshkatakochian. I acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge and offer respect to the many nations who have walked this land in the past and those who walk it today. I'm grateful to be on the Mississaugas of Credit Anishinaabe Treaty lands today, but during the AGA, I'll be on my own home territory of Dakotagamo Nation. I'm pleased to provide my portfolio and regional updates for this past year. As always, I continue to have a heart-centered and respectful approach while embodying leadership that is grounded in love and care. This year has been memorable and will go down in history as world-altering with the unpredictable COVID-19 global pandemic. Extraordinary situations like this test our collective will, but can also bring out the best in humanity in a world where we need unity like never before. I'm proud to say that we're moving through this cooperatively while respecting each other's decisions, and we'll ultimately persevere, keeping our circle strong. As you may know, I've had a very strong pandemic response out of my office. Our highest purpose is to protect and preserve the health, well-being, and lives of First Nations peoples. Our goal is to achieve 0 new confirmed and 0 active COVID-19 cases in First Nation communities. My office response has included participating in the newly formed AFN Task Force on COVID-19 and hiring a director of policy to oversee an initiatives team who have undertaken at least a dozen initiatives, including a discussion paper on the second wave, a guidance document on land-based learning for safe school openings, and a contact tracing pilot project by mapping community house relationships. While we focused on the pandemic, we've also balanced a variety of issues, including provincial legislation that negatively impacts our Section 35 Aboriginal and treaty rights. These are Bill 197 and Bill 156. We continue to press the Ontario government for proper engagement for First Nations. While Bill 197 has been a setback in our relationship with the provincial government, I've kept the lines of communication open, and I'm in regular contact with Ontario Premier Doug Ford and have met with many of his members of his cabinet in the past year. Federally, I continue to work at building and strengthening positive relationships with Canada. I had my first one-to-one conversation with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau during the Tyendinaga actions, and I've also met with members of his cabinet. I wish to thank Minister Mark Miller and Minister Carolyn Bennett for their ongoing advocacy and the relationship we have built during their time as ministers. I will now provide an update on my portfolio responsibilities, but for the purposes of this video, I'll only highlight 2 portfolios, water and the AFN Women's Council. You can read my full portfolio update online. I co-lead the Housing and Infrastructure file with a specific lead on water. The AFN Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure has held regular meetings in response to COVID-19. The issue of boil water advisories, or BWAs, arose as one health directive is to wash our hands with soap and water, which is difficult under BWAs and do not consume advisories. Ontario continues to have the highest number of BWAs in the country, and the government had committed to end all BWAs by March 2021. Now they're changing their deadline to 2029, which is disappointing. An online water summit will be held on November 24th, focusing on urgent and emerging water issues. It is known that women have a special and sacred relationship to water. Therefore, it's fitting that I also carry the AFN Women's Council portfolio. The rollout of the MMIWG2S report remains a priority. In Ontario, a families first approach is important. I regularly attend the AFN Women Council meetings where we've talked about a vision for the National Action Plan. A second National Action Plan is now being developed for all women in Canada to address gender-based violence. We are in discussions on how the two National Action Plans can coexist and complement each other. In closing, it's been a very busy and productive year despite the pandemic. I want to acknowledge the strength and resiliency of our people, our leadership, and chiefs and councils across Ontario and Canada. Thank you, Miigwech, for taking the time to watch my update. Ninanaskimon. In my Cree language, Ninanaskimon means I am grateful, I am thankful, I thank you.
Bonjour. Merci, Chef Régional Archibald.
Thank you, Chief Regional Archibald, for your presentation. Now we're going to look about a specific land claims and the creation of an independent process of specific land claims. So the way we're going to to proceed, there is going to be two presentations, and then we're going to have a question and answers period, which will lead us to the resolution number 7 on the specific land claims. And at this time, we're going to have discussions on it. So now we're going to have the presentation of regional chief from New Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, Paul Prosper.
I am Regional Chief Paul Prosper, and I hold the AFN portfolio for lands, territories, and resources. I am also co-chair of the Chiefs Committee on Claims, along with Chief King. I would like to provide an update on recent developments in the area of specific claims reform. The reform of specific claims, or claims for historical breaches of lawful obligations by Canada, is something AFN has been working on for decades. In 1973, the specific claims policy was unilaterally introduced by Canada. Since that time, AFN has been working to ensure that First Nations have access to effective remedies that are both just and fair. We have decades of reports and audits that outline this need, and yet we have seen limited success. Some success includes the development of Justice at Last, which included the creation of the Specific Claims Tribunal. The tribunal is an independent body capable of making findings and awards which are binding on Canada. But other elements of Justice at Last have not been implemented. This leaves the specific claims resolution process compromised by a lack of true independence due to Canada's conflict of interest. Since Justice at Last, AFN has been working to make the process of resolving specific claims more independent of the federal government. Right now, the federal government controls virtually every aspect of the claims resolution process. Canada acts as defendant, funder, and judge of claims against itself. First Nations remain dependent on Canada to determine the validity of claims against itself, the control of timelines for claims resolution, the determination of which First Nation should receive funding and how much, and the order in which First Nations conduct research, develop, and negotiate specific claims. Furthermore, as long as the limit for damages awarded by the tribunal remains capped, Canada has no incentive to negotiate high-value claims. As a result of First Nations advocacy and support, the Auditor General released a report on specific claims in 2016. The Auditor General agreed with First Nations that the entire specific claims policy, program, and process required reform to ensure a truly independent process for First Nations. To implement that report, the AFN and Canada created a joint technical working group. Many studies and reports, like the Auditor General's report, were the product of your advocacy. Yet, we have not created a report that details how First Nations should define an independent process. Last year, the AFN led a First Nations engagement process on how to implement a truly independent process. We have held regional engagement sessions across Canada and invited written submissions from First Nations. All of the feedback from those sessions have been condensed into a What We Heard report, which has been posted on the AFN website. With your continued guidance and support, we will achieve a specific claims process that is truly independent of the federal government. Wilalio, and thank you.
Thank you, Regional Chief, for this. Maintenant, la présentation de Kathleen Lakers.
Now, the presentation of Kathleen Aker on the specific claims. Kathleen Lickers.
Scano, Sago. This is Kathleen Lickers, Seneca from Six Nations of the Grand River. I'm external legal counsel and a member of the Joint Technical Working Group of the Assembly of First Nations for the reform of specific claims. I've been asked as part of that table to present to you the work of the Joint Technical Table. And over the course of this year, First Nations technicians have been working hard to condense the input that we've received from First Nations into a proposal to transform the specific claims process. And we believe through that engagement, First Nations have identified 4 foundational principles to guide the proposal and all of our work on this effort. The principles are of equal weight and they mutually reinforce one another. The first is honor of the Crown. The specific claims process must be consistent with the honor of the Crown. Number 2, independence. The process for the resolution of specific claims must operate wholly independent from Canada in all aspects, including eliminating Canada's assessment of claims against itself. The funding and oversight of the entire claims process must also be independent of Canada. The third, recognition of Indigenous laws. Specific claims resolution will support the recognition of laws, legal orders, and dispute resolution mechanisms as articulated by participating First Nations. This recognition may impact the conduct of adjudication, dispute resolution, and negotiation. And finally, number 4, no arbitrary limits on compensation. There will be no financial limit on the jurisdiction of the tribunal or the commission. As a fundamental principle, First Nations should have access to a fair process of redress that fits their needs and priorities without regard to the potential value of a claim. We believe that the application of these principles is intended to, one, facilitate access to a fair, impartial, open, and transparent process to resolve disputes and effective remedies for the breach of lawful obligation. Two, recognize the plurality of legal orders in Canada, inclusive of Indigenous laws and legal principles to dispute resolution in advancing lasting reconciliation. It will mean there is no assessment of a claim against itself by Canada through the specific claims branch, and give meaning to Articles 8B, 26, 27, 28, and 40 of the UN Declaration on Indigenous Peoples. Our proposal introduces a new Center for the Resolution of Specific Claims, which would operate entirely independent of Canada and deliver 5 core functions. These 5 functions: 1, as a registrar, to register claims and initiate the process. 2, as a funder, to provide adequate and flexible funding to First Nations through all parts of the claims continuum: research, negotiation, and adjudication. A resource hub to provide additional support to First Nations and claims research units in researching claims, serving as a repository of research, including, for example, preserving oral history. 4, it would operate as a commission to facilitate the negotiation of a claim and offer mediation should First Nations opt for this route. And finally, it supports the current Specific Claims Tribunal with amendment to the Specific Claims Tribunal Act to create greater flexibility for the tribunal to assist parties in resolving impasse at negotiation tables by examining specific issues rather than the entire claim having to proceed for adjudication. And of course, it will continue to offer its adjudication process, but without its current financial cap of $150 million. We want to make clear, though, that this reform proposal would have no impact on claims currently within the process or before the tribunal. Our intention is not to slow the pace of settlement, particularly for claims which are already near resolution. We envision that the new Center for the Resolution of Specific Claims is an appropriate forum for Canada to recognize its own legal pluralism by applying customary, traditional, and existing laws of First Nations throughout the specific claims resolution process. How can Canada provide just and effective remedies if it cannot understand the impacts of the damage? And how can Canada fully understand the impact of damage without applying our laws? After all, it has been the application of Canada's laws themselves that have in the past and continue to inflict damage on First Nations. We would like to close by thanking the hard work of all technicians on this file, but those participating directly in this exercise and those who took the time to participate in the engagement sessions or who developed written submissions, we say Niawi. In addition, we thank the Chiefs Committee on Lands, Territories, and Resources for the direction that they've provided. This indeed is a work in progress, as we are currently seeking input from First Nations experts on the incorporation of laws of First Nations into the process. And finally, we thank you, the Chiefs and Assembly, for your attention and for listening to our words. Niawi Goa.
Merci, Kathleen. À la suite de ce que vous venez d'entendre.
Thank you, Catherine. Following what you just heard on the presentation, if you have questions for Kathleen Rickers and the Regional Chief Prosper, they are available. So they are ready to answer your questions. We're going to have a question and answer questions of about 8 minutes, if possible. It's the same method as usual, chiefs and proxies. Go to the assembly microphone, please. Enter your name, your title, and your nation. And those on the phone, the chiefs and proxies on the phone, you just have to say that you wish to intervene. We're going to do our best. I can see on the list of speakers, what Chief
Manayas, is it your comment? Is it on the presentations? I'm not sure about this. Just getting to the speakers list. I think we'll come back with this. And I'm still waiting. So chiefs and proxies, if you have comments, the panel is ready and prepared to answer your questions.
Hi. Do I have the mic?
Okay, Chief Manayas,
All right.
to you, please.
Yeah, I think that thank you to the presenter for explaining the process. We are currently in the process of making specific land claims, and that we have a treaty claim against Canada that we filed. And but one of the things that we, as we sit on the table and we come to the table, it seems like they're inviting us over to make our claim or present our argument. And I always feel like I'm going to somebody's house, and that they're going to say, okay, you're going to be following my rules. I'm going to have my child or my spouse be my arbitrator, my litigator, and my mediator, my negotiator. That's how I feel sometimes. And it seems like it's because they're the ones that's spreading up the money or anything that we are doing, that we get to be, we're at their pick and call in terms of when they're ready to actually make a claim, speak to our claim. And I always feel that it's really unfair for me to be sitting there when they're, and that's how they're made to feel, right? It's not that, but that's not my stance. So my stance is that you're in my house. You're the ones that came to our Canada, and you destroyed my land and my water. We have set agreements, and you have violated those agreements and the treaties that we have signed, and therefore, you have to follow the rules of fairness, and to ensure that we need to make sure that we're equal parts when it comes to the negotiations and any claims that we have. Because we are a sovereign nation, and you're taking a lot of resources and a lot of money from our lands and our waters, and so don't come thinking that you are the one that's going to be setting the rules, right? And I just felt that's how I felt, and I want to kind of explain that a little bit by what I meant in that comment. It's just like it's like if I come to your house and then I disrespect you, and I destroy your property, then I said, I'm sorry what I did for what I did, but you know what? Let's resolve it. I'm going to bring my son over, and he's going to mediate between us. And who do you think that's going to? And I'm going to pay him too. And who do you think he's going to be acting in favor for? Whose best interest will it be looking at? Because I'm the one paying him, but he's also my relations and stuff like that. I gave birth to him, much like the way Canada did with the Supreme Court and also the courts. Those courts belong to them, and that every time we go somewhere, that's how we enter their domain. It seems like, or that there's their parameters that they had set for ourselves. I wanted to explain that. That's how it feels to me, anyways. And I don't know about the other people, but for me, I said, I really believe that we need to go external. I mean, we're talking about United Nations, so maybe that's something that they should be looking at, bringing somebody outside of Canada to deal with our land claims and so forth. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Chief. I hear you, and I'm sure you're not the only one feeling that way. Or does someone on the panel would like to react on this? Or otherwise, we'll go to our other chief, Chief Sanderson. Chief Belrose on the speakers list. Chief Belrose, are you present?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, to you. Hi, Chief.
Yeah, I just want to bring greetings to the chiefs. It's an honor to be able to listen to you, bring forward your knowledge, your skills, and I believe the chiefs are the most powerful leaders in the country. Just to the expert, the legal expert on this, you know, the Crown and right of Canada is the biggest wrong done to First Nations in this country. So from 100% land-based ownership to less than 1% land base in the country for First Nations is very criminal, in my opinion. And I just wanted to ensure that this, what we're doing, clearly states that and strongly states it. And then the other challenge I wanted to bring forward is the challenge of ratification. It's not easy. There's a lot of distrust with the people at the First Nation level right now. And oftentimes it's the leadership of the First Nation who face the brunt of that distrust. It's not the ministers, it's not Trudeau. It's all put onto the leadership. And when you break it all down, everything that the department is putting there, it's a legal yes vote. And these legal yes votes are having criteria that, you know, a lot of the people that you have to try to get to, they're not easy to find, they're challenged. Some of them, you know, live on the street. Some are in very difficult situations. And yet it's up to the First Nation to go out and search for these individuals and try to explain to them and hopefully get them to vote, right? So I just wanted to raise that to the regional chief and to the legal counsel on this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Chief, for your comment. I'm looking at the speakers list, and there is no one on the speakers list. I'm going to give some time just to make sure. And so I'm going to thank you, chiefs, to come forward to the microphone to share your comments. Thank you to the panel for making yourself available. And we will now turn the floor over to my colleague, Cedric, that will join us soon to present draft resolution number 7 on specific claims. Cedric is coming virtually, but making his way to the stage. And then I'm going to leave the floor to him.
Hello, Weena. Thank you very much.
Yes,
and thank you to our speakers, our Regional Chief Prosper, and all the staff that is there. Thank you for your time. It is now time to move on to our resolution, draft resolution number 7. If I can have it put up on screen. Thank you very much. So draft resolution number 7, title, Jointly Develop a Fully Independent Specific Claims Process, moved by Kukpi Judy Wilson and seconded by Chief Lance Heyman. In our whereas, as we did yesterday, we're just going to summarize them. So we have different articles from the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, resolutions from 2017, Resolution 91 specifically, our draft summary report outlining First Nations input from 2019, and also the dialogue and the summary report, the draft proposal that will be prepared. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, call on Canada to work directly with the Assembly of First Nations and the Chiefs Committee on Lands, Territories, and Resources to develop a fully independent specific claims process consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and based on the following principles identified by First Nations during the 2019 AFN dialogue process. A, the honor of the Crown. The specific claims process must be consistent with the honor of the Crown. B, independence of all aspects of claims resolution. The funding and oversight of claims must be handled independent of Canada. C, recognition of Indigenous laws. Support the recognition of laws, legal orders, and dispute resolution mechanisms as articulated by participating First Nations. The recognition of First Nations laws may impact the conduct of education, dispute resolution, and negotiation. And D, no arbitrary limits on compensation. There will be no financial limit on the jurisdiction of the tribunal or the commission. First Nations should have access to a fair process of redress that fits their needs and priorities. I will now open the floor to our mover and seconder, Cookbee Julie Wilson and Chief Lance Heyman, and invite all other chiefs that wish to propose amendments to go towards the assembly microphone and indicate once again your name, your nation or community, and whether you are chief or proxy to be added to the speakers list. Cookbee Wilson,
thank you for
the stage is yours.
I'm in the room now, and I do have to go back out. There is some amendments I also wanted to add to this resolution as the mover, so just bear with me for a couple of minutes here, or 1 minute to get the wording proper. So I wanted to suggest a revision to clause B, and I'll just read out the new wording. Assembly of First Nations, AFN Resolution 91-2017, support for a fully independent specific claims process supports the work of the Assembly of First Nations, Canada Joint Technical Working Group, and calls on Canada to commit to jointly develop and fully independent specific claims process with the goal of, and this is the addition, eliminating Canada's conflict of interest and achieving the just resolution of Canada's outstanding lawful obligations through good faith negotiations. And I also have to just check on one more thing, if there is more to be added. No, that's the correct wording. So I did make my revisions, and I did state what they are, and I would call upon Chief Heyman to support those revisions and the resolution to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Cookbee. If I could just confirm, we're talking about whereas B, Assembly of First Nations Resolution 91-2017, and in the fourth line, goal of eliminating conflicts of interest. And what was the following words? Is Cookbee Wilson still in the call?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, mic on, sorry. The rest of it is eliminating Canada's conflict of interest and achieving the just resolution of Canada's outstanding lawful obligations through good faith negotiations.
All right, so we're adding eliminating Canada's conflict of interest within whereas B.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Cookbee. Our resolutions committee has completed the change. I will now pass the microphone on to Chief Heyman from Keweenaw First Nation for comments and opening comments.
Good afternoon. Not a whole lot of comments. I simply will support the amendments as brought forward by Chief Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Hammond. We now have from the English phone line, Chief Shining Turtle from Whitefish River, who would wish to speak. Chief Shining Turtle.
Good afternoon, Chief Shining Turtle, Whitefish River First Nation. There has to be, I don't know how we can word it, but the funding of the claim, the land claim process, there has to be a mandate beyond Treasury Board. So you can negotiate. We've gone through these negotiations. You're always dealing with Canada on the negotiating side, talking about getting their Treasury Board mandate where they can lock it in, especially when you're going year after year, and these claims take many years to settle. So I don't see any language on an independent funding mechanism away from Treasury Board, because Treasury Board means that the senior cabinet members have to come back and they have to approve this. We just settled a claim in the last 2 years, and that was really frustrating getting the approval Treasury Board. So you're waiting. Community members don't understand that. The other part, there are many technical aspects after the claim is approved and you've reached a just settlement that is really out of the control of the First Nation. The timing, the delivery, when they're calling for the vote, all these approvals, in our experience, we had no control over that at all, and it is really, really frustrating. So I wanted to offer those notes about where there could be an independent funding envelope, and there has to be some real serious cleanup on the technical side after the agreement is achieved. And when that's done, the federal employees really take over, and there's no room in there for the First Nation at all to set the mandate consistent with a First Nation timeline. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Shining Turtle. I would go towards our mover, Cookby Wilson, on the two recommendations on including the Treasury Board's interference within the I would see and therefore be resolved 1B, where we mentioned the funding and oversight of claims must be handled independent of Canada, whether you wish to add a specific mention of the Treasury Board.
Yeah, I just want to check with our technicians, which have already responded. I was following the revision, and I just wanted to be sure the revision works with the therefore it be resolved. Is Jody Woods on the line? Oh, she wouldn't be in the room. Just hold on 1 second. I need to check. I think it sounds like it would work within the wording, and clearly that's the intent we're shifting, because there's not only conflict of interest in, you know, the political and the technical parts, but there's also conflict of interest in the funding. Please bear with me 1 second.
Perfect. Could be, I think we have Jody with us in the room, and that she could appear on stage. Jody.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'd like her to speak to that, how it would work within the wording. She's at the technical table. I'm at the political table. Thank you.
I think Will, David, and Kathleen have been invited in too, and I'm just trying to look at the resolution is super tiny on my screen, so I'm just trying to look at. There it is. Okay. So under, I guess under therefore be it resolved B, I suppose you could just add wording, maybe Kathleen chime in on this, but you could add wording independent of all aspects of claims resolution, the funding. Oops, I just lost the wording again. I just lost the wording. Sorry, it came off the screen.
Therefore be it resolved goes as follows. Independence of all aspects of claim resolution. The funding and oversight of claims must be handled independent of Canada.
I guess you could just say independent of Canada and the Treasury Board, independent of the Treasury Board mechanisms. I don't know. Kathleen, do you have a thought? Sorry.
I think what's important about what Chief Shining Turtle is speaking to is Canada is going to have its authorities. Treasury Board is the source of Canada's authorities. But what becomes complicating is that those authorities act as barriers and restrictions to First Nations full resolution. So in B, where we say independence of all aspects of claims resolution specifically, because we will have spoken to conflict of interest in the change that was made in the whereas, independence of all aspects of claims resolution, specifically funding and all aspects of the oversight of claims to their resolution, which I want to speak to the oversight. Chief Shining Turtle's second point about all of the mechanisms of steps that Canada's internal process happens without transparency or without communication, full communication out to the communities. It's that oversight mechanism that a independent, transparent process and in the proposal would seek to do. So the new language would then read independence of all aspects of claims resolution, specifically including funding and the oversight of all aspects of claims to their resolution must be handled independent of Canada.
All right, thank you for the wording, Ms. Lickers. I would turn back to Kofi Wilson and see whether you are.
Did Will David have any comments on it too? Because he works at the Chiefs Committee at Land Territory Resources. Will, any more wording or discussion?
Apologies, nothing further to add. I think that Chief Shining Turtle's suggestions are consistent with what we've been working with.
Okay, thank you. And I heard from Jody too. So I thank Chief Shining Turtle for raising those key and critical points to make the resolution stronger. And I liked how Catherine inserted that, and what Jody and Will David are supporting as well. And Chief Heyman, do you accept those resolutions as well, or amendments?
Yes, I concur. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief Heyman. And I'll be looking to see if we have additional people who would wish to speak. I will give a short delay for our system to catch up. And if not, then we will move to the vote shortly.
I just wanted to correct myself. I said Catherine, I meant Kathleen. I thought I said Kathleen, but sorry.
All right. Seeing none, I will read the proposition amendments that were accepted. So for the first one, we have whereas B, the Assembly of First Nations Resolution 91, 2017, support for a fully independent specific claims process, supports the work of the Assembly of First Nations Canada Joint Technical Working Group, and calls on Canada to commit to jointly develop a fully independent specific claims process with the goal of, and this is the amendment, with the goal of eliminating Canada's conflict of interest and achieving that just resolution of Canada's outstanding lawful obligations through good faith negotiation. We would also have in therefore be it resolved 1B, independence of all aspects of claims resolution, specifically including funding and oversight claims and their resolutions, must be handled independent of Canada. I see that we have Chief Shining Turtle who would wish to speak again. So before we go to the vote, Chief Shining Turtle.
Yep, thank you very much. I had one other comment. When we did our land claim with the federal government, we came to this point of view. It wasn't a land claim, it was only a financial claim. There was no land involved. It was just a quantum. Canada has no land. So that was really frustrating trying to explain to band members because these are very personal attachments that we have. But Canada has no land. So one of the issues we're having to wrestle with now is now we have to take on the province. And there has to be a piece that implores Canada to be much more rigorous in getting the province involved in getting the land back to us, other than sending a few letters or like that's what we got out of our discussion was, oh, we invited Ontario to be here. They're unfortunately not being here, but we're going to move on without them. And then when you get on the legal side of that, when you're on the litigation side, which is where we're headed, now you have to say, well, you may be double dipping. We never had the province there, and so we just see these as financial claims. They're nothing to do with the land claim. They're just financial instruments. When really we're after the land. So I don't know if there can be anything said about an E, which there should be some. Canada should have much more rigor in compelling the provinces to actively participate in the resolution of our lands. This is, in my mind, it's absolute. It's really difficult to digest and try to explain that to band members that Canada has no land, and the province does. In our case, the province of Ontario, by virtue of 1867. It is really difficult to get that across, and there must be some rigor around this, because right now you deal with the feds, and then you got to, well, if we want our land back, you got to have a willing buyer and willing seller. You never get on track, so there's no reconciliation, true reconciliation, whether that's been said in RCAP or a plethora of other documents that talk about what that really looks like to the band member. And that's one of the key pieces that are missing. So I just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Shining Turtle. So as I understand it, we would add a point E in therefore be it resolved, which would resemble something along the lines of call on Canada to compel the provinces to participate actively in a specific claims process. That's the wording that I got from Chief Shining Turtle. So I repeat, call on Canada to compel the provinces to participate actively in the specific claims process. I return to Cookby Wilson and Chief Heyman.
Yes, that's. I would like to thank again Chief Shining Turtle for bringing up another important point. Of course, on the divisions of power with the federal and provincial government, the provinces were given land and resources, and that's what we end up dealing with when the claims are being negotiated, and then the provinces use the delay and deny tactics to not fulfill those negotiations. So I do would like Kathleen and Will to comment on that. It's I know Jody's on the technical group, but Kathleen and Will are lawyers. I would like them to look at it, but make it stronger, because that's one of our central issues in specific claims. Thank you.
Wilson, I would ask that if you can receive the wording from them and then propose it to as an amendment or as a modification to the amendment? Seeing
Thank you.
as in the process.
Wanting the amendment, so if Kathleen and Will could look at how that's worded to be stronger.
So we currently have call on Canada to compel the provinces to participate actively in the specific claims process. And as
Will and Kathleen still in the room?
yes, they are.
Can they comment on that?
I have no difficulty with that language, Captain Wilson. I think what, and again, I'm grateful that Chief Shining Turtle's drawing this out. What isn't an option at the tribunal financially currently is Canada cannot compel the provinces to participate in the tribunal's process. That is in their legislation. But in every other element of the process that we are exploring and working to explore in this proposal, there's nothing that prevents the voluntary and active participation of the provinces, particularly as it involves land. And there are many examples, past examples, where the provinces were actively involved in the early settlements, specific claim settlements. So there's nothing that would prevent that language in the draft resolution, as I see it. Will?
The only, I agreed, and I think it is valuable, particularly for those First Nations that are seeking to use the specific claims process to recover lands, territories, and resources instead of simply financial compensation. The only caution that I would put on it is we can seek through this proposal to compel Canada to bring provinces and territories to the table. I'm not entirely sure that that would be achievable, but it is something, this is a First Nations proposal. It is something that we can put forward in terms of how can we actually induce or get Canada to use its considerable authority and incentives to bring provinces to the table. So it's the only caution I put in that language, but honestly, I don't have a problem with the word compel, recognizing that this really is a problem that a lot of First Nations face. Thank you.
Thank you.
And can I ask Joe
Could be Wilson, can I have?
Move to it. Jody Woods.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I don't think we the resolution can compel provinces to participate, but including wording in this way also speaks to the principles related to Indigenous laws, which are grounded in land and territories. And so I think the wording is good, and it actually does sort of pull together other pieces of the resolution as well.
Okay, thank you, Jody. And I concur with those remarks from Will, Kathleen, and Jody, and accept those amendments. Thank you, Chief Shining Turtle. Chief Heyman.
Thank you all for your comments and improvements. I concur.
Thank you, Chief Haven. We have Chief Byron Louie who would like to speak to the motion. Chief Byron.
Yes, I can't really, for whatever reason, I can't really open the resolution, but one of the things I'd really like to have addressed inside of there is the fact that under specific claims, it does not support claims over 150 million. And this was in, I think it was 2016. And even prior to that, where assurances were given to First Nations that are trying to negotiate any claim over 150 million, which covers a lot of colonial claims that are happening in British Columbia. We have absolutely no ability to influence how these claims are, one, evaluated, two, how they're, once they go into a cabinet and cabinet discretion, there is no ability for us to enter into that process, because we all know once it enters into cabinet, it's secrecy. So, you know, there was a commitment that was made prior to when specific claims was actually the tribunals and all that are set up, that there was be a commitment to any to a process that would be identified with work through the Assembly of First Nations and the government, or ISKN that time, I guess would be now, to ensure that there was a process that could actually support bands that are in this predicament with having no ability to actually have a fair process. So I would ask if this resolution, if there could be amendment placed in there to reflect the fact that there was a commitment by the federal government to work with the Assembly of Nations to come up with a process that dealt with claims over 150 million. Because what happens is they'll turn around and say, if your claim is 300, 400 million, then they refuse to hear it. The only place you can actually submit it is to the specific claims process that has a limit or a roof of 150 million. So basically you're getting, you know, 150, 200 million just shaved right off the top. And it's an unfair process in that regards. So I'm asking if we're dealing with this, can there be a clause put in there about that point and the need to address claims over 150 million through the specific claims process, or even allow them to go through the tribunal?
Okay, thank you, Chief Byron. Louis, we have therefore be resolved 1D that mentions no arbitrary limits on compensation. There will be no financial limit on the jurisdiction of the tribunal or the commission. First Nations have access to a fair process of redress that fits their needs and priorities. So I would ask Kukpi Wilson if D already covers what was mentioned by Chief Louis.
Yeah, definitely. That's another key concern. Thank you, Chief Byron Lewis. The resolution does cover it, but my question would be to Kathleen and Will and Jody is if we could strengthen it, because our community is in the same boat. Usually this is the issue I always raise as well. The Nisquama Douglas Reserve is a claim that's over 150 million valued decades ago. We were rejected twice. So we're in the same boat as Chief Byron Lewis. The wording is there, but I think Jody's signaling that she thought the wording is good. I just don't know from Kathleen and Will David if it can be strengthened, but I know clearly that's been the intent in regard to in regard to not capping it. But if it could be strengthened, I'm supportive of it, and it's clearly another main issue in specific claims processes.
Our resolutions committee is suggesting adding possibly a line. There will be no financial limit, comma, such as the $150 million cap, comma, on the jurisdiction of the tribunal, and then we continue the resolution. So specifically mentioning that cap, as well as mentioning that there will be no financial limit, as was originally indicated in the resolution.
Okay. Is there any issue with Jody, Kathleen, or Will David? It sounds good to me to strengthen it. I'm clearly open to that.
The only thing I would point out is the financial limit doesn't just refer to the $150 million cap, like the high-end limit. It also addresses low-end limits like small value claims, where under the current process, older process, small value claims didn't have access to resolution processes. So it's supposed to be inclusive of all claims, including small ones and large ones. I think it's okay to do that. Maybe the word limits could be something like constraints or something, just to leave it open so that all claims that are impacted by financial mandates are included. If that makes sense. I don't know, Will or Kathleen, do you have a thought on that? Does it capture that as it is?
This is well. I think that that does capture it as it is. The honestly, I think that the language is captured there. I think it's fine to add a reference to the 150 million within 1D. It's also possible to reflect some of Chief Lewis's concerns in the whereas clauses with a specific reference to that commitment to address claims over $150 million. Just to provide additional clarity above the line as well. I'm sort of from in the chief's hands on that.
Kathleen, do you have the exact wording then between what Will and Jody are saying?
In the whereas clauses, and I'm mindful that there's a chronology that's set out in the whereas clauses. We lead with the UN declaration and then we go right to the 2017 resolution. But what Chief Lewis is speaking about, that political commitment made when Justice at Last was established, actually was a promise before the resolution in 2017. So we could add a whereas clause that
We can also do, if there's no specific recommendations, seeing as the time, it's almost 1:55
Yes.
Eastern time, that could be something that is recommended to the working group team who is responsible for the file, as we have done with other resolutions, just since it's already 1:55 and we haven't taken a lunch break yet.
Yes. I do completely understand the point and agree that the language is captured. The concern, Chief Gupta Wilson, the concern of Chief Lewis is there in D, that there is no financial limitation on a proposed new process, specifically to address the concern that he is absolutely right in characterizing. That he's absolutely right. And then on the other end, as Jody's describing, that too is a limitation in how Canada's tried to mete out its process. So no financial barriers.
Perfect. And we're using the word constraints is the one that I saw recommended. Perfect. And if we could ask B. Wilson for your final agreement to this amendment.
Yeah, I would, Kathleen, thank you for that. And my understanding is that wording is going to be inserted into this resolution. And also I did get a text from Ken Watts asking why there wasn't like a non-prejudice clause about some of the claims being negotiated now. Is that in the resolution? So I accept the wording from Kathleen on strengthening the point Chief Byron Lewis brought up about the constraints. And the last question I have is just about the not prejudicing those claims that are already being negotiated. Usually we have that. I've seen them on other resolutions. It's in the chat, Kathleen, what the specific wording Ken Watts asked. It's in the chat.
Perfect. We have a recommendation here from a resolutions committee. And this will have to be the final amendment before going towards the vote. So what is recommended, and therefore be it resolved 3, would be efforts to reform the specific claims process will not prejudice claims currently under negotiation or at the specific claims tribunal.
Okay, yes, I would accept that because usually we have a clause in there
Perfect.
through it. I'd like to thank everybody for the good discussion. I was hoping we would have had the same discussion in regards to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples resolution. We were not afforded that, but I really like to say this kind of discussion you need to have on these important legislation and issues. And I just want to thank all the chiefs for putting forward their questions and their chat questions. Hopefully we're able to get to most of them. And I just wanted to ask Chief Heyman if he concurs with all those amendments. And that's my final word now.
I don't know whether I've put a comment in chat that I'd like to talk to Kathleen about since I couldn't get on chat till now.
Final comments to Chief Heyman.
Good afternoon. I concur with all of the changes that have been suggested and improvements. So again, thank you all, and I concur.
Thank you, Chief Heyman. We will have to close the discussion portion and proceed to opening the vote. So chiefs and proxies in your Chime platform should be being pushed towards the voting screen now. Click on the open voting button and make your selection. For chiefs that are on the phone, chiefs and proxies on the phone line, *5, and that will give the moderator, tell the moderator that you wish to speak.
Where's the vote? I haven't been pushed to vote. The vote screen hasn't come up.
And now, as the vote is open, we shall be seeing a video from Chief Marlene Patra, Regional Chief.
Danse, tutumskat nao kakiao. Good day, chiefs, leaders, delegates. My name is Marlene Patra, and as the chair of the Chiefs Committee on Health, I am pleased to speak with you today about the health and well-being of First Nations. In addition, I'd like to share with you some thoughts on how I will continue to advocate for accessible and equitable health care for First Nations. This has been a difficult year for First Nations. However, I recognize that First Nations are resilient. We will come out of this with many learnings and stronger approaches to health and well-being. In October 2019, the Prime Minister announced his intention to work in partnership with First Nations to co-develop distinctions-based health legislation, and we were informed that Minister Miller would be reaching out to the Chiefs Committee on Health. Minister Miller met with the Chiefs Committee on Health on December 2, 2019. He stated that closing the gaps is key on many important issues. He highlighted that the Liberal platform outlined a commitment to First Nations-based healthcare. He stated that together with First Nations, we would work to ensure healthcare is accessible, culturally appropriate, and adequate. He acknowledged that provincial territorial jurisdictional issues were real and must be addressed. He closed his comments by indicating he is committed to hearing from First Nations regarding the priorities as they relate to distinctions-based health legislation. Due to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, advancing the work on legislation was paused. However, it is the intent of the Assembly of First Nations to begin that work once again. The AFN Executive Committee established the COVID-19 National Task Force by way of a motion at a duly convened meeting on April 21, 2020. The mandate of the task force is broad and meant to support First Nations in their efforts to address the impact of the pandemic on their communities. The Chiefs Committee on Health and the AFN Health sector will continue to support the work of this very important task force. On August 10th, 2020, Minister Miller met with mental health wellness experts in First Nations to discuss the impact of the pandemic on the mental wellness of First Nations. He heard from experts in the areas of substance abuse, digital health, mental health, human resources, and the First Nations Mental Wellness Continuum Framework. At the conclusion of this meeting, Minister Miller committed to continuing these conversations in order for the work to progress and to ensure a proper process for consultations is in place. Sadly, the death of Joyce Echaquan has highlighted the issue of racism within the healthcare system. On October 16, 2020, a meeting to address racism experienced by Indigenous peoples in Canada's healthcare system was convened by Canada. While it was difficult to hear of the inequities faced by First Nations, I was uplifted to hear the resilience in the voices of those who shared. Another meeting has been tentatively scheduled for January 2021, and the Assembly of First Nations is fully committed to advocating for improved health and well-being through distinction-based healthcare and health transformation activities that are being undertaken by First Nations. In closing, I will continue to advocate on your behalf at every opportunity. I believe that we can achieve the goals of health and well-being in First Nations with an approach that respects a by First Nations, for First Nations approach. I look forward to working in partnership with you as we move into 2021 and begin to ensure health legislation and health transformation is realized. Hi, nanaskam nao kakio.
Thank you for that update, Regional Chief Poitras. We have 30 seconds left before we close the vote. So like I said, you can either go to your voting tab in the Chime platform on the left-hand side, and then select in the Lumi platform for, against, or abstain. Final 10 seconds. And I will ask that we close the vote. Thank you for all the votes and for having participated in the process for Resolution 7, jointly develop a fully independent specific claims process. The results of the resolution shall be presented. Now we have 92.41% for, 3.8% against, and 3.8% abstaining. As we compile the results with our phone results, we will come back at the end of the day and present to you the official final results. We will now break for lunch for 25 minutes and come back at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time for a discussion on policing and justice, which will be tabled by Harold, and you will have Stuart Woodke of the AFN General Counsel and Regional Chief Picard and TG, who will make a comment. Thank you. Have a great break, everybody, and see you in a bit.
I am Norman Yaklaya, Dene National Chief of the Dene Nation, Regional Chief for the Assembly of First Nation. Today, I am honored to join my colleagues and welcome you to a much different Assembly of First Nation gathering than what we have become used to. Moving an event of this size to a virtual platform, accessibility to 600 plus First Nations community is no small feat. Thank you to the AFN team who have worked tirelessly to ensure we come together, and to all of you for continue to adapt to the new way of meeting while we have to be physically apart. Indeed, this year has required us to adopt greatly. Let me try it again. Indeed, this year has required us to adapt greatly. Adaptation and resiliency is something we didn't know innately. Our ancestors were always adapting to the land, the seasons, and changes in the natural patterns. I'm proud we have walked in their footsteps by taking swift, decisive actions across our communities to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and finding innovative ways to promote physical distance and other cautionary measures. We have far better than most of this during the pandemic as a result of our efforts. The pandemic has forced us to shift focus from many of our priorities so we can support the immediate need of our people during this unprecedented time. While COVID-19 has disrupted progress on key initiatives, it has presented an opportunity to set a better path for the future and to build more constructive partnerships with government. Dene Nation Government Reform. The Dene Nation organization is marking its 50th anniversary this year. We would have not reached this significant milestone without the leaders and the elders who, for decades, have devoted themselves to unifying our people and strengthening our collective voice. To them, I offer our deepest gratitude for their efforts to revitalize our nationhood. I know I speak for many Dene when I say we are deeply humbled to follow steps and continue their legacy. I continue to work with leaders across Dene on a wave. We honor this important anniversary safely as COVID-19 continues to impact us. As part of this anniversary, we are conducting a constitution and bylaw reform to ensure the Dene Nation continues advocating with one voice on issues importance to the Gwich'in, to the Sahtu, to the Dehcho, to the Tlincho, and the Quechua. A commission is preparing recommendations amended. A commission is preparing recommended amendments to bring our government document up to date and developing a draft unity document outlining the foundational principles of our organization. The commission will present their final work at the 2021 National Assembly. On the land during COVID-19. When concerns about the COVID-19 were mounting at the beginning of the year, Dene leaders turned to our elders to ask what should we do to keep our communities safe. Their instructions were simple: go back to the land. Not only did their advice align with the physical distancing measures public health officials were recommending, it also supported reconnecting our people to who we are as Dene. By unifying to make a strong case for federal and territorial partners to support our people in preventing the spread of COVID-19, we secured $2.6 million for families to access resources they need to get on the land during the pandemic. Funding was provided by Canada to the territorial government and Quechua territory government. the Daytro First Nation, the Gwich'in Tribal Council, the NWT Métis Nation, the Sawtooth Secretariat, the Kincho Government, Atlochi First Nation, Atro Dene First Nation, Salt River Nation, Delaney County Government. These initiatives should become a model for how government supports First Nations with on-the-land programming. I am grateful for the wisdom and advice our elders gave us and commend our chiefs and communities for and heeding their call. On-the-land healing resources. The Dene Nation was proud to launch the Dene Medicine, an on-the-land healing resources for Dene communities on June 29, 2020. This guidebook includes Dene laws, Dene medicine, safety checklists, and information on how to properly prepare for going on the land. Several elders and knowledge keepers work with us to develop the content for the guidebook and thank them for the wisdom and the teaching they are sharing with our people. My hope is that this guidebook will encourage on-the-land learning for Dene families and youth and be a supportive resources for those beginning their journey towards our traditional ways. Education. The Dene Nation hosted a virtual education summit July 27 to July 29, 2020. It is the first time the Dene Nation brought together leaders to work on a shared vision for education in Dene Day. The summit featured dialogue with furthering Dene jurisdiction over education, shared best practices from across the North. Discussions held at the summit are being summarized into a draft vision and priority document that will help guide education planning, process, and programs, as well as collaboration needed from federal and territorial partners. Protecting waters in Dene Day. A variety of field monitoring and testing activities, the transboundary waterways between Alberta and the NWT were suspended this year because of the pandemic. Many of these decisions were made with minimum or no involvement from impacted First Nations in Dene Day or the federal government. I have been collaborating with the Northwest Territories government on an interim basis we could take to ensure our waterways are monitored, including proposing the territory takeover monitoring on 3 critical testing sites under the federal jurisdiction close to the NWT Northwest Territories border. The Dene Nation will continue to advocate for full Dene involvement in the monitoring and the protections of the sacred waterways in Dene Day, including pressing for better representation of our communities on decision-making bodies. We are actively working on organizing the first Northern Waters Summit, where we will invite the Inuvialuit and Métis and the government of the Northwest Territories to discuss such transboundary issues and, more broadly, ways we can work to protect the most valuable resource we all share. Now, I will talk about my portfolios with the Assembly of First Nations. The residential schools. As a signatory to the Indian Residential School Settlement, the AFN continues to work with other parties to the settlement agreement on seeking out judicial guidance regarding outstanding issues from the residential school settlement. I am pleased with the news that Parliament introduced legislation to establish September 30th as a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. The AFN has been calling for this action, which is outlined by the TRC calls to action. I am hopeful that other provinces and territories will follow suit. Earlier this year, the Dene Nation called on the government of the Northwest Territories to mark September 30th as a commemorative date to discuss the ongoing impacts of federal day school and residential schools and the colonization more broadly. I will continue advocating with survivors for jurisdictions across Canada to appropriately memorize this painful chapter in our shared history. As elders often say, to only move forward if we know the full extent of our past. With the support of the Alberta region, our region introduced a resolution last year calling on action from Canada to develop a national monument in honor of the residential school survivors and those who never made it home. As Canada continues to consider how it can support education about this history, it must move forward on this and other TRC calls to action about how it should honor and remember the legacy of the residential schools. Day schools. The national-wide class action settlement on the federal school is ongoing. As of October 2020, more than 86,600 claims were filed and approximately 27,500 level and 400 level 2, level 5 compensation checks have been issued to claimants. It is estimated that more than half of the anticipated settlement claims have been received by the claims administrator. Much like the 60 scoops in the Indian residential school settlement, the claim process is lengthy and can be very burdensome for the survivors. The pandemic is compounding these challenges. The process has been slow, but because it takes several weeks for the claimant administrator to process and to initially review the claimants to ensure there is consistency in their decision-making process around the claim levels and to make the claims less likely to be appealed. Further, Canada has 4 to 6 months period to respond to the claim once it is sent to them. The higher the claim level, the higher the level of scrutiny a claim undergoes. Meeting timeline becomes longer for more substantial claims. Many communities have raised concerns regarding the limited resources, skilled people in assisting the survivors and their families with this, and a lack of trauma counseling. As national portfolio holder, I've been pressing for survivors to receive more direct support in filling out their claims forms so revisions or addition information is not required for them. And the Claims Assistance Program is now providing telephone and online services and developing protocols to safely resume community clinics. Veterans. Far too often, First Nations veterans do not receive the proper recognition or benefits they deserve for taking up arms beside their Canadian brothers and sisters. As the Veterans Portfolio holder, I've been working with First Nation veterans to advocate for more education, their contribution, and at the same time for Canada to provide our veterans and make them aware of and all the post-service benefits they're entitled to. I am pleased that a resolution is coming forward at this assembly to formally establish the AFN Veterans Council. This is a significant step towards ensuring that the First Nation veterans are properly represented and recognized within our national organization. It also gives them a formal forum at the AFN to discuss and act for issues impacting them. A class action is coming forward for members and former members of the Canadian Armed Forces who have experienced sexual harassment in their work before November 25th, 2019. In the year ahead with the AFN and the First Nation veterans to determine how we can best support our veterans through this class action. Throughout the path ahead, looking forward. Throughout this ongoing pandemic, I've witnessed First Nation people honoring their duty to their community like never before. I am grateful for all the people in our respective nations who, without question, are ensuring our elders are safe and cared for during these uncertain times, preparing meals and supplies for people that need extra support right now, giving their time to guard borders, checkpoints, and to continue to support the community responses to this global crisis in different ways. The winds of COVID-19 have blown us all off course. Now we need to set a new and better sail towards destination. The economic and social recovery will be long-term commitments of all our sectors and governments. Keep talking about how we need to build back better. The Dene too form the status quo of the post-COVID-19 world. This is why we developed a plan that will ensure Northerners seize this transition moment and use it to create a strong and long-term conditions for economic development in the Northwest Territories. I look forward to working with our leaders to ensure this plan takes full consideration in their priorities and vision for all life after the pandemic. Across Turtle Island, we must do what we can to support each other in setting new destinations toward their future. I'm committed to working with my colleagues at the Assembly of First Nation to keep pressing for actions from government and other partners to close the gap that exists between our communities in Canada. In conclusion, it continues to be my great honor to serve the Dene and our leaders at the national, as their national chief and as the AFN regional chief. We are many hearts beating to one Dene drum. Every day I'm committed to furthering the spirit of unity in my work. May the Creator continue to keep you safe and healthy in 2021. Masi Cho, National Chief Norman Yaklaya, Regional Chief of Assembly First Nation. Masi.
Pagkakapit kas kanahuma kaski kas kanahuma ko nan magat siapat siya get kas kanahapanan pagkakatay to tratigon awanya kangato takep matrot mehteneste notstana bittoga nastanwana nesta maga nipiyot nama nesta pagkakuna pati samine enipikano. Pagkakapit algo siya kay Petro Fegia.
It's not easy. The weather has been playing games, really making it harder for us to do our traditional hunting. It's colder than it's supposed to be, or hotter than it should be, so we have to go look further and further away. I got 3 kids, one that's 4, one that's 2, one that's 7 months. The 2 boys love to eat. We usually try to provide it through the land, like caribou, fish, all that, rabbit. I feel pressure to go out and get something because you're not always going to find something. You're not always going to run into something.
Our fun time is like when April comes, when all the geese coming back, that we call that Minuscumin, like the blooming season. I think the scientists, they call it the solar season. And we get summer, we go out to the bay and fish all summer. When the fall comes around, we have Migiska, we call it. It's like the freeze-up season. We started hunting moose there. We go way up the river. And then when winter comes around, but just now, December, a lot of people go out during the holidays and hunt for caribou. It can get nasty cold. If you don't know the area, there's a good chance you will not make it. I hunt for my parents and also for my sister, and she has 4 kids, so there's 5 of them, and myself, so we eat a lot of caribou.
The change in the climate is messing up our river. It froze, and then it got warm again. And it pushed the more ice, so it all bunched up, and it made it hard for us to get across the river to our usual hunting spots.
There's a lot more risks where they're traveling on the river. And it's scary when you're driving on the river, but you take that risk because you want to feed your family. The majority of our people live off the land. It's just like a cycle. When you're growing up, you have these people feeding you as a child, and it's just like you're giving back to them when they become elderly. And hopefully when I'm old, I have somebody giving me some food too.
If we had to buy everything through the mighty dollar, I guess I would call it, it would be very hard for most families to live on a good diet because it would be just too expensive. I don't think we could make it up here without hunting and fishing.
Prices are at the store are way too high. It's the shipping costs and like the freight to get it in. It's like $6 for a can of pop sometimes. $7 for a loaf of bread. You know, it does get expensive. Vegetables, they don't last too long. Every time we get them, they're either rotten or just about to be. one whole caribou can last us maybe 2 months, 3 months at the most. But if that's all we have, because the weather hasn't been good to us, then it might last us only a month and a half.
Years ago, while I was in Toronto, I think it was like 2008, I started studying climate change and became very interested, and I started to see the future, I guess, that the impacts that it will have on the future generations. So one of the things that I really worked on is to have a community-based monitoring system. The biggest impact that I've seen out in the land is the melting permafrost. The rate that it is melting, it is quite alarming. And that's why I'm here. I really want my people to have a good future. It is our right to keep on living the way we used to, and also the right to adapt for a better future.
My biggest fear of climate change, losing everything, losing our tradition over the weathers. If we lose what we have now, what will we have to show our children in the future? How are they going to eat? They can't just live off the store all the time.
I am worried. I'm worried for my grandchildren. I'm going to be worried that they won't have the freedom to go out and provide for their own families. That does worry me. That's our culture. That's a part of us.
Kia naman na tini tenta ko sagot maga muna naman tenta gateo. Eki ko ko torchateo ke kon kavishe. Ndawen chagatek ti se torchagatek.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you were able to take advantage of the lunch break that we did have, as brief as it was. I would note that in terms of our schedule, we are turning to the policing and justice part of the agenda. We are roughly an hour behind schedule, and so the Resolutions Committee has indicated that they're going to look to bundle a few of the resolutions as we go forward. So we will hear the policing and justice presentation and then likely see what we need for Q&A, but then move to some resolutions 11, 12, 19, and 20 if the Resolutions Committee lets us know that they are available. And then following that, we will then, looks like we have to have a little bit of break. Then we'll come back and pick up following that, we'll pick up, I think, on Resolution 13. Then we have a bit of a break before we come back and pick up for the remainder of the resolutions. And they look to be, again, the recommendation is some omnibus packages on that. So with that, I do want to note that Regional Chief Picard and Regional Chief TG are the co-chairs and portfolio holders for policing and justice on behalf of the Assembly of First Nations. And we'll turn first to Regional Chief Picard from Quebec and Labrador for his presentation.
The National Chief and my colleagues from the executive, and obviously greetings to all Grand Chiefs, Chiefs, delegates for this very special assembly, as well my greetings to my colleagues from the Tri-Council, the elders, the women, and the youth. First Nations have been resilient and strong facing the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet we are still facing systemic discrimination from the RCMP and other law enforcement agencies throughout this country. As calls for police reform persist, the AFN continues to advocate on behalf of First Nations to address systemic racism in policing. In June 2020, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki struggled with defining and acknowledging systemic racism within the RCMP. Yet, the deaths of First Nations people after encounters with police indicate a problem with systemic racism within Canadian law enforcement agencies. Despite RCMP's Commissioner Lucki's refusal to acknowledge systemic racism within her own organization, we identified occurrences of systemic racism in policing when we made submissions in July 2020 to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Defense Study on Racism. As a result of this advocacy, a number of MPs and ministers, including Minister Mark Miller, unequivocally acknowledged the existence of systemic racism within law enforcement agencies. Specifically, he spoke out about the failure of the RCMP to act and de-escalate the conflict over the lobster fishing dispute in Nova Scotia. He also reminded Canadians of Commissioner Lucki's promise to examine the systemic causes of violence, especially against Indigenous women and girls. The AFN has lost confidence in the RCMP Commissioner's ability to recognize the deep-seated systematic racism within the RCMP, as well as her ability to take the necessary actions to end it. As you may know, the National Chief has called for her resignation. The safety and security of all First Nations is a priority for the AFN, and we will continue to apply pressure on federal and provincial governments to address systemic racism in policing. This is why the AFN is working towards establishing a federal framework that acknowledges First Nations policing as an essential service. Ensuring First Nations have control over their own policing matters is a vital step towards addressing systemic racism in law enforcement agencies. By designating First Nations policing as an essential service, new approaches to policing can be developed that include community-based, self-determining models of policing grounded in First Nations principles, laws, and traditions. What many First Nations have right now is not working. Many First Nation policing services are underfunded, and non-First Nations officers do not uphold the laws of our First Nations. The AFN has addressed the issue by advocating for $500 million from Canada for community safety infrastructure and $3 billion for enhancements to the First Nations policing program. While self-determined policing is a discussion that has been ongoing for several years, the AFN has witnessed positive steps forward, including Minister Blair's announcement to introduce legislation which classifies First Nations policing as an essential service. The AFN welcomes this announcement and is eager to facilitate the discussion between Canada and First Nations on this matter. In doing so, the AFN is advocating for the formal recognition of First Nations power to enact laws concerning the service in question, or to enter into agreements with provinces for delegated authority if they so choose. Clarification regarding circumstances where provincial or territorial laws would still apply to a First Nations person. Obligations of the federal government with respect to the funding of the service. The establishment of a First Nation governing body. Mechanisms for handling disputes and complaints. And provisions related to data collection, reporting, and training to ensure that all staff have the necessary skills and knowledge, including knowledge of the First Nations culture and laws. We know that when First Nations have control over their own policing services, all First Nations people are safer. For example, Anishinaabe Aski Police Service, who in 26 years in operation has never killed anyone. It has never had to witness an officer die in the line of duty. We must continue to support First Nations self-determined solutions. The respect for First Nations jurisdiction to policing and upholding the laws of First Nations cannot wait. Every First Nation citizen, no matter where they reside, has a right to live in healthy and safe communities. This is why I stated in June that the time for studies and inquiries is over. First Nations are fed up with consultations and are demanding action now. Despite Premier François Legault's denial of systemic racism in Quebec following the tragic and unnecessary death of Joyce Echaquan, the Assembly of First Nations supports the stance of First Nations who want to see immediate and substantial changes in several ways. Addressing systemic racism in policing may seem like an impossible challenge, especially in these unprecedented times. But the Assembly of First Nations remains committed to addressing this problem in our communities and elsewhere. Thank you very much. I will now pass the floor to my colleague, Regional Chief TG from British Columbia. Merci.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. And we'll call on the other co-chair, Regional Chief TG.
Thank you, Regional Chief Picard. Restorative justice. On September 23rd of this year, the Governor General delivered a new speech from the throne in which a separate chapter to Indigenous issues was devoted. That was a direct result of the Assembly of First Nations advocacy. The speech set out an ambitious agenda for Canada to work with First Nations on many issues, including legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which the AFN expects to see tabled before the calendar year, before the year end. New legislation on healthcare and mental health services. Implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls calls for justice. And ensuring the government is living up to the spirit and intent of treaties. We are working toward a treaty commissioner to make sure that happens. While the throne speech included other promises, these ones are the most important to addressing the overrepresentation of First Nations in the criminal justice and correctional systems, as all these things are interrelated. The number of First Nations people in custody has been trending upwards over the last decade. 10 years ago, First Nations people represented 21% of admissions to provincial and territorial custody, and 20% of federal custodial admissions. In 2017-18, these numbers skyrocketed, with First Nations adults accounting for 30% of the admissions to provincial territorial custody and 29% of admissions to federal custody. While only representing approximately 4% of the Canadian adult population, there is an obvious crisis in the criminal justice system, especially considering that Section 718.2E of the Canadian Criminal Code states that judges must consider all available sanction other than imprisonment, with attention to the circumstance of Aboriginal offenders. In July 2020, the AFN submitted a proposal to Public Safety Canada that would enable AFN to engage with First Nations leaders, local communities, policing and justice experts, and community service providers to develop a national justice strategy. This strategy would incorporate the specific needs and priorities of each AFN region and support communities who are working to institute their own models of justice, be it restorative justice or other traditional approaches. As such, AFN has been advocating for $750 million to establish restorative justice programs in First Nations communities. In the face of COVID-19 pandemic, engaging with federal government has been slow, but we will continue to advocate on behalf of First Nations to ensure that we see a justice system that understands and values First Nations people. This includes the effects of what we have faced from the historical and contemporary standpoint, such as the impact of colonization, the dispossession of lands, the loss of our languages, forced relocation, and ultimately the Indian residential school system, all of which formed a justifiable basis for the distrust our people have for the legal system and the government. The Assembly of First Nations has focused on solidarity work with other communities facing systemic racism. Incidents targeting Black and First Nations people, young women and men like Chantel Moore, Levi Rodney, and Regis Korchenski-Paquette show we urgently need a system that values Black and Indigenous lives as much as anyone else. In June 2020, the AFN expressed the need for concrete action to address racism and bigotry in Canada in a way that shows solidarity with other groups facing the same problem. The Assembly of First Nations, alongside with other racialized advocacy groups, outlined 4 steps to effectively tackle racism. They include better collection and analysis of data based on race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and socioeconomic conditions. The implementation of a national policy to combat online hate speech. Equipping current police services with the tools necessary to counter hate crimes and support targeted communities. And ensuring police services better reflect the communities they serve. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the MMIWG2S inquiry calls to action provide clear direction on the work that must be done by Canada to address these systemic issues. For example, the Truth and Reconciliation Call to Action number 30 calls for Canada to commit to reducing the overrepresentation of Aboriginal peoples in custody over the next decade, while Call to Action number 31 calls for the federal government to provide sufficient, stable funding to implement and evaluate community sanctions that will provide realistic alternatives to the imprisonment of Aboriginal offenders and respond to underlying causes of offending. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls calls to justice also calls for Canada to take steps in the area of restorative justice. Call to Justice number 5.11 calls for all governments to increase accessibility to meaningful and cultural appropriate justice practices by expanding restorative justice programs in Indigenous peoples' courts. The Assembly of First Nations will continue working towards the completion of these calls to action and justice while developing the capacity and resources for restorative justice initiatives in First Nations communities. Mwawetsa. Thank you, Wasicho.
Well, Alan, for those words. And next up is our Omnibus Bill number 2 on policing and justice. The things changed a bit with yesterday's Omnibus on systemic racism, where I remind you we had it approved by consensus. Everyone agrees on that, and I think let's see what we can do with justice and policing.
So we have 4 resolutions that will be included in this omnibus resolutions package. Draft Resolution 11, support for First Nations, treaty and inherent rights to administer justice. Draft Resolution 12, implementation of the National Indigenous Justice Summit's immediate action points. Draft Resolution 19, First Nations representation in cannabis legislation. And finally, Draft Resolution 20, issues with ability to register lands under 53/60. Our mover is Cookbee Roseanne Casimir, and our seconder is Cookbee Judy Wilson. I will go through the therefore be it resolved of each resolution. The whereas are available in your packages and also online on the AFN website. So if we begin with Draft Resolution 11, therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1, declare support for all First Nations, such as Pikangikum First Nation, Grand Council Treaty 3 First Nations, and NAN First Nations in exercising their inherent and treaty rights, including the sovereign authority to administer justice in relation to their respective peoples. 2, declare support for all First Nations in exercising their sovereign rights to self-determination, including the implementation and direction of culturally relevant justice systems in their respective territories. 3, urge the Government of Canada to acknowledge that the imposed application of non-Indigenous justice systems on First Nations is an extension of colonization that has been and continues to be an evident catastrophe. 4, urge the Government of Canada to honor the sacred relationships with First Nations, recognize the legitimacy of the sovereignty of First Nations to administer justice in respect of their people, and consult deeply with them. 5, urge the Government of Canada to establish and maintain channels of communication with First Nations in furtherance of recognizing the sovereign Indigenous jurisdiction to administer justice in respect of their peoples. And finally, 6, urge the Government of Canada, in accordance with Articles 4 and 39 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, to provide financial and technical assistance to all First Nations in support of the respective administrations of justice. We will now move on to Draft Resolution 12, implementation of the National Indigenous Justice Summit's immediate action points. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1, fully support and endorse the immediate action points from the National Indigenous Justice Summit held virtually on July 7 and 8, 2020, as a strong framework of reform that complements and strengthens the ongoing work by First Nations communities and organizations to repair the relationship between Indigenous peoples and the criminal justice system. These action points are as follows. A, create a national Indigenous-led police oversight body. B, establish a national protocol for police investigations. C, redirect public safety funding to services that increase community safety. D, implement a multi-pronged Indigenous de-escalation strategy. E, establish a national protocol for police engagement with Indigenous peoples. F, amend Canadian and provincial territorial human rights code to include Indigenous identity as a protected ground against discrimination. G, create Indigenous courts. H, increase Indigenous representation across all levels of the criminal justice system. I, require judges to give written reasons in all Indigenous sentencing cases. J, require judges to give written reasons in all Indigenous child apprehension cases where a child is placed outside of their Indigenous community. 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations to call upon the Government of Canada to work collaboratively with provincial governments and First Nations to implement the Indigenous Justice Summit's immediate action points, including the transformative redistribution of justice service funding towards community-based safety practices, programs, initiatives that are culturally appropriate, reflective of Indigenous people's needs, and non-reliant on the institution of policing. And finally, 3, direct the AFN to work with like-minded organizations to continue advancing the immediate action points and other advocacy related to addressing the vast inequities in Canada's human rights and policing and justice systems that lead to the over-incarceration and criminalization of Indigenous peoples. If we move on to Draft Resolution 19, after I take a sip of water. Draft Resolution 19, First Nations representation in cannabis legislation. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs and Assembly, 1, recommit to supporting the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis on its mandates and objectives to create a legislative framework that amends the Cannabis Act and other relevant legislation for the inclusion of First Nations participation in the cannabis industry. Further, that the CCC amends its mandate to inclusion: A, the inclusion and recognition of First Nations laws, bylaws, and policies. B, the recognition of how First Nations policing intersects with the Community Tripartite Agreement. And C, amendments to the excise tax and the First Nations Fiscal Management Act to provide First Nations lawmaking power to levy cannabis excise tax on reserve. 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations to call upon Canada to establish a cannabis legislative framework as part of the advocacy efforts to include First Nations in the COVID-19 economic stimulus and recovery plan. 3, call on Canada to provide funding to the CCC and First Nations organizations at the national, regional, and local levels to address the interests of First Nations in asserting jurisdiction and their inherent right to self-determination in regards to cannabis. And 4, direct the AFN to report back to the Chiefs and Assembly at the December 2021 Special Chiefs Assembly. And finally, we have draft resolution number 20, issues with ability to register lands under 53/60. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs and Assembly, 1, call on the Assembly of First Nations to advocate to Indigenous Services Canada to ensure that A, appropriate communication is occurring between the 5360 delegation of authority land management on reserve communities on issues associated with land registry, and B, the land registration timeline is back to 24 to 72 hours to ensure that the 5360 communities can efficiently and effectively address their document registration, mortgages, discharges in an appropriate timeframe. Those are the therefores be it resolved for the 4 resolutions that are included in Omnibus Package 2. I remind you that they are available in your packages in both French and English, and would request whether Cookby Roseanne Casimir and Cookby Judy Wilson would like to give introductory statements. Cookby Casimir.
Screen.
Cookby Casimir or Cookby Judy Wilson, if you wish to give introductory statements, the floor is yours.
Uh-oh. Here I am. Can you just testing? Is
Yes,
my
we can
audio
hear-
okay? Is
we
my
can hear
audio
you.
okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much. Yes, I'm very honored to be moving this year omnibus for 11, 12, 19, and 20. And I will start off with number 20, the issues around the land registry. Just a little bit of background here. TTS, the Council of Schwemmick, we have been we have the delegated authority under 5360. We were a pilot project, and basically our lands documents were being registered immediately within less than 24 hours. And we have several folios within our taxation district. So when it came to the end of that period, we thought it was going to be something, because it was a pilot project, it was successful. The communication between the stakeholders and with legal. And when it came to the transfer of the documents, worked very well and in sync. So we just want to make sure and ensure that, that the AFN continues to work with ISC and lobbying those efforts to keep moving it forward, because when it comes to the speed of business, when it comes to properties, it's really important that First Nations have that same opportunity as local municipalities. And we want to just keep up to the speed of business and be treated fairly and just the same as. And if not, that's what we'd like to do. And in regards to number 19, with cannabis, that is something that is of concern for TTS and, as well as all First Nations right across. We've all heard and been part of those discussions how we were not included in that aspect. And, again, for us, it's the whole gamut of that whole area when it comes to the jurisdiction, when it comes to, the inclusion and recognition of our laws, our policies, and our bylaws that are in place. And it's also about, having those recognized within. And so we're looking for the advocation from the AFN to work in collaboration with all First Nations across the nation and to continue those efforts. And I know that, with our community, we have several cannabis shops within our area, and we just want to make sure and ensure that our laws are recognized and are upfront, and just like with other First Nation communities. And in regards to number 12, I think if Judy Wilson is available, I'll let her speak to that, but I'm in full support when it comes to the implementation of a national strategy for Indigenous justice, because that's quite important. I know we've been actively involved with First Nations Court here within the Kamloops, and it's something that's recognized and we stand behind and we uphold and quite active. So I'll pass it over to Cookbee Judy to speak on that.
Thank you, Cookbee Casimir. Cookbee Wilson.
Yeah, Cook's Jam, Cookbee Casimir for talking about the specific resolutions, and I won't repeat what you've already outlined. And I know the BC Justice Council has worked very hard on strengthening, what's happening in our province, and also reaching out nationally to be able to bring a lot of the issues. We've seen a lot of the issues happen with the racism, discrimination, and the different violence that's happened to our people. The justice resolution is really important to bring about and find ways to address those issues. And in regards to the justice resolutions, equally important weighing in that our people require, those remedies, and it has to be at all the different levels. Right from, what we see in, in BC, we had reform to the BC Human Rights Council Tribunal. And we need to see those reforms in our policing. We need to see the reforms in our courts. And Cookbee Casimir is right. A lot of it needs to be based on our Indigenous laws, which were carried more in regards to restoration of justice circles and all of those things that are included in Indigenous laws and ways for the whole community and all parties to have that restoration in their relationships under restorative justice. I know that's what the common law named it, but in our laws we would have different wording in our language, what it means in regards to coming full circle and everybody being in the circle to be heard equally in justice. So I'm fully supporting the resolutions. I just want to note under the one about the lands justice one that Cookbee Roseanne mentioned was that our community is not in the land code framework or the other federal programs for it, but I do see that the Indigenous laws in respect to some of those resolutions is important as well, jurisdiction and authority included. So I'll be seconding the omnibus resolutions. Thank you, Harold. Or sorry, thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Cookbee Wilson. So I will invite anyone who would wish to propose an amendment or speak to the motions or the resolutions that are presented in the omnibus to once again indicate their preference within the Assembly microphone tab in the Zoom chat. And I see that we already have Chief Don Harris, Douglas First Nations, who would like to speak regarding Resolution 11. Chief Harris?
It's Chief Don Harris from Douglas First Nation, and I respect that this would move a lot forward in our neighbors to the east and the treaties and that. But being from BC and with the modern day treaty process and having gone through extensive I'm going to say battles with a treaty group in regards to authority over the lands. So what it's doing in the modern day treaty process for us communities that are not within the treaty process or not negotiating any other agreements such as strategic engagement or reconciliation. The provincial policy that creates huge overlap, multiple overlaps within our communities. And in this case, I have 3 treaty groups that do over 100% overlap, identified traditional territory. And the current process does give, or would give treaty groups legislated authority over the lands, especially the traditional territories, and it would affect everything that my community is doing with it. With the minister, and I apologize to our caucus. My technical inabilities didn't allow me to join our regional caucus till recently, until I figured it out. But I would have to say that I have to oppose this at this time, and there's no disrespect to the communities east of the Rockies and the few that are within BC from the old treaties that this would benefit. The modern day process, it does affect severely the rights of non-treaty communities, and so I had to raise this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Harris. We'd have Kupke Ignace, who would have something to say. Kupke Ignace.
Sorry, could you clarify with Chief Don Harris what resolution he was speaking to, so that we know, because it's an omnibus resolution with a number of resolutions. I just needed to know which resolution he was speaking to. Thank you.
Yes, it was number 11 that was noted in the notes, and I believe it was announced that it was number 11.
Thank you, Chief Harris.
This is John Bilton. I'm the proxy for now Kamigwining First Nation. Perhaps maybe the Honorable Chief is referring to a different resolution, because number 11 deals with self-governance and justice transformation for First Nations and addresses largely the criminal justice arena. And I think the other resolution refers to land.
Yes, and this affects a wide range of including child and family and everything. So my community had spent $750,000 just trying to address these issues from our neighboring communities that were looking at treaty, although they weren't successful. But for this to move forward, again, it's like my community agreeing that these other communities do have authority over our traditional territory, and it does affect a wide range of issues, including land, the criminal laws. It also gives them authority over the land and the resources. a big one that came through that was proposed in the treaties agreement was that they also had authority over child and family within their traditional territory.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief Wilson.
If I Chair, could I just
or Chief Harris? I'm sorry. Chief Wilson?
Omnibus group. I was just asking for clarification if Resolution 11 is in that omnibus group that was read out.
Chief Wilson, yes. Omnibus number 2 includes Resolution 11, Resolution 12, Resolution 19, and Resolution 20.
Yeah, because I'm saying that because they're omnibus. A lot of times we don't have the time to go through the whole resolutions, but my community is similar to Chief Don Harris's community, and I'm not sure I could move forward on Resolution 11 if those are the key points that he's bringing out in regard to the modern treaty processes. I don't have any technicians on this call right now to question that, but I think it's important points he's bringing up. Thank you. And so I would question that now if I could actually support Resolution 11, the way Chief Don Harris is saying implicates our communities outside of the treaty process. Thank you.
If I may make a submission on behalf of Chief Capistrano for Camiguaning First Nation as the proxy, I might be able to clarify what appears to be perhaps a misunderstanding.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. So thank you. I'm honored to speak as proxy for Chief Capistrano of Camiguaning First Nation and to speak on the territory of the Sovereign First Nations of Treaty 3. I'm honored to support moving on Resolution 11. The current form of the Canadian justice system as it relates to First Nations, and that is the focus of this resolution. The current form of that system is irredeemably compromised. Support for this position is overwhelming with respect. Indeed, one of the presenters prior to this discussion, one of the regional chiefs referred to the overrepresentation of Indigenous adults in the custody populations in Canada and gave numbers such as 30% and 29%, while these adults represent only about 4% of the Canadian population. The problem is even worse for Indigenous youth. Indigenous youth accounted for 50% of custody admissions while representing 8% of Canadian youth population. The victimization rates for Indigenous peoples is also grossly disproportionate. These proportions have been increasing for more than a decade. Combined with staggering substance addiction and suicide rates and other indicia of harm, it is clear that the negative impact of colonial values and practices is implemented through non-Indigenous justice systems is harmful to individuals and families in the immediate term, and its consequences carry harm intergenerationally. It is honestly described as an evident human catastrophe. The issue here of this resolution is focused on the fact the provincial governments and the Government of Canada have for generations ignored the need to transform systems of justice in relation to the needs, values, and traditions of First Nations. Ironically, while the Government of Canada projects to those nations outside its borders its peacekeeping character and its desire to make alliances, it has failed for generations to be good peacekeepers and allies with the First Nations within its borders. It often fails to understand, even in current times, with respect that the problems it purportedly observes within First Nations, however described, are not simply the problems of Indigenous communities, but represent the symptoms of the sickness of a non-Indigenous governance view and the evident and extremely unhealthy power balance. There is indeed a historically established direct relationship between increasing non-Indigenous interventions in the lives of First Nations and the increasing numbers of those incarcerated, families fragmented, dislocation otherwise, addiction and suicide, for instance, as well as the destruction of cultural identity. Numerous studies, commissions, and inquiries since the 70s have, as well as judicial decisions from the Supreme Court, reveal that the cause of this overrepresentation is the impact of colonial values and practices. This current system is simply an ongoing exercise of an attempt to assimilate Indigenous peoples and to nullify their unique and sovereign characteristics. In 1996, the report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples identified the essence of the problem in saying in part, quote, "We are of the opinion that locating the root causes of Aboriginal crime in the history of colonialism and understanding its continuing effects points unambiguously to the critical need for a new relationship that rejects each and every assumption underlying colonial relations between Aboriginal people and non-Aboriginal society." The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's Call to Action 45, sub 4, asserts the need to reconcile Aboriginal Crown constitutional and legal orders to ensure the recognition and integration of Indigenous laws and legal traditions. The Missing, Murdered, and Indigenous Women's and Girls Inquiry called for the same transformation of the justice system. The United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Articles 4 and 5, assert the right to self-determination, the recognition of unique legal, political, and economic positions of First Nations, and indicates the obligation of non-Indigenous states at Articles 4 and 39 to provide financial and technical assistance in furtherance of the Indigenous autonomy. Friends, the National Chief's Bellegarde's indication yesterday of building back better in his speech should include the Government of Canada's recognition of this sovereign authority of First Nations to administer justice in relation to their respective peoples and to build and direct culturally relevant justice systems in their respective territories. With respect, the Honourable Chiefs who have spoken about the impact of this resolution, I would encourage to review the whereas section, because it does not go to impose on them the views of others, because the point of the resolution is to be respect of the sovereign authority of those First Nations. On this vein, First Nations must no longer be viewed by non-Indigenous governments as merely peripheral players in the domain of justice. Rather, that the First Nations must be viewed as the sovereign authorities playing a central role in the administration of justice, the administration of rulemaking and systems of governance in respect of their peoples. This reality would reflect the sacred relationship between First Nations and non-Indigenous peoples, showing the proper acknowledgement and respect long overdue. Indeed, as the whereas sections reflect, in a recent decision of the Ontario Court of Justice on October 2nd of 2020, a case arising in Pikangikum First Nation, which found that the application of an aspect of the criminal law was discriminatory towards 6 women of that community. The Honourable Mr. Justice David Gibson described the corrosive effects of colonization, the grotesque similarities as between the residential school experiences, and the consequences flowing from the current over-incarceration of Indigenous peoples and the failure of the Crown to properly maintain the sacred relationship with that community. His Honour's views illustrated this point in noting within the lifespan of the current Chief's grandmother, the community transformed through the imposition of colonial governance systems, including the residential school and criminal justice systems, a community that went from a peaceful group of families to the suicide capital of the world. His Honour's words about the situation of Pikangikum First Nation wisely resonate beyond that community to an understanding of the lived experiences, the long suffering of all First Nations. In response to that case, Pikangikum First Nation, Grand Council Treaty 3, and Anishinaabe Nation have made it clear by letters to governments and by resolution of the need to transform the criminal justice system to recognize Indigenous sovereignty. And this is what this resolution is about. The assertion of sovereignty of First Nations in the domain of justice that's reflected in this resolution before you is consistent with this Assembly's resolution in 2019, number 87, entitled Support a Process for Implementation of International Treaties, which reaffirms the treaty and non-treaty First Nations in Canada have never renounced their sovereign attributes. That particular resolution refers to both treaty and non-treaty First Nations, including the inherent right to self-determination and the related governance practices. Before closing, I would say that this resolution asserting the sovereignty of First Nations in the domain of justice administration can perhaps be viewed, conceptually speaking, as similar to the foundation of a house. It is the basis upon which governance structures in all arenas of community life are expressed and uniquely specified to those First Nation communities who seek to direct their own destiny. Even the Prime Minister and Ministers Bennett and Remedi yesterday in their respective speeches to this Honorable Assembly used the language of the sacred relationship with First Nations, the inherent right to self-determination, the recognition and assertion of Indigenous jurisdiction, the acceptance of governance systems, the laws, legal customs and traditions of First Nations, and as Mr. Lametti put it, the view of the Government of Canada for Indigenous legal systems to quote unquote flourish. If all the children of Turtle Island, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, are expected to understand that these leaders in the Canadian government are saying what they mean, we can hold them accountable in terms of working from the meaning of what they say. Indeed, the non-Indigenous peoples also expect no less, and that the fact that the Canadian government of this day is moving with Bill C-15 and recognizing the legal authority of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples reflects the view of all citizens of Canada and is long, long overdue change in the attitude of non-Indigenous state actors. In closing, it is respectfully requested that this Honourable Assembly vote in favour, because this vote would maintain the momentum of interest, the focused commitment towards expressions of Indigenous sovereignty. No more, no less. It is not an encroachment upon the direction, the views, the destiny of one First Nation versus another. In fact, quite the contrary. It is expressing, simply put, the commitment for Indigenous sovereignty, and that the manner of that is in keeping with the views of the individual identities of those First Nations, and in keeping the ministers that spoke to us yesterday on the path to truth. To reiterate, as Minister...
I get what you're saying. I think you need to stop there because you're reiterating the whole resolution, which Chief Don Harris's specific question was, does it affect us, the ones outside of the BC treaty process, unless you're for the BC treaty process? I think what Chief Don Harris is getting at is it needs to include the inherent rights of inherent Indigenous title and rights. I know it's an irritant, to those that are in the processes, but at the same time, we need to protect the inherent title and rights of those outside of the process, because that's the existing climate and legal landscape that the federal government and the provincial government set in when they set those different policy and legislation. Is unfortunately, that's what we're dealing with. That's why we have to insert something in about inherent title and rights. Otherwise, it is what Chief Don Harris is saying. It's just supporting, one process. So to be fair, I think somehow the wording, I don't know if it's resolution committee or who's doing this, because usually I have technicians on the call with me, and I don't on this particular one. And Roseanne Casimir's community is also outside of the processes. So we're both going to be in a position where we're supporting a process that we're outside of. So I think the resolution committee has to come up with some wording. It might be in and around inherent title rights. And I'm just going to check and see if any of the technicians are texting me. So if that
can I point out that paragraph 1 in the therefore be it resolved actually says in it says in exercising their inherent and treaty rights. It says declare support for all First Nations. It makes reference to these other communities, but continues in extension of all First Nations to say in exercising their inherent and treaty rights. So when this draft resolution went through the resolution committee process, my understanding was that that was considered. So I have no difficulty with including obviously inherent rights. My understanding is that the resolution already includes reference to that.
Yes, and the Chief Don Harris here again is that, and what I'm referring to is that the current modern day treaty process, although it's being put forward in this resolution, current modern day treaty process does give treaty groups legislative rights over non-treaty groups, inherent rights within traditional territory. It's a vast difference in the BC where there's multiple overlaps. As I said, is that I have 3 treaties that 100% overlap my traditional territory, and it does give them the legislative rights over and above. And I believe that there was an issue regarding the hunting in the north, where one treaty group there and the non-treaty group, a non-treaty community was not allowed to hunt a majority of their traditional territory. I believe they're left to something like 17% of their traditional territory. What I'm just saying is that for me to support this is that it'd be like me saying that I agree with that these treaty groups would have authority over my tradition territory should they sign off on a treaty.
Thank you, Chief Harris.
I think the options
we will
here
take
might
into
be
consideration all the comments that were made. I will pass the microphone back to Seconder Cook P. Wilson.
I think this is important to many of our nations outside in BC that are outside the process. I don't know if this omnibus bill, if we could just take out Resolution 11. You know, I think it speaks about a lot of issues in there in Resolution 11, but there has to be wording in consideration of what would be acceptable. Because usually our technicians would make sure that it's not affecting one right or the ones in the process. And usually we have good wording in and around that. But I see the problems in this Resolution 11 specifically. And I was hoping some wording would have been suggested, but I see that it's not. I see, and I think what we're saying is that the First Nations exercising inherent town rights is not strong enough. There has to be a stronger wording in there to reflect the realities that Chief Don Harris is expressing in our situation in British Columbia. So I'm not sure with the resolution committee if they can do that if we can move the omnibus without resolution 11 at this time until there's some appropriate wording for that and it can come back on the floor later. I don't know the procedures. That's why I'm asking for clarification.
Thank you for the recommendation, Cook P. Wilson. We'll be verifying with the resolutions team. For now, we will go on to Cheryl Casimir from Osoyoos Band Proxy.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The microphone is yours, sir.
All right, thank you. Speaking in favor of the resolution, because from what I'm seeing, it is a support resolution for the First Nations that are listed in the therefore be it resolved number 1, but it's also extending to all First Nations as well in terms of exercising sovereignty, sovereign authority to administer justice. We've heard about the dire situation that First Nations face as being overrepresented in the Canadian justice system. And so this is a resolution that's asking for follow-up work in terms of allowing First Nations to be able to exercise their sovereign rights in terms of determining justice systems in their territories that are specific to and meet their cultural needs. And I don't see this resolution being any different from the work that is currently underway in British Columbia under the BC Justice Strategy that has been approved by all of the chiefs, which is talking about doing reform of the justice system so that it is more reflective of First Nation interests and priorities as opposed to continuing to be administered under a colonial system. And I believe that that's what this resolution is speaking to. I don't believe that it's speaking about whether it's treaty rights or whether it's a treaty nation or a treaty non-nation. I think that we're getting confused because I've read the resolution a couple of times and I don't see anything in there that speaks to providing a added authority or jurisdiction to whether you're a treaty or non-treaty nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Casimir. We have 2 suggestions from the resolution committee here, and I would go to our mover to see your comments. We have the recommendation that we can pull resolution 11 from the document, from the omnibus, or we could include another to be resolved, declare that self-government or modern treaty agreements do not supersede the inherent rights, title, and jurisdiction of any other First Nation. That might be one way to address it, or else, like we said, we could pull resolution 11 from the omnibus package. I will go to Chief Casimir for your thoughts as mover.
Thank you very much for that. I think that, as a mover for the omnibus, I think those are both really good recommendations based on a discussion. And for me, I do like the wording that was presented in regards to declaring a self-government, and so that it's, capturing that whole piece. I think would be very good. And, you know, what was also stated in the first one there, I was also going to suggest, you know, because exercising wasn't strong enough. So I was going to suggest, you know, that First Nations occupying their inherent and treaty rights and or modern day treaty, etc. But I do like what the desk had proposed instead.
Perfect. And just to confirm that occupying would be in therefore be it resolved. Number 1,
yes.
Occupying their inherent and treaty rights.
Inherent and treaty rights and modern day treaty.
And modern day treaty. Perfect. We will add that. Thank you very much, Chief Casimir. I have Chief Lynn Akus from Zagame Anishinaabe, who would like to speak on the cannabis resolution, which is Resolution 19. Chief Akus. Chief Lynn Akus.
Hello, is my audio on now?
There it is. Chief
Hi,
Akus,
thank you. Good afternoon to all. I want to acknowledge the prayers that were rendered on behalf of everyone at this meeting today, and I greet everyone in the assembly. I want to just briefly touch on the cannabis resolution. I want to make a friendly amendment under number 1A. I would like to add the inclusion and recognition of First Nations laws, bylaws, regulatory frameworks, and policies. And I just want to add that the approach of this resolution throws a lot of working mechanisms into this resolution, including community tripart policing agreements and the First Nations Fiscal Management Act. What really we should be, I think the primary focus of the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis should be on promoting the development of regulatory frameworks so that we have more a better standing to approach the amendment of federal legislation. At Zagame Anishinaabe, we have our own cannabis board, and they're responsible for licensing and regulation. And we've been working with a alliance of cannabis operators here in Treaty 4 to come together and develop a shared regulatory framework, or a standards association is what we're calling it, so that we all have consistent and reliable standards for all of our operations, whether that, that's from seed to sale. And I think that there should be an emphasis on developing standards under any kind of new cannabis legislation. So I just want to say that to the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis. And yeah, I'm asking for that amendment. And I just want to bring that message to whoever sits on the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis, that the focus, before we even ask for an amendment to legislation, we should be asking for funding to develop that regulatory framework. Miigwech.
Thank you for your comments. I will go towards Chief Casimir to see if she accepts the amendment of including First Nations laws, bylaws, and adding regulatory frameworks on point 1A of Resolution 19.
Yes, as a mover for the resolution, I can definitely agree with adding the wording of the regulatory framework and policies.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chief Casimir. I will go to our
Also,
second.
can we go back to number 11?
Absolutely, that's where I was going.
Excellent, thank you. So just going back to number 11, just wanted to suggest that actual wording be exercising their inherent title and rights, because I just wanted to, agree with Don Harris in regards to that aspect and making sure that it's completely strengthened.
Did you prefer to keep the word occupying or exercising?
It looks like exercising.
Exercising their inherent title and rights.
Yeah, inherent.
Yeah, inherent title and rights.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief Casimir. Cookby Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to check with Chief Don Harris if that wording's adequate now to protect the issues he was talking about. There's similar issues to many of our nations in BC. And I understand what Cheryl's saying, because Nuji, we work together on a lot of tables, and Nuji were there, and we usually ensure that that balance is there for the nations going through those different processes. And, I just wanted to see with Chief Don Harris if that's adequate now, because I think he pulled out a key issue, and I just want to make sure it's addressed.
Yeah, I'm still leery with that. This morning, Minister Bennett stated that the Treaty Commission has not yet come together to address that issue. I have raised that issue with her numerous times and numerous meetings. But it's the agreements in principle. Once the treaty, modern day treaty moves forward, is that they do receive legislative rights, and our concern is that we would have to utilize the courts to determine who's got the rights to dictate on traditional territory. So I am still leery, and it has been very, very costly for my community. That comes out of our own pockets. We don't get funded for this. As I said, is that we spent $750,000 just addressing one treaty, and there's still 2 treaties that overlap us that are coming, and then another treaty that's coming back up to try and take another kick at the can. So.
Thank you, Chief Harris. Cookie Wilson, I will go back to you, reminding you that we had an addition also as a therefore be it resolved 7, declare that self-government or modern treaty agreements do not supersede the inherent rights, title, and jurisdiction of any First Nations, which was accepted by our mover, Chief Casimir.
Yes, thank you. And as well, our technicians probably haven't really had the time to fully examine Resolution 11, and being on the Union of BC Indian Chiefs representative, I would not be able to concur with that because of the problematic. And again, I probably would like the suggestion I had. I think we need to pull Resolution 11. And then I think Chief Dalton Silver was questioning, does he mean Resolution 20 as well? And so, but I think Chief Roseanne Casimir talked about Resolution 20. So,
so is your official recommendation?
I think just one second, please.
Perfect. We will give one moment to Cookby Wilson, keeping in mind that a suggestion may also include removing Resolution 11 from the omnibus package.
This is John Bilton. I have actually a suggestion that might resolve this issue.
John Bilton, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sometimes language imprisons us, and the words we use really do make a difference, I would agree. You'll note that in the therefore be it resolved sections, 6 of them, there is a reference to respective peoples, and there's also the language used of respective territories. What I hear Chief Don Harris saying, and I understand his point better now, The issue is that there are these overlaps, but he still refers to his own community. And so the Indigenous sovereignty, the sovereign rights to self-determination would still pertain in respect to the peoples in his community. So therefore, be it resolved, number 1 refers to in relation to their respective peoples, but 2 refers to in their respective territories. Perhaps if the language of territories is replaced with peoples throughout, then this overlap that's referenced with respect to treaties really is a distinction with really no significant import, because those communities with overlapping treaties will still be able to express their sovereignty in relation to their respective peoples. And so that's perhaps one way to address this issue, in addition to the earlier suggestion in terms of in exercising inherent rights and so on, in terms of therefore be resolved.
Thank you, Proxy Bilton.
This
Suggestion.
we're going to have to get it reworded. However, it may be because right now it's not really, but even with that, it won't fully address what the issues are being raised. Chief Roseanne Casimir, I just wanted to say, I think we do need to pull Resolution 11, especially because our communities are in the same situation. And then we just proceed on with the other resolutions that are in the package. But 11 can be pulled to be worked on, or because I don't think the union could support it the way it is. There's issues with it, and it's too bad we didn't catch it earlier. So that's what I'm feeling right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Cook P. Wilson. So we have an official request to withdraw or pull Resolution 11 from the Omnibus Package number 2. I will go towards the mover, Chief Casimir.
Thank you. Yes, I am very supportive of the Cookbees in regards to pulling it until we have that further discussion and collaboration, and ensuring that it really is doing what it is meant to do. So I am fully supportive of that. So as the mover, I approve of the removal of resolution number 11.
Thank you, Chief Casimir. So our resolutions committee will pull resolution 11, and we can go forward on draft resolution 12, 19, and 20 as omnibus package number 2. I will look for final comments or amendments on resolutions 12, 19, and 20. Following this, we will go towards the vote. And thank you for your participation, Chief Casimir and Cook P. Wilson.
Sorry, was there a question?
Final call for any comments or amendments on resolution 12, 19, and 20 that are now included in resolutions package number 2. Draft resolution 11 has been withdrawn officially by our mover and our seconder. We have Chief Miracle, who would like to make a final statement. Chief Miracle.
Thank you very much. I thought you weren't going to look at your screen there, sir. My concern with this resolution is in regard to item 1C. The Iroquois people really have a strong belief in the tax immunity, and this has come up a number of times about taxation. Now, the excise tax is a Canadian law about revenues that are collected by the Canadian government. And so I would support something to the nature of that Canada provide authority for Canada to enter into revenue sharing agreements from the regarding the revenues from the cannabis industry, something more general, but not to levy taxation on the reserve. I cannot support the resolution if it's about the levying of taxes on the reserve, because I know that my members would not support it.
And just to make sure, we are talking about draft resolution 19, First Nations representation in
Item
cannabis.
1C.
Thank
So
you very
some
much.
sort of a different language about authority to enter into revenue sharing agreements with First Nations who want them from the excise tax, because right now excise tax is already being charged at Seven Leaf and at Akwesasne for their cannabis plant that they have there. And so it's already being levied. But what we're looking for is some sort of revenue sharing agreement with Canada for the revenues that are collected from the cannabis industry, but not to levy taxation on the reserve.
And would you have any language that you would specify or wish to propose?
I would say provide opportunity for that Canada provide opportunity for First Nations to enter into revenue sharing agreements regarding revenues from the cannabis industry.
And this would replace, therefore be resolved 1C or be in addition to?
That's what I am proposing.
To completely replace
1C.
Perfect. I will go to our omnibus package mover, Chief Casimir. The proposition is to remove, therefore be resolved 1C, amendments to the excise tax and the First Nations Fiscal Management Act to provide First Nations law-making power to levy cannabis excise tax on reserve, and replace it with provide opportunity for First Nations to enter into revenue sharing agreements regarding revenues from the cannabis industry. Mover, Chief Casimir.
Thank you. So with 1C, you're recommending to completely remove that statement in regards to amendments to the excise tax, amendments to the First Nations Fiscal Management Act, provide First Nations law-making power to levy cannabis excise tax on reserve, to providing opportunities for revenue sharing agreements with First Nations. And, I just know that with...
From the cannabis industry.
Okay, sharing agreement. Okay, so from the cannabis industry.
Thank you, Chief Miracle.
Okay. So I just know that for us at TTS, we have been working on ensuring that we're incorporating taxation with the cannabis, whether it's for medical, whether it's for any of the areas within that whole gamut. And for us, it's about occupying 98% of the taxes that leave our First Nation community. So it's also ensuring that we have that say when it comes to any kind of, whether provincial and or federal, coming and wanting to occupy the area of taxation within any of our IRs. For us, we want to ensure that, under our lawmaking authority and our delegated authority, that we continue to occupy those fields and put any level of government outside of TTS on notice that we are going to be occupying that field. So basically, what you're saying is basically providing opportunity to revenue sharing. And I know that our community has done BCRs in regards to the taxation component for cannabis. And so, that is something that we can take into consideration. But if I could just have 1 quick minute and then I can just get back to you, that would be great and appreciated.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Chief Casimir, we'll come back to you. And I will take a final comment, seeing the time. We have Chief Denise Stonefish. Chief Denise Stonefish, the stage is yours.
There we go. I was just seeking, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I was just seeking clarification as to why Resolution 20 on land registry was included with the other resolutions that pertain to justice.
Perfect. Thank you for your question, Chief Stonefish. I will look towards my resolution committee to help me with that answer. And also, when she is back, check with Chief Casimir so that we can verify that question.
Okay, so is this something, if it's okay with Chief Miracle, if we could include his statement at the beginning of C and not completely eliminate it, but include it at the beginning of number C, exactly what he said, providing opportunities to revenue sharing agreements from the cannabis industry, but also for those choosing to, you know, with the inclusion of RC. So it's inclusive of the full playing field.
Perfect.
To move forward. So it kind of captures both.
Well, Chief, I have no mandate from our people to support any kind of levying of any kind of taxes on the reserve. I mean, that's been a long-standing, you know, position of the Iroquois communities, that we are exempt, we are immune from Canada's taxes. And that is part of our inherent right as a nation of people, to be inherent of an inherent right to be immune from those taxation. That's the stance we take. But to ask them to amend their laws to enable us to collect the excise tax, when the excise tax is levied pursuant to Canadian law, the way Canada sees fit. And you know, maybe if there's taxes already being collected on the reserve, they'd be diverted directly to the First Nation, where it is being collected. Might be a better wording, but instead of to levy the power for the First Nations to tax their own people. That's why I think a revenue sharing agreement, because they're going to collect the taxes whether we like it or not. They're already collecting taxes on the Mohawk Reserve. That goes with it when you get the excise license. To be able to grow the cannabis, you have to pay the government taxes, the excise tax. That goes with the licensing requirement. But that money should stay on the reserve. The same with tobacco. And so really, the revenue sharing agreement would be the monies that are collected from that source on the reserve stay on the reserve to enable the First Nations government to meet their responsibilities.
Thank you.
Because I think to put the First Nations Council in a position to be taxing their members, it would not fly here or in many other places.
Okay, can I reply? Excellent. So just for myself, you know, that's why I was looking at, you know, including your wording because it captures your area, but also including that as C. So basically it's for those choosing to go forward.
Yeah.
And that goes against us, the wording, but ours covers it off. And we don't want to jeopardize the regimes that we have in place under our delegated authority and within our jurisdiction. And when it comes to taxation, you know, we do capture a lot of those areas, you know, whether through any kind of economic development and business within our IR. Yeah. And for us, you know, we did notify the government. We have had discussions with the minister and various levels, as well as the Minister of Finance, to look at how we could be capturing that taxation room of the cannabis for all purposes, not going to the government, but coming back to our community, to stay within our community, to grow our local economy on behalf of our First Nations. Yeah. So with our band members, we don't pay taxation. We just like other First Nations, we have our tax exemption within our IR, and you know it also includes any purchases that come to our reserve. We get the tax exemption. Our taxation laws respect that, and we want to continue that. The only tax that our people pay is our KIBST, which is our Kamloops Indian Band taxation. And basically that was created through our our land titles. And so basically it's a very minimal amount. And that's something that our excise taxes through our tobacco, our fuel, and also too, it's known as our fat tax, fuel, alcohol, and tobacco. And so when we're looking at the excise tax component, we're also looking at including the cannabis, which is the back tax, which is the fuel, alcohol, cannabis, and tobacco. So for us, you know, under our Fiscal Management Act, we want to ensure that, you know, it's not fully lost or captured. And our people, by way of motion, have presented and told leadership through a general band meeting that we have to occupy 98% of the taxes that leave our reserve. And, you know, I think with your statement, I think by combining them, we will make the best of both worlds and will protect each of us respectfully when it comes to covering off those key areas.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief Casimir. So we will go forward to the vote with the motion as amended by Chief Casimir, combining the proposed provided opportunity for First Nations to enter into revenue sharing agreements regarding revenues from the cannabis industry, and adding that onto 1C, including the amendments to those who wish to exercise that right. I also have an answer to Chief Denise Stonefish's question. The omnibus is the package bundling rights and justice, and since 20 is related to First Nations land management, act as a self-government initiative. That's why it was included in the bundle. I would now ask that the vote be opened. Chiefs and proxies, you will be prompted to select the open voting button. And at the same time, look towards our phone lines for Omnibus Bill number 2, Draft Resolution 12, Draft Resolution 19, and Draft Resolution 20 for Omnibus Resolution 20. As you are going to cast your votes, we will be playing Regional Chief Augustine's regional update.
Hello, I'm Roger Augustine, Regional Chief for New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. I would like to welcome everyone to this virtual version of 2020 AFN Annual General Assembly. I wish to acknowledge the leadership for the resilience they have demonstrated during the most difficult year. The AFN staffers, under the leadership of National Chief Perry Bellegarde, have worked diligently and tirelessly to ensure the needs and concerns of our people would not be ignored at the onset of COVID-19. My fellow colleagues across the country have been inundated with another crisis which places additional strain on our treaty already a limited capacity to deal with the government on treaty rights, childcare, government, etc. So we must thank the regional chiefs, past and present, the delegation, the youth council, and the elders for their prayers and guidance. There exists the misconception that the fact that the treaties in 1700s gave us a right to fish, contrary to that belief, it is just not so. Treaties did not create Indigenous rights, nor did the Constitution Act of 1982, nor did the Supreme Court of Canada. These rights were given to us by the Creator from the time immemorial. Our region is unceded land and is subject to the Covenant of Peace and Friendship treaties signed with the British government in the 1700s and enshrined in the Canadian Charter of Rights in 1982. This makes us all treaty people. These treaties acknowledged that this land and its resources belong to our people and that we share with our visitors. We are right holders, not stakeholders. Indigenous rights are older than history itself. Indigenous rights are not the creation of man or any earthly authority, but by our Creator. It is an undisputable fact that our ancestors, the Indigenous peoples, have been in occupation and possession of our land since at least 12,000 BC. Long before Christianity, according to archaeology. In other words, from time immemorial. Justice reform will follow the same unfortunate route How many of us people must die needlessly before the government will agree that an inquiry is necessary? If they somehow agree on whose jurisdiction an inquiry will lay, it will have to include the Indigenous leadership, our elders and subject experts. The laws of Rodney Levi and Chantel Moore must not be in vain. There's so much to learn and so much trust to regain if there is ever going to be a system that works for everyone. With respect to the treaties, we did not migrate to foreign nations that came here uninvited. The government of Canada deliberately ignored all these precedents. Our treaties, the Constitution Act, and the Supreme Court of Canada has failed miserably to protect Indigenous rights when they were legally bound to. The onus is now on them to immediately quell discrimination and systemic racism they are responsible for. Where do we go from here? The issue can no longer be avoided. If our provincial governments refuse to join with other provinces and territories in seeking real and lasting relationship, we will never come forward. One drum, one song, based on the acceptance of Indigenous treaty rights and building towards lasting reconciliation, it is where we go, where we need to go. This conversation is critical to our future. Please join us. Acknowledge that a problem exists and the respect of people and their efforts to be part of the solution. Symbolic feather and flag raising ceremonies do not alone cut it anymore. We need action now. Thank you.
Lawland Chief Augustine. We will be giving you another minute to cast your final votes for Omnibus number 2. I will remind you it is for Draft Resolution 12, Draft Resolution 19, and Draft Resolution 20. We are getting our results in from the phone lines and from those using the Chime platform. 30-second reminder, get on that vote tab in your Lumi platform. You will be able to vote for, against, or abstain. And we will be closing the vote in 15 seconds. Make your final picks. And I would ask that the voting be closed. As we're waiting for the results to be shown on screen, so our preliminary results for Omnibus number 2, Draft Resolution 12, 19, and 20 are 91.03% for, 8.97 abstaining. As always, we will be combining those scores with the scores from our phone and coming back with final results soon. Thank you for everyone who participated. And for everyone who was in the discussion, the omnibus bills are another experience. So thank you for participating, and thank you to our mover and seconder for all the work that you've been doing. I would now ask for my co-chair, Weena, to be brought to the stage so that she may proceed with the next resolution. Weena, the stage is yours.
Merci Cédric. Thank you.
Cédric.
Donc, nous allons poursuivre sur notre...
We will continue with our agenda.
I might speak both French and English. Therefore, if you need translation, I invite you to go to the appropriate room in the chime feature. Now, Chief and Proxies, let's now turn our attention to draft resolution number 13. This resolution is entitled Becoming a Role Model in Ending Sexual Orientation and Gender-Based Discrimination within the Assembly of First Nations. This draft resolution number 13 has been moved or is moved by Kelsey Lem, spokesperson, and seconded by Chief Bill. I'm looking at my other device to see if they are present, if the mover and seconder are present in the assembly. And I can see that mover Kelsey Lam is present. And at the moment, Chief Bill is not present. We might, pardon me?
Chief Bill is present.
I'm here.
Yes. Oh, I am now aware that I've been informed that Chief Bill, the seconder, is now present. So we have mover and seconder in the assembly, and
here. Yeah.
I will put or enter the draft resolution into the record. And then, of course, I will let mover and seconder speak first at the discussion period. Let's now go to the, directly to the main decision section, that therefore be it resolved that number 1, order an independent, fair, and impartial investigative review of the AFN investigative review to end sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination and all other forms of violence, including sexualized violence, lateral violence, and bullying in the organization, to be called the 2020-2021 AFN Investigative Review to End Sexual Orientation and Gender-Based Discrimination. Number 2, establish that the objective of the investigative review is to examine specific incidents to assess in gouging levels of systemic sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination experienced by people involved with the AFN. Number 3, order an independent 3-member panel of external experts to oversee the investigative review with 1, an independent appointee chosen by the Women's Council, 2, an independent appointee chosen by the Knowledge Keepers Council, and 3, an independent appointee chosen by the Youth Council. Therefore, number 4, direct the Women's Council, the Knowledge Keepers Council, and the Youth Council to meet within 30 days of the passing of this resolution to appoint the independent 3-member panel of external experts. 5, direct the AFN to ensure the independent investigative review is financially resourced and supported by and given unfettered access to the AFN Executive Committee and AFN administration to carry out the review's objective. Number 6, direct that this investigative review includes, at a minimum, 1, codes of conduct for all aspects of the AFN organization, 2, investigators with experience and knowledge of First Nation organizations and expertise in conducting complex investigations. 3, provide an outline regarding processes for those involved with the AFN to report allegations and how these incidents are addressed. 4, A stage review beginning with specific allegations and then moving to a broader look at systemic sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination in the organization, and a plan moving forward to address these matters. Conforms to employment law legislation in effect. And 6, provide various means for current or past First Nation leaders, AFN members, and others to confidentially share experiences of sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination in the AFN. And number 6, presentation of the findings of this review and investigation in a report with recommendations in the Chiefs in Assembly that includes A, reviewing and recommending changes to the codes of conduct, policies, bylaws, and practices with the aim of eliminating sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination in the AFN, improving gender parity on all committees, and improving the ethics, conduct, and accountability systems in the AFN. B, recommendations regarding the advisability of an independent ethics officer in the AFN to receive, review, and address complaints, including what new roles and resources are needed to support this office. C, recommendations for fair, ethical, and independent system to address complaints and violations. D, recommendations for fair, ethical, and independent appeal and dispute resolution processes. E, recommendations for annual reporting to Chiefs in Assembly on ethics complaints and violations. F, recommendations for amendments to the AFN Charter to meet the highest standards for eliminating sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination in the organization. G, recommendation for mandatory training to be attended by the AFN Executive Council, senior management, and staff at the AFN. And H, any additional recommendations needed to address sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination within the AFN. Number 7, back to the therefore. Number 7, direct the 3-member panel to report to the Chiefs Assembly within 6 months, with an interim report followed by a final report within 9 months of this resolution's passing. 8, call for the AFN to renew itself as a role model organization to end sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination, including harassment, microaggressions, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, and misogyny within the organization. The last one, number 9, call for the AFN to include harassment, microaggressions, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, and misogyny in its definition of sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination. This ends our therefore be it resolved section. This draft resolution number 13 has been moved. I'm sorry, I just need to make sure, because as I read, or as I called mover and seconder, Kelsey Lam and, moved by Kelsey Lam and Chief Bill. And it has been entered into the record. And now, Chiefs and Proxies, is there a need for discussion on this draft resolution number 13? I will invite you, if so, I will invite you to go to the microphone assembly, and I will call on your name as I see it on the speakers list. Je vais maintenant poursuivre en français mais je vais m'adresser au chef.
I will continue in French. The first person who wants to speak. They have the possibility.
To you. Are you there?
Are you calling Chief Judy Wilson? I couldn't hear you.
Are you calling the mover?
No, I called the mover. Sorry.
My apologies.
Okay.
There was a lag on the translation.
It's okay. Just if you could just bring the mover on screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanoia an siam e sia e sequeto. E tewa esquile, chitwa coch osenso, quis tuctatene, quis tewithin tastan flanite, e eoch tast almochit. Chinquinman told me what eoch tast e aimslin flanite wa chawa tomos, not titsetsap, tomat quetsi. I just wanted to share a few words in my language to all of the delegates here. My name is Khal Salem. I'm an elected councillor for the Squamish Nation, as well as one of its 2 spokespersons. We don't have an elected chief in the Squamish Nation under our custom system, and our spokespersons are the equivalent of chief for the purposes of AFN resolutions and meetings and elections. I am very proud to stand here today to move this resolution. And for all of the delegates who have read the resolution and would like to understand more about where this is coming from and why this is coming at this time. In the year 2020, we have gone through significant change over the decades as First Nations leaders and as First Nations communities. We have seen the transformative work that has been undertaken in order for our organizations and our communities to become places that are healthy, happy, connected, and dignified, so that all can participate meaningfully in the decisions that shape the future of our relationship with Canada, but also the impacts that are felt by our communities and our homelands and our territories. This resolution, I am very proud to support and to move as a way to call on ourselves as leaders to renew our commitment to ending discrimination towards gender diverse folks, towards women, and to people of various and multiple sexual orientations. This is a resolution that is calling on us to show up in a specific way, to allow for us to aspire to be our best. The resolution comes from a place of meaningful love and respect for each other and the desire to create an organization that allows for all to participate with a dignified ability. The context that I think about in this resolution is I had a meeting very recently with a women leader from BC. And they had shared with me that through their many years of being involved in political leadership as a female leader, that they had experienced a significant amount of discrimination, sexism, misogyny in performing their duties as a leader of their community. And it showed up in ways where they had felt that they needed to develop what we often refer to as a thick skin. That in order to participate, they needed to have a thick skin because so often, as a woman, they were overlooked for positions of power or positions of influence. That when they would attend meetings with ministers and prime ministers and premiers, the government leaders in the room would look to the male chiefs for their opinion and perspective instead of one of our female chiefs. And these are the types of challenges that we face both within our communities and within our provinces and regions and within our country. This resolution is an attempt to address some of these things so that we can become the best that we possibly can be. And that when I think about our women leaders who have to experience that type of environment in order for them to participate, I think about the future that we can create so that the young women who are our youth right now and our children can grow up to become women leaders in our communities and won't have to experience that same type of environment in order for them to participate. That the contributions that they want to make to better the lives of our people can be met with full dignity, full respect, and a full treatment without discrimination. There is a wide spectrum of challenges that I think a lot of our women, our gender diverse folk, and people from different sexual orientations face when it comes to participating in political organizations. And there is everything from instances like I described, where women are often overlooked for positions of power, to potentially sometimes more serious instances of harm caused because of people's gender and because of people's sexual orientation. This resolution is not coming from a place of wanting to target any individual. It is coming genuinely from a place of wanting to create better practices and to fill gaps and to address areas where there is room for improvement. It is attempting, as they say, to be focused on the system, not necessarily on the people and the individuals involved. But I do think it is incumbent on all of us as leaders, and especially us men leaders who occupy and participate in these spaces, to reflect on our own challenges that we may have had in our lives, growing up in a system that has taught us to treat women in a certain way. I myself am here to admit that there may have been times in my life where I have overlooked women, where I have interrupted women, where I have not lived to, I think, the highest ideals that we would want. And that's my accountability that I need to make and learn from. And that these can be a teachable moments, that we'd be open to feedback and open to accountability so that we can all grow, because we are all raised in these systems that teach us how to teach us these things in our lives. And so for myself, when I think about the work of all of the women and activists and community leaders who fought for the missing and murdered Indigenous women's inquiry, or for all the leaders who continue to call on us men to stand up and show up in these important ways, not just at the marches and not just at the protests, and not just with the pins on our jackets, but in these opportunities to call for specific, tangible actions. This resolution gets at the heart of that, of allowing for a process to unfold that allows for people to come forward, that allows for people to trust a process where their voices and their perspective and their stories can help inform a dialogue on substantive changes that can happen to our organization, so that the AFN can become the platinum standard in Indian country for how to address these issues that so many of us are challenged with. That the AFN can be looked at as a model organization for First Nations that are also trying to understand how to tackle these issues. That is my hope, and I think my dream, and I think the dream for a lot of people who have participated in the AFN over many years and decades. I sincerely thank the many women and many people and leaders who have contributed to this resolution. I thank the National Chief for expressing his support for the resolution recently in a CBC article covering this resolution. And I really thank all of the leaders, past and present, who have over the years tried to move this conversation forward, to add to the dialogue, and to create better and best practices within our organization. I think this is an opportunity for us to move forward in a very positive and productive way, and that in 2020, we can proudly say as leaders in the AFN that we proudly supported this resolution to move forward and to allow for this review to happen, so that 10 years from now, we have created an organization that we are all very proud of and that many look to as a role model with regard to these issues. So I'm very proud, as I mentioned, to support this resolution. I thank everybody for helping craft the resolution. And I sincerely support and ask for the Assembly and the Chiefs leaders to give their endorsement of this resolution to allow for the process to move forward. I thank you all. Jinkunman told me up. I am grateful to each and every one of you.
Thank you very much. I will now ask the seconder if she has some comments.
Yes.
Chief Bill, to you, we can hear you.
Great, thank you, and good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm still in morning mode here. Dunjay, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this very important resolution today. Like Kilsalem, I'm very proud to work with leaders and chiefs from across the country to support this important resolution. And I'm very proud to stand beside Kilsalem to present this. We can all recognize that First Nation organizations and communities are not immune from the dynamics and reality of sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination. While it could be argued issues such as bullying, discrimination, and harassment exist in every culture and society in the world, there have been incidents and issues spanning decades that have presented themselves within the AFN as well. I will not be speaking to a specific incident, but rather my words are aimed at the issue at hand today. My greatest hope is that as First Nation leaders prepare to vote on this resolution, it is viewed through the lens of making positive change. Ending sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination and violence, including lateral violence and bullying, are reflected in both UNDRIP and the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls calls to justice. As leaders, we must lead by example and stand up against discrimination whenever and wherever it manifests itself. We can't deny that we deal with these challenges too. I believe as Indigenous people, we have a duty and a responsibility to ensure the values of our ancestors are honored and respected, especially at the national level. The AFN has an opportunity to uphold and implement those values, starting at the highest level of the organization. Systemic problems require systemic solutions. And that is what this resolution proposes. Young people, women, and 2SL LGBTQIA persons need to see themselves truly reflected in organizations that seek to represent them. We need to create an inclusive, safe space for everyone. This resolution is an important moment for AFN to show that it is a true leader in the fight against organizational discrimination, and not just a leader for First Nations, but for the rest of Canada. The resolution provides the AFN with constructive mechanisms for doing the work, and it includes an urgent call to action and activities to undertake, such as training and structural changes to help reduce the risk of gender-based violence and discrimination in the future. While some work has been done in the past, there are always improvements to be made, and the work was never fully implemented. A resolution from 2007 directed this work, then a report tabled in 2014, the MMIWG inquiry, and an AFN executive motion to end gender-based violence, for example. We need to address the gaps to ensure all can participate with dignity. Existing policies and practices need to be reviewed to ensure best practices that reduce harm and create safety. Now is the time to do the important work of identifying the issues so solutions can be provided to us, the Chiefs in Assembly, the members of the AFN. We must lead with dignity. You can't, on the one hand, say we honor and protect our women and children, and on the other, demonstrate the exact opposite. We need to look at how we communicate with others and address our own traumas. If we want respect, understanding, and empathy, we too need to be willing to give it as well. It's a two-way street. We must examine our own behaviors and address our own issues. Every First Nation voice deserves to be heard, respected, and treated with the utmost dignity. We must do better to support our women, 2SL, LGBTQ, QIA, and youth voices, Shonithan, Gunnischis, and Mussy Cho. I just want to address the, there is an acronym within the resolution that should be changed to what I had said here, 2SL, LGBTQ, QIA, which is consistent with AFN practices, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Bill. We got your amendment, not amendment, but small change in the wording of the draft resolution. And I will now call upon Chief Morris to come to the assembly microphone. Chief.
Good afternoon, Chiefs and Assembly. Just wanted to thank you very much and thank those that led us in prayer this morning. I just wanted to essentially support the resolution and also to speak to a bit about the Assembly itself, the Assembly of First Nations. It serves as an advocacy organization on behalf of all of our First Nations that are across this country. I look at the work that it's done in the past, and I look at the things that it's been able to do for us. But I think this resolution, in a sense, fits well with what we expect of other organizations that are outside of us. In order for us to reconcile, we always call on the governments to reconcile with us. But in essence, in some ways, we have to reconcile with ourselves first. As our elders have always taught us, that everything that we do begins with us. In order for us to really end the discrimination that our women face in leadership, that our youth face, and the harassment that sometimes that is there for them, that we have to really look at that and really understand it full well, so that one of the things that we can do is to look at how do we correct these situations. And so in essence, I wanted to, not to use, just to say it's a form of navel gazing, if you want to look at it from that perspective, and understanding that the Assembly itself needs to take a good look at itself, look at all of the policies that guide its work, look at the history of some of the work that is done, look at some of the challenges our past women leaders that have faced, look at some of the challenges that they've faced, and look at some of those negative impacts that some of the challenges have brought about, and look at how we can correct those situations so that we can better serve those that we represent. I think of the work of our women here in our Yukon. Like, we have a high majority of our women that are serving leadership are a large part of the chiefs in this that are here in the territory. I know that we have some very, very, very powerful women that have really taken us a long way in our land claim agreements. I think of past regional chief Mary Jane Jim Kant. I think of our commissioner that served in the Yukon Territory, Judy Gingell. I think of those women that have attained very high positions within the various organizations that are in this country. And I look at the significant contribution that they have made. They provide mentorship, they provide role modeling for our women that are here, that are up and coming. I look at our young women that are within our communities. I look at the drive that they have to do the things that they're doing today. They're the ones that are leading the way in language recovery. They are the ones that are leading the way in providing mentorship opportunities for our young leaders. I look at the work that they have done in the area of being able to provide direction for us in terms of looking at how do we keep our communities safe. I look at the work that they provide in terms of supporting the leadership that we have in the community, at the community level. I look at, in our government here, we have a clan-based government, and the clan-based government is structured in such a way that it has 25 members. A majority of the women, or majority of the members that are on the General Council are women. They lead the way in terms of looking at the direction our government takes. When we have a crisis in our community, it's our women that we go to help us, to guide us through those times. You know, I look at all that they have done for us. You know, we have a matriarchal system here in the territory, in our government here in Teslin. And I look at the support that our women have showed our men over the years, that relationship that continues yet today. And I know that we each in our own areas have our own experiences that have been negative. And it's our ability to be able to define the ways and the paths forward to help us to deal with those situations. And as mentioned, we are all not we come from places that have been challenging over our time. I've learned to understand and respect the role of our women. I understand the need for the respect that has to be shown to them for all that they have to offer to us. I look at the movement of our women around this world, the things that they have done that have made significant contribution to the societies and brought recognition for the rights that we have as Indigenous people. You know, I wanted to offer those comments up and in Thanksgiving for the resolution as it was developed, the recognition that's given to the various issues that are identified, and being able to look at a positive way forward in terms of looking at how are we going to deal with this and doing it in the best way that we can with the respect of all that are involved.
Thank you very much. For more clarity, the acronym, the correct acronym in the DR13 is 2SLGBTQQIA, and it will be adjusted with this correct acronym. Let's now call on Chief, or could be Judy Wilson.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be speaking in support of this resolution. And as an Indigenous leader, I'm all too aware, unfortunately, of this discrimination I face because of my gender. I show up at the Assembly First Nation meetings since being elected almost over 14 years ago now. And I have experienced this firsthand. Also at different meetings as well, but I never will stop working hard for the implementation of inherent town rights, and I'll never be deterred by any gender-based discrimination I face. I've stood in the truth, I express the truth, and I'll speak the truth. It will make me even more resolute to end all forms of discrimination, including those faced by women and gender diverse individuals. I want to applaud the mover and the seconder for bravely addressing the years of internal gender-based discrimination that have plagued the Assembly First Nations and have unfortunately been replicated atrociously that, you know, the colonialism have brought upon us. So we want to emerge from these colonial structures into our Indigenous structures and our Indigenous protocols and our Indigenous laws, which are much more accepting and equal than we could ever have under any colonial or federal government or laws or any of the provincial laws. Our laws are more or embracing, if you will. And I'm encouraged by this resolution and the promise that the solutions will be found. I found it actually to be a positive resolution, speaking towards finding solutions rather than shaming and blaming anyone. I think both the seconder and the mover spoke very eloquently to that, so I don't repeat it. And also the chief prior to me. So I think it's just accountability of all of our leadership to be able to issue, and I believe the resolution speaks to that, and that we can make those changes and be accountable for what we do in our Chiefs Assembly, our National Chiefs Assembly across the nation, and also that our Assembly is can mandate this to the AFN executive to ensure that all the forms of discrimination against women and all genders are respected and not tolerated, that we have the equality in our nation chief's house like it should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now call on Chief Cheryl Casimir. Chief Casimir, are you?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a proxy for Osuyas, Chief Clarence Louis, and I am speaking in favor of this resolution. I also wanted to just provide my acknowledgements and thanks to Kilsalem and Chief Bill for introducing this resolution for our consideration and doing so in an eloquent and respectful way. And I think that the resolution speaks for itself in terms of how we are just wanting to hold our organizations and ourselves accountable for how we treat people. And we need to do that at the highest level, which is here at the AFN. I think it also raises the issue of the work that we need to do back at home in our own individual communities to make sure that we start that healing process so that there's the space created for women and for gender-based discussions to take place in a safe manner in our respective communities. And so I'm fully supportive of the resolution, and I'd like to present a consideration, a friendly amendment to the resolution in therefore be it resolved 1, when it speaks to sexualized violence, lateral violence, and bullying. And just in relation or in addition to bullying, I'd like to add cyber, because that is also a means of which bullying happens, because it's so easy to be able to pretend to be someone in the cyber world and get away with it. So we need to, I would respectfully request that that be added to the language in the therefore be it resolved number 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Casimir. Your amendment to, if I understood correctly, you want to add the word cyber to the first, therefore be it resolved that. And I'm looking to the resolution team, and they propose the wording and cyber bullying. And so that's the wording for the amendment. And do the mover and the seconder, do mover and seconder find this acceptable? I will need to hear from them if they accept this small amendment.
Yeah, I'm in support of the spirit of the amendment. My recommendation would be to keep the word bullying, but then also add cyberbullying right after it. So I think bullying and cyberbullying are two things that should be included.
Yes.
But I'm supportive of the recommendation.
Thank you. Correct. Yes, I can see, I acknowledge it is correctly worded in the revised version. Seconder, sorry, Chief Bill, do you agree with this amendment?
Yes, I'm in support.
Thank you. Now let's move to our next speaker on the speakers list. Proxy Catchaway, Tim Catchaway for Chief Wanda Pascal in the Yukon region.
Yes, hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. To you.
Thank you. I would just like to call a point of order. I believe that components of draft resolution 13 are out of order with the AFN charter as the charter stands. I know we are going through the important work of charter renewal, and probably in the future when the charter renewal process is complete, various components will be addressed. But as the charter stands, and everybody knows that I am a stickler for the rules of the assembly and the charter. So respecting the organization as it sits currently, and like I said, I know we are going through charter renewal. So I believe that there are components of resolution 13 that are out of order. with the charter as it stands. So I would like to call a point of order on that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Catchaway. We'll then ask AFN Legal Counsel for opinion in regards to your point of order on the validity of DR 13, and Legal Counsel Stuart Woodkey, as I understood, will come join me on the stage. He's making his way to the stage. Legal Counsel Woodkey?
Yes, hello.
I turn the floor over to you.
All right, thank you. Good morning, I should say good afternoon, chiefs, proxies, guests. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge that the intent and purpose of this resolution contains very important issues. And we acknowledge that there are real important issues in many communities, not only in First Nation communities, but across Canada. Clearly, First Nation women, girls, LGBTQS2 individuals have the right to be free and live free of discrimination, hate, sexism, and differential treatment. We all recognize that they should feel welcome to attend the work, AFN assemblies, and functions with dignity, respect, and equality, and they should not have to worry about their personal safety or security. Draft resolution proposes to mandate a 3-member panel to investigate sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination and all other forms of violence, including sexualized violence, lateral violence, and bullying in the organization. That being said, there are a number of issues with respect to the current wording of the proposed resolution and the mandate, both legally and procedurally. I should note that at the outset, it is my opinion that the proposed mandate by the resolution, contained in the resolution, is not contrary to the AFN Charter. This is especially true with respect to the review of AFN policies and procedures and codes of conduct. It should be noted that the AFN Charter is silent on the conduct and accountabilities of many individuals affiliated with the organizations, and this resolution attempts to incorporate them into AFN processes. Now, to provide a little context to this, my opinion, and the current realities, it should be noted that the AFN is an unincorporated association, which is comprised of many organs. Only the corporate structure of the AFN Secretariat is subject to labor laws, codes of conduct, and employee policies. Of course, this would include staff and to some extent the executive committee operating as a board of directors. Members of other organizations such as the Tri-Councils, Chiefs Committees, political leaders attending to the Chiefs and Assemblies, as well as guests who attend the AFN assemblies or functions are currently not covered by any policies or any binding policies or codes of conduct. And that is basically the nature of what we currently have, the current structure of the Assembly of First Nations. Now, I'd like to touch upon a couple of problem areas of the resolution. The resolution is not clearly drafted and at present is not really consistent with employment laws, maybe contrary to privacy legislation, and may open up AFN to civil liability. Complaints of improper conduct involving employees, I should note, is currently covered through AFN policies, Canada Labour Board, and the Canadian Human Rights Commission. Should a complaint be addressed through a 3-person panel and an employee is terminated, suspended, or otherwise reprimanded, they would have access to the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the Canada Labour Board, or the civil courts to dispute any findings of any panel. Of course, the AFN in these circumstances may be liable for the decision of the panel. With respect to members of the Executive Committee, the AFN has implemented a process to address serious allegations. This involves private investigations, and where the investigations are substantiated, a number of remedies exist to address the complaint against an executive. There are clearly precedents across Canada in which special investigators were retained by public bodies to investigate alleged misfeasance against elected officials. Now, the resolution purports to cover individuals that are currently outside the AFN structure. These include First Nation leaders, guests at AFM assemblies, technicians attending chiefs committees, and members of tri-councils. The AFN's ability to provide effective remedies to address concerns outlined in this resolution would be somewhat restricted and limited to those individuals. I would also note that, in my opinion, the resolution is somewhat problematic in that effect that it provides no guidance on the qualifications of the three-member panel. It provides little guidance on how how they should investigate specific incidents of sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination. There are currently no protections with respect to personal privacy. The AFN would be liable for any breaches of privacy or errors in the panel's judgment. There's no guidance on principles of natural justice. It lacks decisions creating safe spaces for victims. And there is also limited direction on the range of sanctions that the panel should be addressing. I would also note, given the nature and conduct of the allegations that may be covered under this resolution, there may be other bodies outside the AFN that may be more appropriately and best suited to address some complaints, especially complaints with respect that are of a criminal nature. In those cases, the police and the courts would be better suited to address and resolve any allegations of wrongdoings. It would be my feeling that a three-member panel is not the best body to investigate any criminal activities. So in conclusion, as I mentioned, it is my opinion that this resolution is not contrary to the AFN Charter. However, there are other considerations that the Chiefs and Assembly may want to be mindful of. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stuart, for your advice and important comments. Based on your legal advice, I'm ready to make decision. PR 13, as I understood your advice, doesn't violate the AFN Charter per se. It's not outside the charter, which was the point of order called by proxy catch-away. Therefore, even though it has legal risks, at this point, as co-chair, I deem that point of order is dismissed, and DR 13, draft resolution 13, will still be on the floor, and we'll continue discussion on DR 13. Thank you very much, and please stay nearby if we need you more. Thank you, Stuart. We'll now go back to the floor, the assembly microphone floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now continue the discussions on draft resolution number 13. We will now go to proxy JD Duranlo. I will now call proxy Duranlo to come to the assembly microphone, please.
About like what sexual and violence included, and like if sexual assault and stuff like that was in there for the resolution.
Yes, proxy Duranlo, Chief Duranlo, is it you? We can't hear you if you're talking at the present moment.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Now we can hear you. You have the floor, Chief.
Did you hear what my first comments, or should I repeat myself?
Yes, please repeat. We didn't hear anything before now.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a question about the resolution, like what sexual violence meant in there, and if like sexual assault was included, and if there isn't, to include wording in there after sexual violence. I just wanted a definition on what was in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I hardly understood you. You want a definition of what is sexual assault, Chief?
Oh, sexual violence. The word sexual violence is in there.
So okay. So I will ask for more clarification from the mover or the seconder for a definition of sexual violence as worded in the draft resolution. Is mover or seconder prepared to answer on this question by Chief Duranlo? Sorry.
Yes, if you can just give me 1 second.
Kelsey, to you. You can go ahead. To you.
Yes, I'm just trying to confirm. The definition, one definition that's been provided for me is that sexual violence means someone forces or manipulates someone else into unwanted sexual activity without their consent. Reasons someone might not consent include fear, age, illness, disability, and or influence of alcohol and or drugs.
Thank you very much for this answer. It's much appreciated. We'll now call upon Chief Tizia Trump to come to the Assembly microphone, please.
Masi Cho, Trinplan Gwinzi Shalaknai, and respected leadership here today. Although appreciate the discussion so far, I'm not here to speak to the exact particulars as we wade into the legalities and nuances, but moreover the spirit and the intent. I think that all of us online here today can appreciate and understand where something of this nature comes from. I think it's important to recognize not only the mover and the seconder, but from where these issues may arise as well takes a great deal of courage. And it is our responsibility to acknowledge, to hear, to accept, and to ponder these instances. As we are all part of a larger, as individuals, a fraction of a larger whole, the AFN as an organism, if you will, and us as our functions inside, have a responsibility to ourselves and to one another. As we strike these balances, it is important that we move forward, not replicating or mirroring what the outside world has inflicted or taught. I see this resolution coming forward as our opportunity to reaffirm our heritage. Every foundation should be shaken to allow us the ability to see into its fragilities. And yes, this may cause, as an individual or a collective, some reservations about moving forward. It may show some of those fragilities, but we must recognize that these fragilities are galvanized as our strengths. When we recognize these, there cannot be healing without first a wound inflicted. And in this sacred relationship, we find ourselves at a fork in the road. This resolution speaks to much deeper issues, but in acknowledgement and recognition of it in and of itself, we must move forward in supporting the spirit and the intent. The intricacies on how this is realized, we have the assistance for. But I wanted to commend everyone on the call today and those in support and acknowledgement. This is an opportunity to make ourselves better. Our people are watching us, our ancestors and our future generations. So be it that our burden may be to wade through the difficulties, again, whether personal or collective. But again, we leverage our todays for the tomorrows. This is an important resolution that has hit the floor, and it's important about how we move forward, and that we should. Again, the spirit and the intent of this resolution is recognized among all of us. And in speaking in this support, it's important that we do move forward with this resolution. In what shape or form is for us to figure, but its spirit and intent rings true. And we should call to this signal as well, to stand together in that support, to make ourselves and to make the whole better for it. Masicho.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Chief Connie Big Eagle to come to the assembly microphone. She will speak on behalf of the Women's Council of the AFN. Chief Connie Big Eagle, are you at the microphone?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. To you. You have the floor.
Good afternoon to the Assembly. First of all, I want to acknowledge that the AFN is not perfect and we must all work towards improvement. And who can argue with such a wonderful vision and dream and concept for our national organization? My issue is with the approach, though. The resolution was not presented to the AFN Women's Council before it came to this assembly. I'm not sure about the Youth and Knowledge Keepers Councils, but if there are obligations being placed on the Tri-Council in regards to an investigation and the appointing of an investigator, then shouldn't all three councils have had the opportunity to review and discuss the resolution? I thought that there would be a human resources department at AFN that would address most or all of the concerns brought forward in this resolution. But if the Assembly is in agreement, I propose the following amendments. I request that the word investigation be changed to review in all paragraphs of the therefore be it resolved, that the words investigative review be changed to a review of policies and procedures in paragraph 1 of the therefore be it resolved. And I ask that paragraphs 3 and 4 of the therefore be it resolved be removed altogether. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Big Eagle. Just to be clear, you're asking for an amendment to change the word all through the draft resolution. The word investigation shall be changed to review. And in the paragraph 1 of the therefore be it resolved section, you're asking for the I had difficulty to note the change, but I will check if the resolution team has the wording, the correct wording, and I will then verify with the mover and the seconder if they agree with this. And so I'm just waiting for the resolution committee to confirm me they have the correct wording.
If I could speak to the proposed amendments. Is that so in order, Chair?
And Chief Big Eagle, pardon?
Could I speak to the proposed amendments?
Okay, no, I'm not ready. I'm not ready yet. I just want to. I'm not ready yet to call on the mover. I just want to make sure we have the amendments. And Chief Connie Big Eagle, are you still at the assembly microphone? Because the team here is mentioning that if you're asking as an amendment to remove, therefore be it resolved number 2 and 3, the number 4 should maybe logically be removed too, but you didn't mention this. I just want to clarify this before moving on. Chief Big Eagle, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I'll repeat all the amendments that I'm requesting. That the word investigation be changed to review in all the paragraphs of the therefore be it resolved. That the words investigative review be changed to a review of policies and procedures in paragraph 1 of the therefore be it resolved. And that paragraphs 3 and 4 be taken out altogether.
What about
those two paragraphs refer to the tri-council appointing the investigator, and we were not consulted on this.
Okay. Therefore, if
remove points 3 and 4.
Yes, okay, because it goes together. If we remove the committee, we remove the reporting as well, or the meeting.
Yeah, sorry, my mistake. I was calling them paragraphs. It's the points. Thanks.
So you want to remove 3 and 4, not 2?
Remove points 3 and 4, yes.
Perfect. And just another last thing, you said investigative review, you want to change this for a review of policies and what's the last word you said? Sorry.
Procedures.
Procedures. Thank you very much for this. And I will now call the mover and the seconder to make sure they accept these suggested amendments by Chief Connie B. Giggle. Mover Kelsey, are you in the assembly microphone or at the assembly microphone?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do you accept these amendments? Do you agree?
I want to thank the chief for the comments and the suggestions, and I guess just to provide a bit of context for the relevant sections that are being discussed. So in the development of the resolution, there was a question on what is the structure and process for assembling the body that would essentially be responsible for overseeing this review. And the recommendation of the team that had put together the resolution was to ask by the Chiefs in Assembly to support, so the Chiefs in Assembly through this resolution, directing the tri-councils to assist in performing this function and appointing a panel member to this panel. Without those sections, it would leave this entire process in limbo, as there would not be clarity on who is responsible for those actions. In addition to that, the resolution is quite clear in the relevant sections that this is a review, that the purpose and outcome of the review is simply for the panel to come forward with recommendations in a report. And so as a result, the outcome is quite simply recommendations, and it is a review. So given the wording as it exists now, as a mover of the resolution, I don't support the proposed amendments.
Thank you. I took note of this, that you don't accept the suggested amendment. I will give the chance to the seconder to give his position, her position as well. Chief Bill, are you?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Kilsalem. I'm wondering if we do remove sections 3 and 4, how would the Women's Council and the Youth Council and the Knowledge Keepers be included? I think it's an important portion of the resolution.
Thank you. You are the mover and the seconder, so you have the control of it's your resolution, draft resolution that you presented. So the suggested amendments proposed by Chief Connie B. Giggle is rejected. We'll continue.
Kilsalem.
And the next speaker on the speakers list is the Chief Leroy Denny. Are you present at the assembly microphone, Chief Denny?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you to you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Chief Leroy from Escazoni. I just want to speak on the Resolution 13 regards to the some changes and some amendments. First, I want to thank our National Chief Bellegarde for his leadership on this, and with his leadership, he has instituted a code of conduct for the AFN executive, which, as an interim regional chief, was an honor to sign that document 1 year from today, actually, or exactly last year, and also mandated that all AFN national staff take HR training on this issue, and also launched an investigation when AFN received a gender complaints against 2 prior regional chiefs, and also appointed this my past year as a interim regional chief. Also, AFN appointed a woman CEO, and the vast majority of staff at AFN are women, and fought for MMIWG national inquiry and calls to justice, and appointed a young chief of staff, and appointed a female-led management committee. And these are some of the things that the national chief has accomplished, and also I was part of this past year that I was part of those decisions. The investigation should be characterized as a review, I believe, and we have not had any formal complaints, and should be a review of current policies and procedures instead. And I would like AFN Council to suggest some wording on this. And the review needs a clear term of reference, informed by subject matter experts, which are legal here at AFN, and ask AFN Legal Counsel suggest wording on this as well. The AFN CEO should recommend the 3-person panel to the AFN executive for their approval. And again, I want to ask AFN Legal Counsel to draft this as well. And the resolution needs specific assurances that the CEO is in charge of the investigation, not the AFN executive. So that's why I strongly believe in that. Now it's part of it. I find it affected that, and this is because they are political, and it has political ambitions, and so can we add that bullet stating that Chief Executive Officer CEO will lead, manage the review, and the resources for this review must be taken equally from each regional chief's budgets, and this review should not impact the work we are mandated to do on behalf of chiefs in assembly. And the AFN Legal Counsel needs to suggest how far back the review should go. So my suggested amendments is to requesting the word investigation to be changed to review in all paragraphs of the therefore be it resolved paragraphs. Requesting that words investigative review be changed to a review of policies and procedures in paragraph 1, and therefore be it resolved. And I'm requesting the paragraph 3 and 4 of therefore be it resolved be removed completely. And just to conclude, I don't know if there's in this resolution if persons with disabilities as well to be added on there somehow, not to be discriminated, to be supported. Any persons with disabilities, if it's physical, mental, or emotional. Thank you.
Chief, so your proposed amendments, your 3 first proposed amendments, from my point of view, are similar to amendments from Chief Connie B. Giegel, and they were not accepted. And your last amendments, they were not accepted by mover and seconder. And your last proposed amendment to add person with disabilities, I will make sure that the resolution committee got the wording to I'm sure they got it, but we will find the right place. And I will now turn to the mover and the seconder to see if they accept this. And I just received the suggestion before going to the mover and seconder. I just received the suggestion from the resolution team, and they say they can add discrimination against persons with disabilities after, and cyberbullying after. This is an addition we have earlier or previously in the therefore be it resolved number 1. So you can, I don't know if we can see it, but after cyberbullying, we would add discrimination against person with disabilities as per suggested by Chief Benny. I will now turn to mover and seconder. Mover, are you on the phone or at the assembly mic?
Yes, I'm in.
Do you accept this addition?
I think a number of the recommendations that have come forward are similar in scope to the previous recommendations, and so I'll decline to support the amendments. And then I think just specifically on the inclusion around disability, I'm confused as to the nature of that recommendation because this review is focused on sexual orientation and gender-based violence. So at this time, I don't support the proposed amendments.
Okay, thank you. And seconder, do you agree with the mover, or you have another position to share? To you.
I agree with Kilsalem, but I'm going to attempt to meet people halfway here, and Kilsalem, you can let me know what you think here. I think maybe instead of investigation, it could be an evaluation, which is, in my mind, a little bit stronger. That review, it refers to that this will raise recommendations for change. I think that the panel can then draft a terms of reference with the AFN legal counsel to address some of the concerns. So maybe an evaluation, would you?
Perhaps, yeah, to support Chief Doris's recommendation, I would be willing to support an amendment to the resolution for investigation to evaluation and investigative review to evaluative review. But those are the only amendments that I would support.
We can include parameters to fully engage the councils identified.
Okay. Thank you. We will, since your suggestions were not the same as the proposed amendments, I will go back to well, this is your response. So if you agree with these changes, I think it will cover the suggested amendments, both of them, because there were two similars. So we'll just make sure that the resolution team has the wording, and thank you for your mid proposal. So I think they had the wording, but we'll get back on this. There are many other speakers. No, not that many, but we will now take Chief Brian Perro. He will come to the microphone assembly, and we'll then hear Regional Chief Archibald Proxy for this matter. Chief Brian Perro, are you at the microphone assembly?
I am. Yeah, bonjour. My name is Brian Perro. I'm the Chief of Couchiching First Nation in Treaty Number 3. And I'm speaking in support of the resolution and the discussion about whatever we call it. But I just wanted to share a comment. In Treaty 3, at our last annual assembly, the chiefs of Treaty 3, our governing structure, we have a four-directional structure, but we also have councils. We've got our elders council, our women's council, a men's council, a youth council, and at our last assembly, the other one that we all voted on and agreed to unanimously, I'm pretty sure that we are going to add another council, and that is for LGBTQ two-spirited people to sit advising the leadership. So we'll have a fifth council there in Treaty 3 in our governing structure. And maybe we as the Assembly of First Nations might want to consider that, taking it there. We're already going to have that in the Leadership Council's advisory to the leadership in Treaty 3. So I just wanted to share that with everyone. And I think it's a good idea. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. The resolution team got the wording. They will replace investigation with evaluation throughout the, therefore be it resolved. And we will now turn the floor to Regional Chief Archibald, proxy for Chief Wetong. But before, I just wanted to be clear, I will take only the two last speakers, and before I will open the vote. Regional Chief Archibald, to you.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted there. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You can see I'm burning some sage here because I feel like there are forces, very dark forces, moving against this resolution, which to me is a great light in these dark times. And the fact that and I want to call out the national chief on this. I want the national chief to be speaking to this right away. Because I believe that it's the national chief's office that is the biggest resistance to this process. And you can see the people that have spoke in favor of this resolution have speaking notes. They're speaking from notes given to them by somebody. And that somebody is the national chief. So, sorry, I'm getting a lot of text there. That's why I keep moving my phone. And the national chief has to be accountable on this issue. The national chief has to come out and allow this investigation. It has to be an investigation, not an evaluation. We have problems in the Assembly of First Nations. We have problems. And I want to start to tell you about them. That women are not always respected, especially on the executive. We have had very difficult moments in our executive, and that's why this resolution is coming forth. Because there are problems within the AFN that need to be fixed. And in order to fix something, you must look for it. You must bring it into the light. And if you're going to bring something into the light, you're not evaluating, you are investigating, you are looking, you are searching for things that are in the dark corners of this organization that have to be brought into the light. And that's what this process is about. It's about us doing this now rather than waiting for a buildup of many, 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 many women coming forward at once. There are many women who have been negatively impacted by this organization, including regional chiefs. I want to be clear about that. And this resolution actually has to go ahead as it is And I asked the mover and seconder to keep it as an investigation because we need to shine a light on this. We can't step down and say, no, we shouldn't be doing this. We have to do this. And so what I ask is for the national chief to come on here and stop playing behind the scenes with the various people, giving them speaking notes, and come forth and say that this process is going to go forward, because it has to go forward. And I heard one of the chiefs say earlier, political gain. This is not about political gain. This is about transforming this organization and making it safe for women. We've had many executive calls where those have not been safe spaces for executive women. I want to tell you, I've been subject to some of those things myself, and so have other regional chiefs. And we have to go ahead with this. We have to, as the resolution stands. This is the time, and the national chief has to come forward and support this wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Chief. I will now turn the floor to National Chief. I acknowledged his presence in. Yes, and given the time, we will have any other speaker before I call the vote, and I will now leave the floor to National Chief. National Chief, to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the chiefs and my colleagues on the executive that have spoken. Thank you, Chief Roseanne Archibald, for asking me to speak. Totally prepared to speak. As I've said to CBC, I'm in support of this resolution. I've said that publicly, and I will ask the chiefs to support it. I have been trying to respect the Chiefs Forum in the sense of the rules of the Assembly is the Chiefs Forum. And I texted that to you as well. And I think there's some issues about implementation of it. That's what I'm hearing, and I'm listening to the chiefs that want to make sure that it can be implemented within the organizational structure of the AFN. That's what I hear. So I would encourage the chiefs to support it. There's no question. We have to make our AFN better than it is. And we've done all of that through our terms of reference for our executive. We've done that through our code of conduct for the executive. And we're going to keep doing those things to make our AFN the most effective and efficient organization, respectful of male and female and transgender and all the above, because we need to work together. So for me, as the national chief, yes, we support the resolution. We need safe space. I believe all the chiefs, and I don't have control of the chairs. I don't have control. You know, when the resolutions come in, they're referred to our legal counsel and our team just to see for the review that they fit with our charter and that they fit with our rules of procedures and operation. That's all that happened. And I support the dialogue going forward. So to Chief Roseanne Archibald, to my colleagues on the executive, to the chiefs that are listening, it's a resolution that the intention is very, very good to end this discrimination and racism, to move forward, to create safe space. And I've said it before in public, I support the resolution. It's on the record. But I'm also respecting the Chiefs of Canada. We can get this done. I would ask the mover and the seconder in a respectful way if there could be some friendly amendments so that we can operate and move forward on this resolution as quickly as we can within the parameters we have here at the AFN. So those are my comments. So again, I burnt my smudge as well, and the Eagle Feather is here to speak the truth. And that's what I believe in. I'll always go back to ceremony and our 7 teachings. And that's what I hang on to and I'll hold on to going forward. This is our Assembly of First Nations. We need to make it the best organization ever. That to me is the intention of this resolution. I would ask the mover and seconder for some friendly amendments that I hear from some chiefs to fix it so that we can operationalize it. That's all that appears to be happening. And those are my thoughts and those are my words sincerely right now to the chiefs that are listening, and to the co-chairs, and to the Women's Council, the Youth Council, the Elders Knowledge Keepers Council. That's what I feel. Okay?
Thank you very much, National Chief. We will now go back to the mover and the seconder to clarify one point with the amendment, to clarify that they agree with the the suggested amendment that you propose to replace investigative with evaluation. And that's the only other change that we will make, the only other amendment. There was no other amendment in your last comment. Please, seconder and mover, if you can please confirm that we need to replace with the word evaluation, that you agree with this. And I will appreciate it. I would appreciate it. Are you at the microphone?
Yes.
Assembly? Okay, mover is to you.
Thank you. I spoke with Chief Doris just on our own little chat, just to confirm our intentions around, based off the dialogue and the discussion. I really want to thank the regional chief for their words, and I really want to thank the national chief for his support on this resolution and in that regard. Based off the dialogue, and I think, you know, there is a desire to move forward in a good way. But I think the regional chief made a really excellent point, and I've confirmed with the seconder that our intention is to keep the wording of the resolution as it was originally submitted as investigative review. I know that I had previously made a recommendation to amend, but after conferring with my colleague, we would like to keep the resolution as is.
Okay, thank you. So you don't accept any.
I apologize that I do not accept my own recommended amendment.
It's okay, it happens sometimes. So thank you for this clarification, and I will ask the seconder if she find this acceptable. I think you said she was okay with it, but I want to hear it from her.
Yes, and you know, our intention here is to make the AFN a better place for everyone, including women and young people and two-spirited people. That's the intention behind this resolution. It needs to be a safe space for all. And as you heard, it's not. And that's an issue. When you have young people across the country looking at this organization, you know, they look to the AFN. The AFN needs to reflect who they are. And it currently does not. If women are telling you they don't feel safe in a space, then that's an issue. It's an issue we must address. We cannot ignore it. And as Regional Chief Roseanne Archibald said, how long do you wait? You wait before it spills over into the public? I don't think you want that. We're trying to deal with this in a positive light. Please walk with us. Help us to make those changes that will make your women, your children feel safe when they enter into this organization. You lead by example. They look to us to set examples. It's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Bill. And just to clarify, you still accept the two first suggested amendments, the change of the acronym and the addition of the word cyberbullying. These two were accepted. We just come back with the terminology investigative review. There's no change for this. Am I right?
Wasn't there a sexual violence or something like that? What was the other?
They asked for a definition. It was an amendment.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So, do you agree, or do you accept the two first, or you change your position for the two small corrections amendments? The acronym and the addition of cyberbullying. Thank you. And Kelsey Lam, do you accept this?
I support those amendments as referenced.
Thank you very much for this. Therefore, time is running. It's 5:35, and we will now close the discussion period. We will go and we will proceed for the vote. Chiefs and proxies, you will be brought to the voting platform on Lumi. You will have to put your name. Sorry, you will have to log in if it's the first time, but it shall not be the first time today. And then you will have to put your position, yes, no, or abstention. Please put the vote platform on. And during the vote period, the voting period, we'll have the video from, could you please repeat? We'll have a video from Chief Adamek during the voting period. So the question has been called for draft resolution number 13. Thank you. Please put the video on.
Danjay, Kluani Adamak Uye, Dakloedi Ayahat, Ageyohato Asauk, Kluan Man Kai Iche, Ganachchish Lake, Asia Asua, Ganachchish Ta'an, Ganachchish Kwanlan Dan. Hi everyone, Kluani Adamak from the Killer Whale Clan, Dakloedi, Tlingit name Age, from Kluani First Nation in the Yukon, and here on the traditional territories of the Ta'an and Kwanlan First Nations. I also acknowledge my grandparents, Lake. It's so important that as we continue this work in climate, that we're always reminded of who we are, where we come from, and certainly to acknowledge our grandparents and our ancestors. Knowledge keepers, elders, chiefs, it's so wonderful to join you remotely. This is our first time doing this, and so we're gonna walk gently, we're gonna learn together, and be able to, of course, come out of this virtual annual General Assembly with direction, with a unified approach, and of course, talking about incredibly important matters like COVID-19, the magnified impacts that it's had in our communities. I was so honored to serve as the chair of the Chiefs Committee on Health during the first wave of this pandemic. And I'm really, really excited to see Regional Chief Poitras, the new portfolio holder, continue and take us through the second wave. We're with you, our hearts are with you, and it's not easy for anybody. For those who have lost during this hard time, sending you strength and courage, and holding you up in your moments of darkness. So climate. Let's talk climate, as I often say. As many of you know, in the North, climate change impacts our communities 2 to 3 times faster than anywhere else around the world. And so as the chair of the ACE Committee, the Advisory Committee on Climate and the Environment, I'm so pleased to work with matriarchs, leaders, knowledge keepers, youth and women from across the country to continue to advance climate action from a First Nation lens and from a rights-based approach. Now, this past year, we've seen a number of changes. Most recently, as you know, there has been, of course, the tabling of Bill C-12, which speaks to net carbon emissions and an accountability plan. That's one step. Reducing emissions is, of course, what we need to be doing, but there's a whole lot more, and a whole lot more that's being led for and by communities, by Indigenous rights holders right across the country. In March, we gathered right here in the Yukon. I also want to note, as a carbon offset, we did plant culturally relevant trees for all of the 350 plus participants who joined us. And that gathering, we were able to share a First Nation lens. What is this strategy? What is it going to look like? There's been webinars that have been hosted in each of the regions, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you a little bit about that work. Of course, as mentioned, we all gathered in Whitehorse for the climate gathering, the AFN National Climate Gathering. We also regionally, in the true spirit of a Yukon that leads, hosted our first ever climate gathering. This brought together youth and elders for a pre-gathering, and of course, the signing of the Yukon First Nation climate state of emergency. We also had a youth declaration on climate, and so I encourage all of you to check out that information on social media. Certainly, we have seen a lot of young people be fully engaged in this work, and we have also launched a Yukon First Nation Climate Fellowship. So chiefs and regional chiefs and those listening in, there's so much innovation out there in the climate space, and we're always happy to share what it is that we're doing in the Yukon with you. We know that 17% of lands and waters were to be protected by 2020, growing to 25%, and then finally 2030 by 30%. We need to make sure that now more than ever, conservation is led for and by Indigenous peoples. I want to acknowledge the land guardians for the important work that they continue to do in community, and all those who have continued to move through into clean and green energy solutions on the ground. The National Climate Strategy will continue to be developed by and through direction of First Nations, through the Chiefs and Assembly, all of you gathering and providing that important direction to not only the AFN, but of course the ACE committee as well. This year, there's a resolution that is coming forward. And what we really tried to do here was to bring forward a number of the different priorities that had been presented in terms of the draft resolutions, and being able to include them into a resolution that would reflect all of the unique needs. So that resolution includes, of course, planning the next climate gathering in 2021, food security, of course, the ongoing work of ensuring that First Nations continue to be the leads with respect to environment, climate, and protection. And of course, something that is incredibly important to not only the Gwich'in, but of course, First Nations across the country, the protection of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, the Porcupine Caribou Herd. This is an incredibly important time for the Gwich'in, and an incredibly important time for all Indigenous peoples to ensure that we stand together to protect the sacred. I encourage you to hashtag, be able to join the Vantak Gwich'in, the Gwich'in, and all those who, of course, are so connected to V'dz'ai caribou, and protect the sacred. This is an important time for us to come together, and we so appreciate from the Yukon region all of the support from chiefs across the country. With that, we look forward to this resolution, of course, chiefs, being delivered to you, hearing any of the recommendations, of course, that you have to bring forward, and really solidifying that direction for the ACE committee and moving forward. Thank you so much to all those ACE members for all of your ongoing work, and of course, to those of you who are watching and listening from the ground, who are doing the heart lifting, as we say, with respect to climate and the environment. G'nach Chish, we hold you up for all you do. With that, I'm wishing you all a healthy, safe, really different holiday season. But of course, as we know, it's our resilience and our strength as Indigenous peoples that has carried us through this pandemic. It's our teachings and ways of knowing and being that will continue to get us through, and sending you all love, strength, and courage as we move into 2021. Thank you.
Voting is still open, and there is still 1 minute to vote. And we will, after this minute, and now it's 45 seconds, we will close the vote. And I will explain after, because there is some small adaptation to the agenda because of the time. The vote is now closed. And the results will appear shortly. Please put the results on the screen. Okay, so draft resolution number 13, 77.92% for, 16.88% against, and 5.19 abstained. This is in addition to the in favor votes from the phone. Sorry, so we got votes on the phone, and they were all in favor. The draft resolution number 13, entitled "Becoming a Role Model in Ending Sexual Orientation and Gender-Based Discrimination Within the Assembly of First Nations," as amended, has been carried, has been adopted. Thank you very much for this. We will now break for 10 minutes, and during the break, we'll put a video on from Regional Chief PG. And after the break, Harold will be with you, and we will continue with Omnibus on the environment, and we'll see if we can do the other Omnibus, because there are 2 Omnibus packages still left on the agenda. Thank you. We'll break for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Deneza, Sekuza, Skyza, Chiefs, Hereditary Chiefs, guests. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the territory that I am calling from, the unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied territory of the Lheidli the Dakelh people, just outside of Prince George, British Columbia. I hold my hands up during these very challenging times, but I know we will get through this together, as our ancestors have shown us ways, and we are resilient. We have confronted this pandemic with strength. We have called police and the justice system to account for systemic racism and violence against our Indigenous people. And in BC, we were able to pass historic legislation, the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, that recognizes and reaffirms our inherent rights to this land. The work First Nations leaders continue to do in this province and across this country is innovative and cutting edge as we change our relationship with settler governments and our Indigenous, non-Indigenous neighbors. The BCFN have been doing everything we can to support our First Nations communities in British Columbia and across Canada in dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. We worked with First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs in development of an online tool to help individuals, communities, and business owners to fight the spread of the virus and access vital resources. We have also been pressuring the provincial government to release relevant data on COVID-19 cases to help keep our community safe and informed. It may seem like a lifetime ago, but it was just before the end of 2019. A year ago, on November 24th, that we secured a historic victory with the passing of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in 2019. We can all claim this as a victory, and it has certainly been an important lever for pushing for implementation of the United Nations Declaration at the federal level. We will not stop pressing for First Nations rights to be respected, implemented, and affirmed. Restorative justice. Thanks to our hard work, the speech from the throne on September 23rd of this year directly addressed Indigenous issues. The federal government has committed to follow BC's example and introduce legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which the AFN expects to see tabled before the end of this year. We also expect to see new legislation on healthcare and mental health services and steps to implement both the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action and the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls calls to justice. In July 2020, the AFN submitted a proposal to Public Safety Canada to begin building a national First Nations justice strategy. This would engage First Nations leaders, local communities, policing and justice experts, and community service providers to address the crisis of Indigenous overrepresentation in the justice system. This strategy will incorporate the specific priorities of each AFN region and support communities who are working to institute their own models of justice. To be it restorative justice or other traditional approaches, we are looking for $750 million to establish restorative justice programs in First Nations communities. Here in BC, we have seen positive movement with the introduction of the BC First Nations Justice Strategy. The First Nations Justice Council is now building an action plan based on this strategy to improve the justice system for First Nations people in British Columbia. Economic development. I have also the honor of being chair of the National AFN Chiefs Committee on Economic Development. Through this role, I have prioritized supporting First Nations economic development, which has been seriously impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to convey my thanks to leaders across the country for the amazing examples you have set in safeguarding the members of your First Nations communities. The measures we have all implemented have made our local economies able to bounce back from this incredible challenge. The federal government have identified 2 funds focused on stimulus for Indigenous businesses. The first in May of this year, $306.8 million, and the second in July, $133 million. While I think we can count on this as a success, it's not nearly enough. Our work and advocacy are focused on getting past the pandemic and to see long-term measures long-term measures in place. We will be meeting with Minister Miller to push for including First Nations in economic development plans being made by Canada and the province and territories. In September, I participated on behalf of the Assembly of First Nations in a federal, provincial, territorial discussion with Energy and Mines Minister. There, I laid out the case for following the examples of British Columbia and implemented the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People as a legislation at the federal and provincial levels across this country. This means projects would require free, prior and informed consent and moving beyond consultation and into shared decision-making processes. The Chiefs Committee have also been advocating to improve opportunities in procurement, agriculture, trade, connectivity, and natural resources. This includes working to each and push beyond the 5% federal procurement target for First Nations businesses. Increase agricultural sector involvement to ensure food security. Inclusion of First Nations rights and free trade agreements. The need for targeted resources for a universal broadband fund to reach First Nations communities. The resource development that prioritizes clean growth, land recognition, and shared prosperity. Climate change. Our team has been doing important work to put First Nations at the forefront of fighting climate change. We've been assisting the Tsilhqot'in National Government and Lheidli T'enneh Nation with their forest carbon projects that combine climate change action with economic development. We will also be releasing a First Nations forest carbon standard in the winter to support First Nations forest carbon projects, and climate change engagement will continue through this winter. Fisheries. The changing climate is one of several factors impacting our salmon and other aquatic species. However, we maintain that the main reason we continue to see terrible returns is a mismanagement of our fish by Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans. As co-chair of the Assembly of First Nations National Fisheries Committee, I've been meeting with Crown counterparts to advocate for the priority access to First Nations over commercial and recreational interests. First Nations communities are doing everything we can to rebuild stocks, but we need more action from the federal government. including in providing priority access to First Nations fishers after conservation considerations. This year, we push hard to see the federal government to act on the Cohen Commission's recommendations from 2012. We also support new investments in First Nations owned responsible aquaculture to ensure a safe, equitable, and quick transition from open net to land-based aquaculture. Children and families. We can continue to do this work so that our children can carry on in our traditional ways and cultures. For us to succeed, we need to reform the child welfare system. The BCAFN has supported the work between Canada, British Columbia, and First Nations to build the mechanism to implement Bill C-92. We need to take back control of our families, and we need the resources to do it. We are seeking political appointment at the Joint National Working Group related to the Indigenous Services Canada Protocol. We have also been working to secure prevention and respite services for children and families in need, particularly children and youth with special needs. Missing and murdered women and girls. At the same time, as we are working to help families, we continue to demand action for those families who have lost loved ones. We still have not seen a national action plan on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and two-spirited people. And we are pressing hard to see movement from the federal government. We held engagement sessions on the National Action Plan in BC with the leadership of BC AFN's Women's Representative, Louisa Hosty-Jones. We are confident that the outcome report will be a valuable contribution to the plan and that our communities will be empowered to take action. I would like to thank all of the support from the chiefs across the country as we work together through these challenging times. I am honored and humbled to serve for First Nations in British Columbia and will continue to celebrate everything we've achieved together. Awetsa. Thank you. Masicho.
Sorry, I was muted there. Another rookie mistake, but it has been a long day. Welcome back, everybody, and thank you very much, Regional Chief, for that regional update. Just in terms of our schedule, we are arriving at 6 o'clock, which was the designated closing time. We just have a little bit of time. We could probably scratch it to 6:30, which is the latest we can go in this forum. We have time for one more resolutions omnibus, which will be the environment resolutions. Then we will turn to the National Chief for the closing, and then we will turn to the Elder for the closing, and then we will turn to the Drum for the closing, and the co-chairs will assist me with that. You have before you the environmental resolutions, and we bundled 3 together. 14, support for the Algonquin Nation's Moose Moratorium. So the second one is 16, support for survival of Fraser River, Thompson River, and Pacific Coastal Fisheries Nations cultural way of life, food security, removal of open net fishing farms off the Pacific coast, and 17, support for the First Nations climate leadership, food sovereignty, environmental protection, stewardship, and conservation. The movers and seconders for our omnibus on this are mover Chief Byron Lewis and seconder Chief Dylan Whiteduck, both who I am indicated have indications are in the assembly. We do want to thank those original movers, and of which Chief Whiteduck and Chief Lewis are one of those. Very quickly then, as we look to the therefore be it resolved, on the Algonquin Moose Hound, it really talks about their efforts to protect the moose and the resistance they've experienced in Quebec. On the fisheries in the Fraser River, Thompson, and Pacific Coastal First Nations culture way of life, it does talk about the critical importance of Pacific salmon, historic and ongoing threats that it faces, and in particularly from open net fish farms. And then when we look at resolution 17, climate leadership, that one really just talks about the continuing work that the AFN has done in a leadership position, including the Yukon hosted summit and related supportive work in the ministerial letters, etc. And I will now quickly read through the therefore be it resolves and extend my apologies to the translators whom I know are struggling to keep up because I'm going to move very fast. In terms of resolution 14. May we have the therefore be it resolved. Thank you. Therefore be it resolved. Support the Algonquin Nation's proposal to declare a moratorium on sport hunting for a period of 5 years in their territory. Direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to call on Canada and the province of Quebec to respect this moratorium and ensure that the Algonquin Nation is fully involved in its management moving forward. 3, denounce the government of Quebec's disrespect of the rights of Indigenous peoples, in particular those of the Algonquin Nation, through decision-making processes that directly threaten their traditional practices and right to hunt, harvest guaranteed by the Constitution. 4, direct the AFN to call on the government of Quebec and those responsible management organizations to address their lack of meaningful consultation with the Algonquin Nation before adopting measures that affect the way of life of the Algonquins, and call for immediate action to address absence of accommodation in full consultation with the Algonquin Nation. Therefore, be it resolved on 16. There are 2. One was added in the consensus building process. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to advocate for the implementation of recommendation 3 of the Cohen Commission that states the Government of Canada should remove the Department of Fisheries and Oceans mandate the promotion of salmon farming as an industry and farm salmon as a product, so as to remove the conflict of interest and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans mandate, promoting fish farms while protecting wild Pacific salmon. There is a therefore be it resolved 2 that has been added, and it reads as follow. And again, we're unable to show that to you. 2, direct the AFN to work with the Fraser River, Thompson River, and Pacific Coastal First Nations to engage with the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans to immediately begin process of removing open net fish farms in the Discovery Island as recommended by number 18 and 19 of the Cohen Commission. And then finally, moving to resolution 17. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct the Assembly of First Nations to engage with appropriate ministers such as the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Food, the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, and the Minister of Indigenous Services to work in full partnership with First Nations to address food insecurity, advance food sovereignty, and support, I missed that last piece, the findings of the First Nations Food, Nutrition, and Environment, just to go back to where I was, to advance food sovereignty and support First Nations full participation in all related dialogues, including efforts to identify solutions and operationalize the findings of the First Nations Food, Nutrition, and Environment Study. Direct the AFN to urge all ministers involved in climate change, environmental protection, stewardship, conservation, and food sovereignty to recognize the multidimensional, interconnected, and interrelated nature of these critical issues and work in partnership with First Nations to develop comprehensive approaches to address each issue. 3, direct the AFN to work with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada to support First Nations-led conservation efforts and to ensure the full and effective participation of First Nations in achieving Canada's ambitious conservation agenda, including the identification of dedicated resources to enhance capacity and leadership in the establishment, governance, and management of Indigenous protected and conserved areas, First Nations Guardians programs on species at risk protection, conservation management, and recovery. Direct the AFN to call on the Prime Minister of Canada and the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change Canada to work publicly to protect the sacred calving grounds of the porcupine caribou herd by prohibiting oil and gas exploration and development within the Arctic National Refuge in Alaska, and immediately address the crisis facing caribou populations across Canada in full consultation and partnership with First Nations. Direct the AFN and with the leadership of the Advisory Committee on Climate Action and the Environment to continue to work with the Prairie Climate Center to expand the climate change research and communication efforts from the National Climate Gathering, including exploring appropriate opportunities for First Nations perspectives, concerns, and knowledge systems to inform ongoing development of the climate areas. Thank you very much for that. Just in the interest of time, I will dispense with calling on the mover and seconder for comments, and I will open the floor briefly to see if there are any amendments that people would like to finish or to make. So let us prioritize any amendments that you would need. So for that, we'll ask you to go to the assembly mic, enter your name in the chat, and also your title, and indicate which resolution you would like to speak to. I see that Chief Lisa Robinson would like to request a minor change to Resolution 14. Chief Robinson.
Okay, good evening, everyone. The change is minor and it's actually in the whereas, but it's just in reference to how we are discussing it. So the change is in whereas number H, or letter H. And right now it reads that the Algonquin Nation fears that this is this essential resource. And I don't like that aspect of referring to the moose as an essential resource. So what I'm proposing, the wording is that the Algonquin Nation fears that the moose, a vitally important species, will disappear. It's just a really minor word, but I feel it's really important. Which,
So just to be clear, it's a minor amendment after fears, comma, the moose, or fears the moose, comma, a vitally, what was the word there?
important species,
Important species.
and rest is fine. It's
Yeah.
just, they're much more than a resource to our people, and I just want to make sure that point is indicated in this resolution.
Thank you very much. And just to be clear, we'll delete this essential resource and insert the moose, a vitally important species. And we'll look to the movers and seconds to confirm that. I see Chief Byron Lewis, the mover, is asking to speak as well. So Chief Lewis, if you will come on and also just give your approval to that amendment to 14.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. All right. Yes, I'm okay with the amendment to the motion, and I really do support these motions going forward. It's much more than just the decline of species, protection of species, or any of the above. It's about government, including the provinces who operate under Section 90 or 92 authority, who have absolutely no right or constitutional right to extinguish an Aboriginal right, and yet they are in the lead in terms of extinguishing our rights, whether they're for anadromous species on the West Coast, when you look at the decline of Thompson River coho, Chinook, and also coho, to our resident stocks throughout Canada, or what's happening to the caribou and a lot of the herds going through the north. Or, the buffalo that's been, basically threatened since the late 1800s. All of this goes towards the extinguishment of an Aboriginal right. And this is something that we really need to look at as Indigenous peoples, because that's one of the requirements of an infringement of a right, is a justification of their infringement. And the province and the federal government has failed dismally to do so. And this is something that's really required. So this is why I supported these motions going forward, and I hope everyone else supports those. But I ask every First Nation across Canada to start forcing the government to justify their infringement of our food, social, and ceremonial use. This is at the heart of what we talk about food sovereignty. There is going to be no food sovereignty when we lose these. This is an actual extinguishment of our rights. So thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Chief Lewis. And so again, I will note that I do need a clarification. So good, we are adopting that minor amendment. I do need a clarification on our seconder. I understood that it was for the omnibus was Chief Dylan White Duck, but I see a note that it might in fact be Chief Sanderson. So I want a confirmation from the Resolutions Committee as to which chief is the mover or seconder. Otherwise, I am not seeing any other requests for conversation on this. And so once I clarify that, we will look to call the vote on this omnibus.
Fellow chiefs, colleagues, nations. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to move this resolution forward. It reflects to what the previous chief just mentioned, and we think about the Plains Cree, what happened to the cultural genocide with the bison and the buffalo. Earlier we watched a video with the decline of the North Caribou and what's going on in the Northwest Territories. The injustice that's happening with regards to the fisheries in the West Coast. Also, what's happening in the East Coast with the fisheries for the lobster. So that gets me to this resolution here, and that's why I seconded this motion. It all impacts food sovereignty, and the Algonquin Nation fought for this motion. We kind of reflected on that matter what the Wet'suwet'en Nation had to go through in terms of fighting for a cause. And when I stated in the fact at the beginning of this whole conference, we have to work in unity. We have to work together. And that's why I moved this motion for this resolution of 14 that was supported by Chief Lance Heyman, who is also an Algonquin chief. So with that being said, I'm okay with the amendments that Chief Lisa Robinson made, and that's it for now. Miigwech.
Thank you very much for that. And I do want to thank Chief Sanderson, who did offer to stand in for that as a seconder as Chief Wojtek was arriving. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let us call the question on this omnibus package, resolutions 14, 16, and 17, and let us open the vote. We'll open the vote for just 3 minutes, and then we'll check to see if we need to extend that. So you will begin making your way over. You'll be invited to vote. You should see the omnibus package resolution vote topic. And if you don't see that, then please navigate to the vote menu on your chime, and that will take you there as well. And it does look like we will make an effort to proceed to our final omnibus package following this vote. So 2 minutes left in the voting window for omnibus on the environmental resolutions, resolutions 14, 16, and 17. Just about a minute left in the voting window.
Good job, Harold. Chief Leon here.
Thirty seconds left in the voting window. So just a few seconds left, and the phone votes have been confirmed in favor of environmental omnibus resolution. So final call for votes and closing. Just waiting for that short transition as the votes are made available. And then we will turn to co-chair Cedric to finish up our resolutions omnibus packages. Voila, there you have it. Resolution carries. Over to you, Cedric.
Hello, everybody. So for our final resolutions omnibus package number 3, we have 5 different resolutions that are included. Draft Resolution 18, support for First Nations clean drinking water, class actions. Resolution 21, supporting First Nations with connecting to the internet. Resolution 22, extension of interim First Nations early learning and childcare regional funding allocation approach. Resolution 23, First Nations-led local, regional, and treaty-based post-secondary education models. And finally, Draft Resolution 24, infrastructure stimulus funding for First Nations. I will look towards my resolutions committee for confirmation on mover and seconder. We have Chief Alvin Francis as mover. And we are looking for a seconder. So if someone would like to second the final omnibus package, please show your interest in the Assembly microphone chat, giving your name, your nation, and your title. And we have Chief Emily Wetung from Curve Lake First Nation as our seconder. Thank you, Chief Wetung. There has been a slight modification. Chief Sanderson will be our mover rather than Chief Alvin Francis. Thank you, Chief Sanderson, for moving. Draft Resolution 18, titled Support for First Nations Clean Drinking Water Class Actions. You have the whereas in your package. Therefore, be it resolved that Chiefs in Assembly 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations to urge the federal government to immediately work in full partnership with First Nations in order to advance the meaningful implementation of Indigenous water rights across Canada. 2, direct the AFN to encourage First Nations and their autonomy to enter into class action lawsuits should they believe it will benefit their First Nation. 3, direct the AFN to ensure that support does not derogate or negatively impact other ongoing negotiations between the First Nations and Canada. And finally, 4, direct the AFN to continue to urge the federal government to reaffirm its commitment to eliminate drinking water advisories across First Nations, beginning with an announcement of formal plans to address its commitment to end long-term drinking water advisories by March 2021. For resolution number 21, supporting First Nations with connecting to the internet. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations to call on Indigenous Services Canada to support high-speed internet solutions for First Nations using technology such as Adventive, Advanced Interactive Canada Inc., and First Nations-led and identified solutions. 2, direct the AFN to call on the Government of Canada for First Nations-specific funding and criteria as part of the Universal Broadband Fund Program and for investments into connectivity initiatives and training that will increase First Nations information communication technology capacities. And 3, direct the AFN to call on Indigenous Services Canada and innovation, science, and economic development to support and work with First Nations to establish service provider capacities, data and market information, spectrum access, a network of professionals, and policy to enable affordable access to the internet. Draft Resolution 22, extension of interim First Nations early learning and childcare regional funding allocation approach. Therefore, be it resolved, 1, support the extension of the interim funding model for Assembly of First Nations, Resolution 59, 2018, First Nations Early Learning and Childcare Regional Funding Allocation Approach until March 31st, 2022, as recommended by the National Expert Working Group on First Nations Early Learning in Childcare and its sub-working group, to allow adequate time for NEWG and its sub-working group to have discussions on and develop a new funding formula. 2, direct the AFN to immediately notify the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development of this resolution. 3, direct the AFN to call upon the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development to immediately and properly fund the AFN, the NEWG and its sub-working group to undertake national level coordination for First Nations ELCC. And 4, mandate the NEWG and its sub-working group to report back to the First Nations in Assembly by December 2021 with a revised funding model. For draft resolution 23, First Nations-led local, regional, and treaty-based post-secondary education models. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, reaffirm First Nations inherent and treaty rights to post-secondary education. 2, reaffirm that jurisdiction over First Nations post-secondary education remains with each First Nation. 3, direct the Chiefs Committee on Education, National Indian Education Council, and the Assembly of First Nations to work in partnership with Indigenous Services Canada to co-develop a policy proposal which will supplement a memorandum to Cabinet to obtain authority for First Nations to negotiate and conclude First Nations-led, local, regional, and treaty-based PSE models. The policy proposal, MC, and subsequent Treasury Board of Canada submission may include and identify Point A, the policy authority for First Nations-led local, regional, and treaty-based PSE models to be implemented, negotiated, and concluded with an open, transparent, and accountable process between First Nations and the Government of Canada. B, the funding required to implement First Nations-led local, regional, and treaty-based PSE models. And C, reaffirmation of First Nations control of First Nations education. 4, direct the Chiefs Committee on Education, National Indian Education Council, and the Assembly of First Nations to ensure co-development will align with the First Nations post-secondary education policy proposal, which recognizes student supports, First Nations PSE community support services, First Nations established institutes, community-based programming, and governance and leadership capacity in local, regional, and treaty-based PSE models. And finally, 5, affirm that this co-development and process concerning First Nations PSE is not intended to detract or hinder First Nations from advancing their current and future PSE processes. And finally, draft resolution 24, infrastructure stimulus funding for First Nations. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations to urge the federal governments to actively partner with First Nations in order to share in decision-making processes and have access to the financial information relevant to closing the First Nations infrastructure gap. 2, direct the AFN to support the closure of the infrastructure gap between First Nations and the rest of Canada by 2030. 3, direct the AFN to support First Nations requests to replace current bilateral funding agreements with a direct funding institution. 4, direct the AFN to urge the federal government to make long-term funding commitments to First Nations community infrastructure, including but not limited to housing, water, wastewater, roads, transportation, trade, operations, and maintenance, education, health facilities, and emergency services. And our last point, 5, direct the AFN to urge the federal government to co-develop with First Nations, the Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure, and the AFN, a new institution known as the Indigenous Infrastructure Bank that delivers the federal government's infrastructure stimulus funding directly to First Nations in a nation-to-nation relationship. I will move to our mover, Chief Saunderson. The stage is yours for any introductory comments, and I will remind you of the time. It is already 6:25 Eastern on Omnibus Package number 4. Does Chief Sanderson have anything to say, or Chief Watong as seconder?
Hey, you're unmuted. No, it's unmuted. It's unmuted.
Chief Sanderson?
I'm here. No, I support the resolutions, and there's an amendment. I'll be on call.
I think we're having communications issues with Chief Sanderson.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, but we're having difficulty understanding. These are the joys of technology. Chief Sanderson,
Can you hear me?
There you are. Now we
Hello?
got you. Chief Sanderson, the stage is yours.
No comment there. No comment.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief Sanderson. We have Chief Watong, our seconder, who would like to make an amendment. Whereas E we will verify with Chief Watong on which resolution she mentioned. For now, we have Chief Byron Louie, who would like to speak to motion 18. Chief Louie.
Okay, here. Hi, Byron Lewis, Chief Leo Okanagan Band. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to resolution, resolution 18. I think it's first whereas. And could we include just in at the very bottom of the sentence that goes that First Nations, in order to advance meaningful implementation of Indigenous social and economic water rights across, then, you know, it's important that we actually not only include the social issues, that is clean drinking water, but you look at under the formulas that are actually driven by ISK, they don't include economic. And economic can be providing water for if it's an agricultural purpose or a commercial or a recreational. And each time bands actually try to do that, there's just such a high cost to upgrade the systems to support this. And the biggest cost is digging up a line that already exists. And it's crazy not to include that. So I think that whenever we talk about water, we really need to push the issue of how it's driven by formula and make them include economic interest, because they are the biggest beneficiary of development on reserve. And you look at any study going across Canada, that's, you know, it goes something like, you know, when First Nations develop, it's municipal, it's a regional, it's provincial, and the federal government that reap huge benefits. We have a local band that's actually generating close to $90 million annually, 50 for the provincial government, 30 for the federal, and yet that is not reflected in these formulas when there is formulas for any type of water infrastructure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So the amendment would be, and therefore be it resolved 1 of Resolution 18, the meaningful implementation of Indigenous social and economic water rights across Canada. I would look towards our mover and seconder for the acceptance or the rejection of this amendment. Chief Sanderson or Chief Watong?
Chief Sanderson accepts.
I have no objection to that. I'll accept.
Thank you. Then the amendment is accepted. Chief Watong, did you want to speak as to Resolution 18?
Yes, absolutely. So the proposed amendment is just in recognition of the announcement made by the federal government, recognizing that they won't meet the March 2021 deadline that they had set for ending boil water advisories across Canada. So I would like to amend whereas E to read, the Prime Minister had made elimination of all long-term water advisories by March 2021 a priority for his government. And recently his government acknowledged they will not meet this deadline as there still remains over 60 long-term water advisories to be eliminated. And then for paragraph 4, would direct the AFN to continue to urge the federal government to reaffirm its commitment to eliminate drinking water advisories across First Nations.
Thank you, Chief. I will move to our mover, Chief Sanderson, for the amendments as proposed. In whereas E, we add by March 2021 a priority of his government, and recently his government acknowledged his government would not meet this deadline as there still remain over 60 long-term water advisories to be eliminated. And inclusion for in 2, be it resolved number 4, direct the AFN to continue to urge the federal government to reaffirm its commitment to eliminate drinking water advisories across First Nations. Chief Sanderson. Thank you, Chief Sanderson. We have Chief James Hobart who would like to speak, and I will take one final Chief. Chief Hobart, final comments, final amendments?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I thought this was going to be put over for till tomorrow. So the original mover of this Resolution 21, the government, as we all know, has promised us $1.75 million to take care of the gaps into connectivity to our small communities. However, they've also strongheld us on on the spectrum by holding back major airways that go over all of our communities. And all we're doing with Bill C-21 is asking for them to open up 13 channels of the spectrum for us to use for high speed, and it's over all the First Nations communities. It's over our land, it's over our air. We own, our nations own our airspace, and right now we're being, like I say, they're having a stronghold over us, and all we're doing is asking, we're trying to have the AFN push the Premier's office to open up at least 13 channels on the spectrum out of 80 for us to use for education, for high-speed internet, for all of the different things. Now with COVID, you know, we have different needs for our communities with cyber funerals, mental wellness, suicide awareness, and we need to have connectivity for our kids. And we all know that there would be a lot more people on here today if they could connect. I know some communities that are still doing stuff by fax, that have airways going over them that they're right now we're not allowed to use. And all we're doing with this resolution is to say open them up. And you know, for everybody else that's already got high speed or that are in the process of having it, this is nothing. It's not going to change anything. This is just an addition to another option for us to be able to connect with our nations moving forward from today's. You know, we all have piggybacks of fiber optics on our railways. We don't know what's going on through there, and you know, we would like to know also what's going on in our airways. So you can get in touch with me if you want more information on how Inventive works. But at the same time, all I'm asking for right now is for you to push the federal government to open up 13 channels on the spectrum for our use. And I guess that's all I want to say for now. Thank you for stretching the day, Harold. You're the best. And thank you, Chiefs, for sticking it out there. And I know that if we were in the same room that we'd be here till 11. So, and I'm in BC. So you don't understand what I'm saying. Okay, cheers. Cook's Jam.
Thank you, Chief Hobart. Since that was a comment, I will ask that the vote now be open for Omnibus Package number 4. Once again, on resolutions 18, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Same process as always, and we will be giving you And as you are voting, we will play a video from the Financial Management Board on financial system certification. And after this video, we will come back and close the vote.
Today, First Nations communities still face barriers to participation in the mainstream economy. So First Nations led the way and fought for the development of optional legislation to address those barriers. The First Nations Fiscal Management Act established fiscal institutions to support social and economic development. The FMA is designed to support, not diminish, the implementation of Aboriginal and treaty rights. The FMA institutions are the FMB, the FNFA, and the FNTC, and each has a role to play in reducing barriers. The FMB was given the responsibility and provided the authority to develop standards and certifications for financial management systems, financial performance, and financial administration laws. The FMB standards are based on internationally recognized finance and administrative governance best practices that have been adapted to meet the needs of First Nations. We're happy to come and visit you in your community to explain and discuss the benefits of the FMS certification, but at this time, we thought you'd like to hear directly from a few of the nations.
We felt it was important to seek FMS certification because Nipissing is working diligently to advance our nation to become more economically prosperous and independent. Good governance and FMS certification are essential to the nation-building path that Nipissing is on. Achieving FMS certification has provided Nipissing the framework and tools needed to drive improvements and achieve goals to benefit not only our nation, but our Debendogsuit, our citizens. We've strengthened our governance and financial policies, which helped build our fiscal capacity. FMS certification is essential in laying the roadmap that drives a First Nation community toward a progressive path to self-governance. Ultimately, the FMS certification in our Chinook Nagawin puts Nipissing in the driver's seat when it comes to asserting jurisdiction, hence supporting our overall goal to become economically prosperous and independent.
With FMS certification, we were able to streamline all of our policies and the policy framework. It helped council and staff to be transparent, and it has been a very useful guide.
We felt it was important to seek FMS certification for our nation because it increased our access to capital, advanced our economic development in our community for the benefit of our members and the surrounding community, and strengthened our already strong financial management systems. As a result of our FMS certification, the benefits to our nation has been allowing us to be on a more level playing field with the global business community. Educating and training our employees in different areas is an ongoing process. We also gained knowledge and understanding on the importance of having a strong financial management system. And it also increased our transparency to our band members, and we engaged them more than we have in the past.
There were three reasons RAM is seek that certification, and the first reason was for us to get the ability to get a long-term guaranteed rate. The second reason we looked at it is Chief and Council and the Finance Department felt we already had a high standard with respective processes. By getting the certification, we were able to show the community that we meet the highest standards in the country. The last reason we looked at it was we saw a number of templates that we thought would help by implementing the certification, would help us identify our risk profile and manage risk going forward better than we were already. Everybody feels that it was the right decision, and we're moving towards self-government, hopefully.
The FMB would like to acknowledge the 177 First Nations working towards FMS certification. We'd also like to congratulate the 24 First Nations that have obtained this FMS certification. If you're interested in learning more information, please call us and we can provide a presentation in your community. Or you can go to one of our offices in Vancouver, Winnipeg, Montreal, or Ottawa.
Thank you to the FMB for that video. We will be giving another 30 seconds before we close the vote. As we're coming to an end, final call, get your votes in. Give you about 10 seconds left. And I will ask that the vote now be closed.
99%.
I have confirmation that we already have the phone votes in. So once we have the results on screen, we will be able to officially pass the resolution or reject the resolution, depending on results. And the results are there. So for omnibus number 4, which includes draft resolution 18, 21, 22, 23, and 24, we have 98.53% for and 1.47% against. With the inclusion of our on the phone votes, this motion is adopted with amendments. Thank you very much. And I will now pass the microphone on to Harold Tarbell.
Thank you very much, Cedric. I would note that the quorum being present for this last vote, I have been encouraged to get the last resolution that we have in our package on the floor and to attempt to get that passed before the plug gets pulled on our, somebody sneaks over and pulls the plug on our meeting. So I will look to confirm that John Bilton, the proxy for Gamagwaning First Nation and Chief Wayland Scott, Wabesamong First Nation are present. I apologize for the names. I did the best I could there. And I will, again, look for the, I see that our mover is present, but we will need a seconder. Oops. My apologies, I didn't realize my camera was on, so I'm sorry about that. The original seconder is having some connection issues, so the Chief Wayland Scott is present, but having some connection issues. I'll just look through the direction of the Resolutions Committee. Do we proceed as is, or do I put a new mover in there, a new seconder? Okay. Yeah, later in the day, a little. So the mover is present, seeking to move forward with the resolution. I have no confirmation that our seconder is in the room, so I will look to see if there is a seconder amongst the delegation who would wish to stand in as the seconder. Chief Ron Ignace, I understand, is standing in as the seconder for this resolution. Thank you very much, Chief Ignace. And so as you will see, it is on the screen. I will move directly to the therefore be it resolves, which have been offered by the mover to meet, to address some of the concerns raised in the afternoon discussion. And so I will read through the therefore be it resolves. And I just going to make a quick adjustment here to my screen to move to make be able to read this. So therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly declare support for all First Nations, such as Pagadian First Nation, Grand Council Treaty Number 3 First Nations, and Nan First Nations in exercising their inherent rights, including the sovereign authority to administer. This is not 11, or is it? Oh, sorry, it is my mistake. So including the sovereign authority to administer justice in relation to their respective peoples. 2, declare support for all First Nations in exercising their sovereign rights of self-determination, including the implementation and direction of culturally relevant justice systems in relation to their respective peoples. 3, urge the Government of Canada to acknowledge that the imposed application of non-Indigenous justice systems on First Nations is an extension of colonization that has been and continues to be an evident catastrophe. 4, urge the Government of Canada to honor the sacred relationships with First Nations, recognize the legitimacy of their sovereignty, of the sovereignty of First Nations to administer justice in respect of their peoples and consult deeply with them. 5, urge the Government of Canada to establish and maintain channels of communication with First Nations in furtherance of recognizing the sovereign Indigenous jurisdiction to administer justice in respect of their peoples. 6, urge the Government of Canada, in accordance with Articles 4 and 39 of the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, to provide financial and technical assistance to all First Nations in support of their respective administrations of justice. And 7, declare that self-government or modern treaties do not supersede the inherent rights, title, and jurisdiction of any other First Nation. I will look to the delegation to see if there's any need for discussion of this resolution, and let us see if there's any for that. I just want to confirm that Chief Ignace, I see that your name's in my speakers list, so let us go to you. I do want to confirm that you are standing as the seconder of this resolution, so make sure I understood that, or whether the original seconder is present. Chief Ignace?
No, I just, I'm good.
Are you standing as the seconder of this resolution?
If the seconder isn't there.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any of the delegation that would wish to address this resolution as amended by the mover and represented to the Assembly? Again, you would enter the microphone and enter your name in the chat. Second call, is there anyone in the Assembly who would like to discuss this amended 11 as represented by the mover? And third and final call, is there anyone in the Assembly who would like to discuss Resolution 11 as it is amended here on the screen? Seeing none, then let us move to the vote on Resolution 11 as amended, as you see on your screen here. And we'll put 3 minutes for this particular vote. Oh, hold on. I do see Chief Don Harris. Did you want to make a comment, Chief? I noted that earlier in the conversation, I believe you had abstained on 11, so just to maybe check back in with you. Chief Don Harris?
I'm just trying to figure what's going on here. I thought this was pulled there to go back for further discussion. As I stated earlier, is that this one here, it does affect non-treaty First Nations, especially under the modern day treaty process. So I kind of missed what was happening here. I'm surprised that it came back up.
Yeah. Just as a clarification, if I could, Chief, then the difference here is that the mover did not withdraw. We just pulled it from the omnibus because it needed further discussion. So the mover continued to keep it in the package, and the Resolutions Committee was able to prepare a slightly revised version for your consideration. Back to you, Chief Harris.
Yeah, and as I said, is that I know this is important to a lot of the old treaties and moving forward, but again, is that this year under the modern day treaty process, it gives treaties that move forward basically a say over their non-treaty neighbors that are within what they claim as their traditional territory or statement of intent. And it does severely affect my community. And as I stated earlier, is that my community has spent $750,000 fighting this from one of our neighboring treaties. And it has, it takes a lot of resources away from my community. And I know that the Treaty Commission has not yet been reset or come back together. And this year was something that needs to be addressed there. And then speaking to Karen Bennett earlier today as well, is that she was aware of this issue and how it does affect these non-treaty communities and the overlap caused in the modern day treaty process. And again, is that it's no disrespect to the treaties east of the Rockies and a few that are in BC, but this is it's a huge impact on non-treaty communities that are overlapped by treaties with these not the modern day treaties that overlap have legislated rights over our inherent rights, and it's going to send us to court. And I
Okay,
see
thank you very much.
Judy Wilson is also going to speak to this.
No, thank you very much, Chief. I'm in the uncomfortable position of having called for the vote to be open. The vote is open and balloting is taking place, so I do need to stop this conversation. I did want to make sure that you had that opportunity. Let me just check technologically if we can reset that poll. I'll just look to the, again, clarification from the technicians. Can I reset that poll? All right, thank you very much. So the poll is closed. We will reopen it shortly. I did want to clarify, Chief Harris, that I think the amendment there made in number 7 declare that the self-government or modern treaty agreements do not supersede the inherent rights, title, and jurisdiction of any other First Nation was intended to address, I believe was intended to address that. Let us go quickly to Chief Judy Wilson, then I'll call on the mover for a final comment. Then we will reopen the vote. Close the discussion and reopen the vote. Chief Quickly Wilson.
Hi, I was just trying to get on the chat because I thought you were closing it, but I just wanted to say the Union BC Chiefs did draft alternative wording. I emailed it to you, Harold, and to Will David. I wasn't sure who to email it to. So it was submitted, but I think in this resolution it's not reflected because I don't think it was reviewed and included. So unfortunately, because of the issues Chief Don Harris is raising, I won't be able to support this resolution either. And the union did prepare resolution wording for it, but I don't think it was considered. I'm not sure how the resolution committee or who it was supposed to go to. So I just wanted to say that. And I did email it to you, Harold. I didn't know where to email it to, and I sent it to Will David as well. But
my
I think
apologies, Cookie. I've been in this environment and not on my email hardly at all.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I understand your position. Thank you very much for
Chair? Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
that. Excuse me, who is that?
My hand is up. Cook Biron, seconder.
Yeah, sorry. The hands up doesn't work. I don't see that. All right. Just in terms of this, by way of order, let us then go to Proxy Bilton, and then I will go to the seconder for a final comment, but then we will reopen this to vote on it as it stands. Proxy, is it Bilton? And given that we're close to 7 p.m. Eastern, I'll encourage you to keep your comments brief.
Thank you. I will keep it brief. Firstly, thank you, Chief Judy Wilson. I had no idea that you had sent something to the resolution committee. I wasn't aware of that. But I will say that the resolution committee did prepare to be at resolve number 7, which I would submit deals squarely with the concerns that you've addressed by, as they very efficiently noted, the declaration that there would be it would not supersede the inherent rights, title, and jurisdiction of any other nation, and that addresses squarely. And I can advise as well that in number 1, the language "and treaty" was removed specifically to address that concern as well, and it only reads "their inherent rights." And the reference to territories was also removed to read "in relation to their respective peoples." So I would submit that the resolution is good to go, as it does address, I think, very efficiently what the resolution committee advised is a response to the concerns of the 2 BC chiefs. That would be my submission. And certainly the importance of this resolution in dealing with asserting Indigenous sovereignty in respect to administration of justice, I think is worthwhile advancing for the totality of the parties. And I think the best efforts were made to, in the very clear language of number 7, to address the concerns. It clearly says it does not supersede. So the interests of the 2 chiefs are still protected.
Thank you, Proxy Bilton. Just given that there was that technical glitch there in the communication, Cookie Wilson, could you read your proposed amendment and let's see if that is accepted by the mover. And then after that, I'll come to the seconder.
I can read it, Harold, but it's very long. Maybe I'll put the screen up and then back to the therefore it be resolved. Maybe it's
Yeah.
captured
Well-
there.
Well,
But I
here's-
know it was resolved. I tried to send it to Ron Ignis, but just hold on here.
Okay, hold on, Chief
go
Wilson.
back
I
to-
am being given some language by the Resolutions Committee, and let me see if this is it. So you are suggesting, oh, I see there's a change in the therefore be it resolved, but a lot of changes in the whereas clauses. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm just trying to open it now, and you know what? It must be feels like a Friday. All these
Yeah,
things
yeah.
are very good. I'm just going to go down to the. There's a lot of whereases. I'm not sure if those were in there before. Should I just read out the therefore it be resolved?
I think so. That would probably be the best, and that's really, if you know, for lack of a better phrase, the pointy end of the resolution. And you do have, you know, relative, you know, some fairly succinct language there. So please read your proposed amendment to therefore be resolved to 1.
Declare support for all First Nations, such as Piginicum First Nation, GCT, number 3 First Nations, and Nan First Nations, administration justice in relation to their respective peoples and territories in accordance with their inherent Title rights and treaty rights relationships, ensuring overlapping rights, claims, and territories are taken into account. Number 2, declare in support for all First Nations exercising their sovereign rights to self-determination, including the implementation, enforcement, and direction of culturally relevant justice systems in respect to their respective territories. Number 3, urge the Government of Canada to acknowledge that the imposed application of non-Indigenous justice systems on First Nations is an extension of colonization that has been and continues to be an evident catastrophe. 4, urge the Government of Canada to honor the sacred relationship with First Nations, recognize the legitimacy of the sovereign First Nation to administer justice in respect to their peoples, and consult deeply with them. 5, urge the Government of Canada to establish and maintain channels of communication with First Nations in furtherance of recognizing the sovereign Indigenous jurisdiction to administer justice in respect of their peoples. 6, urge the Government of Canada, in accordance with Articles 4 and 39 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, to provide financial and technical assistance to all First Nations in support of their respective administrations of justice. And I'm sorry, there's like a lot of whereases there, but those are the therefore it be resolved.
Yeah, and maybe, again, as I'm listening and, you know, trying to do the comparison, it's unclear to me what the changes are. But I think in this case, having read some proposed amendments, I will look to the mover to agree or disagree. And then we will look to proceed, and mover and seconder. Maybe I'll approach it this way, Proxy Bilton. I understand Chief Ignace does have the language in his hand, so let's see if he agrees to the language, and then I'll look to you, sir. So Chief Ignace?
I move to support with Judy Wilson's recommended changes to the motion. Other than
Thank
that,
you, Chief.
I would have to withdraw my support, and they'll have to be a seeking of another seconder on the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, just ironically, in order to be a seconder does not actually mean you have to be supportive of it, but if you withdraw as a seconder, that's another matter. Proxy Bilton, just again to look to you, would you agree to those changes that Cookby Wilson has read?
I could put it in the chat, Harold, maybe that.
Yeah. And it does look like the primary changes was in TBR1, and then there was a small addition in TBR2, which was added the word enforcement in number 2. So those were really the changes, and the remainder were as you had read them into the record earlier. Proxy Bilton?
I'm content with that, thank you.
You agree to the amendments proposed by Chief Judy Wilson?
If I could just take a second here, because she very kindly sent me the text here by way of chat. So if I could just have briefly just a few seconds here.
Please.
I'm content with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So approved by the mover and seconder. Let us then move to the vote on Resolution 11 as amended. And let us open that voting window for 3 minutes. So again, you'll be invited to the voting tab. If not, you'll click on the voting tab yourself. And as a reminder, those of you who voted when we first did that brief peek at the vote earlier, please, you will need to re-vote again. So that has been cleared from the board, and this is a clean voting slate. Just about 80 seconds left in the vote window. Thank you. So just a final minute in the vote process, and just as a reminder, we will then turn, we're joined by the co-chairs, and we will turn to the closing. We will look to the National Chief for his closing remarks. We will then look to the Elder for the closing remarks and prayer, and we will look to the drum group for our closing, and I will ask my co-chairs. I will work with my co-chairs to ensure that that is done. 30 seconds in the vote. Just another couple seconds before we close the vote. All right, we are closing the vote. And then we will await the results. I can say that I can inform the delegation that a quorum was present during the vote, and the phone votes in favor, the votes from the phone were in favor. And we are just waiting for the results on this one. And then I will be joined on the stage by our co-chairs. Voila, there you go. The draft resolution 11 as amended is also passed. Thank you very much for that. So I want to welcome my co-chairs Cedric Gray, Lahoy, and Weena Siwi to the stage as we begin our closing. And you would think after 48 hours, Cedric, I would have figured out your last name by now. Over to you, Cedric.
Thank you, Harold. And you're not the only one. I will give you that. Just before we go towards closing remarks, to inform you that after compiling phone results and the results from the Chime platform, all resolutions that were passed today did pass and were adopted. So thank you all for your participation in that. And now, seeing as how at our next assembly, we will be having an election for a new national chief, I think it would be important to take a few minutes to recognize the work that National Chief Bellegarde did, whether it's your work on C91 with the Languages Act, C92 for our children, our families, or just bringing Indigenous issues forward. I want to take the time as co-chair of the National Youth Council and here as co-chair of the Assembly, the General Assembly, to thank you. We raise you up and recognize the work that you have done. National Chief, ending remarks.
You did a really good job. Thank you so much for your leadership as well as chairing our assembly, our virtual assembly. Nistamina piskuet ni heo na psisi. Ninas komon nista kranas tino al kahkiel ogimawa. Kitea. Iskoevak napel. Owasak. Albumiasin. It's been good. And I thank you all as chiefs and relatives and friends. In my comments here, of course, I want to acknowledge and recognize our Knowledge Keepers Council, the Women's Council, our Youth Council, and the Chiefs of Canada that have stayed on. To our 3 co-chairs, always doing a wonderful job. Rena, Cedric, and Harold, great job. Colleagues, just want to acknowledge and thank you all for a fantastic job here for our first ever 2-day assembly. I want to especially take some time to acknowledge and thank our fantastic staff at the Assembly of First Nations. Janice and your team, I want to lift you up and thank you for all you do for all First Nations across Canada. Our staff is professional, they're productive, and I lift you all up with a team approach because we make a difference in the lives of all of our people from coast to coast to coast. And I thank our Assembly of First Nations staff, our family here. I've always said that as a leader, it's easy to stand up front at the podiums and make speeches and great statements, but you need a solid team to work with you, alongside of you, in front of you, behind you, and that's the team we have here. So to Janice and all the team, thank you so much. As our team, as our family here, we've had great results. I also want to say, now that we finished our first ever virtual assembly, this has never happened before. And so there's many challenges that we will work through because this is new to everyone. And we know we had to do this because we're right in the middle of a pandemic. This COVID-19 is not done yet. So we've had to look at ways that we can bring our leadership together to get that guidance and that support so necessary so we can move our issues forward and continue to close that gap and make a difference in the lives of our people. And so this is my public service announcement regarding COVID. To everybody listening, please be vigilant. Please continue to wear your masks. Practice the social distancing. Wash your hands. Stay in your bubble. This is a special time of year at Christmas, but it's going to be a different Christmas this year. And if we can do that together, we'll emerge stronger in the new year. And yes, there's a vaccine on its way. And yes, we're going to keep pushing to make sure that it gets to our people, the most vulnerable. And that's the efforts we're going to do going forward. So with this COVID-19, this is our learning experience. And we're going to continue to build on what we've learned here, facing those challenges. Because I've said this before, that our Assembly of First Nations will continue to be responsive to the needs of our people. It will continue to be respectful of the diversity amongst our people. It will continue to be relevant so that people see the relevancy of our Assembly of First Nations. And we can only do things when we are united in our vision, when we are united in our focus and our purpose. I also want to say and acknowledge the guests we had at our assembly. The Prime Minister showed up again, and the 5 ministers. And that's important to have access to these decision makers in that house. They call that common place, House of Commons. They were here. And they re-echoed something that's very important. Their commitment in that throne speech, very important. A whole chapter dedicated to our issues. The Prime Minister referenced that. Everything in there, from the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Everything in there, from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls National Action Plan, to closing the infrastructure gap, investments in C91 and C92, the need for healthcare legislation based on the inherent right and the spirit and intent to healthcare, and as well the relationship with the Crown, the treaties to be honored and implemented. Lots in that throne speech. I also want to acknowledge the ministers that came. Minister Bennett talked about the National Action Plan and MMIW. Minister Miller, infrastructure and housing and water. Minister Guilbeault on C91 and languages. Minister Lametti, the UN Bill C-15, UN Declaration legislation. And Minister Blair, policing as an essential service. Comments made, commitments made. And it's our job as leaders to make sure that we see results and push them to honor and implement everything that we heard. I want to lift them up and acknowledge them for their partnership. No question. We have a lot of work to do yet. Lots of work to do. I also want to say that we're going forward now. July 6th, 7th, and 8th, 2021 in Toronto. As we look towards those dates, I always say the work we do, our energy and our efforts, if we can always be guided and hang on to our 7 sacred teachings: truth, honesty, love, respect, courage, wisdom, humility. All those 7 sacred teachings that should and will always guide our actions, that should and will guide always our thoughts and our words, to make sure that nobody's forgotten, that nobody's left behind or hurt with anything we do or say. So those teachings will always guide our work. Let's all, each and every one of us, hang on to those teachings. The words of our elders, our wise ones. Hang on to those words because they will give us strength and peace. To the chiefs, I say, take care of yourselves. Take care of your families. Take care of your First Nations, your communities, your people. Take care of all the work. And let's make sure in the next 6 months that we work together in unity and strength to take care of business. Aho, egose, kinanas continua. Safe travels till we meet again.
Walla National Chief.
Over to you, Winna.
Thank you, National Chief. Thank you, Harold. Nous sommes maintenant rendus à la prière de clôture par l'aînée Josie White Duck de Kitigan Zibi.
Josie White Duck from Kitigan Zibi. Closing ceremony.
Nawach Keys is Wamjiganowicz. I say hello to everyone, all the chief and the council, and for your meeting. I hope everything went very well for you. You are working for all our people, and I hope that everything went well. And I'd like to mention a little bit about this virus that's going around, how we have to be very careful and listen to what they tell us. There's so many things happening with our people. And it's by working together in unity and love and respect to each other that we will go through this and come through this. And I just want to mention, at one time in my life, my father went through this. There was 10 people in the family. He had 7 brothers and 3 sisters, and they all died from this epidemic, and only my father was left. So it's very dangerous. At that time, they didn't have medication like today, but But you have to be very careful how we treat each other. We have to listen to the people, from the smallest one to the oldest one. Listen to them when they say something. It might not seem like a good what they're saying, but if you listen, you'll know that what they say is right. My father always told us, remember what you've been told. Even if you hear it 10 times, don't say, I heard it before. 10 times is good, because each time you learn something. So I tell the chief and all the women and the men who are chief and the councils, be kind to the people in your communities. Treat them with respect, because they're the ones that put you there. I say miigwech for that. And I wish you all very well, good health. Miigwech, Mia, Chimiigwech Toshniwi, Kitmanjaya, Mia, and all my relations.
Un grand merci à Lenny White Duck, ainsi qu'à vous toutes et tous.
Thank you to all you for your participation and your patience. This was led to the success of both days, and I note that we had the quorum all the way to the end, so I just heard all the delegations that are still with us, so congratulations. I'm happy to have participated. I hope to find you in great shape next July. It is now adjourned. Let Eagle River Singers. Have a good night, all. Thank you.
Hey,